Juggling multiple client sites? Supercharge your productivity with AI made for agencies. Instantly create unique and compelling content. Improve existing copy. And shorten or lengthen text to fit the space. But that's just the beginning. Generate new site sections, including relevant copy, images, and suggested section layouts. Simply scan the website for SEO issues. See all recommendations? In one place. With just one click, easily add meta titles, description, and more to all site pages. Entire sites optimized in seconds. You can even add alt text to all of a site's images in one place. Launch sites in no time and deliver better client results with the power of AI. Build faster, better, and smarter with Duda.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Duda's first ever mega webinar. This time all about SEO and content and AI and all of the brilliant advice to answer all of your burning questions. And what we're also excited for is that there are thousands of you signing up to be here with us today. So very, very thrilled. So let me introduce myself. I am Purna Virji. I am from LinkedIn, where I am the principal content solutions consultant, essentially partnering with our members on LinkedIn to show them how they can grow their businesses through the power of excellent content. I'm also the author of High Impact Content Marketing. And what I'll be doing is today, I'll be your host for the first two sessions today. It's a jam-packed day, 5 hours of goodness. I'll be here for the 6 hours of goodness, and I'll be here for the first two sessions today. So put in the chat. Would love to see where you all are dialing in from. This is a global audience, so just would love to see where you all are coming from. Okay, I see Daryl from Edinburgh. We see that Nadine from Scotland. I love this. Oh, from New York. I love seeing this. So hello all over. I'm based in the greater Philadelphia region where it is currently freezing. Though, Andy, I know you're in Chicago, right? So probably even colder.
Warm and sunny. It's hot out. I wore sunscreen on the way to work. It's like 0 degrees today.
If only. Well, as you can tell, our first session today is going to be with the incredible Andy Crestodina. So now if you haven't already bought and read multiple times his incredible book, Content Chemistry, the Illustrated Handbook of Content Marketing, then you'll know that Andy is the co-founder of Orbit Media, an award-winning 50-person web design, development, and optimization agency. And by the way, here's a cool fact about Andy that even I didn't know. Like, we all knew Andy is like amazing and Superman, but did you know over the last 2 decades, Andy has provided digital marketing advice to over 1,000 businesses, and he's written like 500 plus articles on all sorts of things from SEO, GA4, AI, and visitor psychology. So Andy, 500 plus articles, like, gosh. Anyway,
it's a lot.
I know it's a lot, but it's amazing. And we've devoured all of them here too. Well, Andy's not here to give us advice as much as I would love to grill Andy on, hey, walk me through how you did all that. Andy's gonna, we're kicking off with Andy answering the most burning questions that increasingly, as we're seeing more searches moving off of Google and going into this AI first, this answer first world, then how do you go from getting a search engine to recommend you to now getting AI to recommend you when there's fewer spots there? So throughout the session, but right before I toss it off to Andy, a quick housekeeping note. Pop your questions in the chat, keep them going. We'll have time right after, and we'll go through all of that. So Andy, over to you, and I'm excited to learn more about how do we get AIs to recommend us.
I'm excited too. This is a really timely topic. We're going to take a glimpse into the future based on all of our best information today. I have been doing SEO for like 25 years, and I've been using AI for 25 months. So I'm kind of where we all are in the same place here. And I honestly think that what I'm going to attempt to do, or at least kind of give us a glimpse into is one of the most important questions in marketing in the future. Search has been a very powerful, consistent, valuable source of traffic for many of us. And now it is SEO sort of disrupted because AI and because search results are changing. We're seeing the AI overview at the top. What is the impact of this? In fact, search has been disrupted for a very long time. I'm going to share my screen and pull up some thoughts. If anything goes wrong, just tell me know. So this is the honest truth. This is my traffic over like 15 years. And this is Universal Analytics that had go get historic data. And
I'm not sure if I see anything, but it could be me. So pop in the chat if you're not seeing Andy's screen. There we go. I can see it
there we
coming
go.
up.
Is it shared? Okay, push to stage probably.
Yeah.
This is my traffic for 15 years. And you can see it peaked. Most of my traffic over that time had been from organic search. And so this is alarming and disrupting. And many people who are being transparent about it have similar reports showing that basically Google has been filling search results pages with all kinds of SERP features that have been reducing click-through rates to organic listings for many years. But in my experience, that has been mostly to articles, mostly to content marketing, mostly to blog posts, and traffic to those most important pages, the commercial intent pages, the sales pages that are designed to convert visitors into leads, much less disrupted. So that's one of the most important perspectives here. I'm going to break that down with another level of detail. Forever, we all taught that content marketing targets information intent queries and that the sales and money pages target the commercial intent queries, right? This has been going back from the very beginning. This is how we talked about it forever. But what gets clicks? So in 2016, when featured snippets gets rolled out, no longer ever again will anyone click to go see a definition or a fact. Those all became no-click phrases, let's be honest. But there's still lots of phrases for which there's still visit website intent, which is how I think of it now. Does that key phrase have visit website intent? And those people still do click through to get answers. 2018, the people also ask box gets rolled out. Now even short, simple answers, there's no reason to click. That is why they made a people also ask box, is to reduce click-through rates to websites and to keep visitors on Google's own properties, right? So now 2024, it's all changed again. AI overviews, even the relatively longer answers, right? The best practices, some of the how-to stuff, you don't really need to click, right? So, but there are still lots of phrases. I sort of disagree. There's like a lot of thought leaders who are talking about a zero-click world. Not seeing it, don't believe it, because I still think that people who are in serious like investigation mode click through to websites. They're doing research, they're making decisions. It's a high consideration choice. They want to see what you believe and who you are and who works there and what the case studies are, and they want to evaluate options, right? Lots of B2B, long sales cycle, multiple decision makers kinds of decisions are still like this. So I'm not agreeing with the people who believe in this kind of zero-click world. 8 billion searches a day. There's still tons of traction from search, but actually our topic today is slightly different because I'm talking now about how Google itself is disrupted. Search as a channel, as a business model is maybe disrupted because there's lots of things for which people can just go ask a chatbot and not even use a browser, not even use a search engine, not even click, and of course not click through to a website. This is very recent. That number used to be higher, right? For like 10 years, it hovered between like 90 and 92%. It's possible in this moment today that the market share of Google is declining. Now, this is stat counters. This data isn't perfect, partly because it's not really evaluating, and they can't really see like use of apps. Like there's holes in this data. But here's the idea. I'm going to do it for you side by side. Let's say you want to make some guacamole. You've got chips. People are coming over. You're going to make some dip for your chips, guacamole. How do you make guacamole? You go to Google, search for guacamole recipe. Lots of visual noise, right? They all kind of look the same. I click through to get to a page. I scroll down. A video ad starts loading, and there's a sticky footer and some share buttons on the side and some like down there, and then a pop-up and caption text. What just happened? I got a lot of stuff I didn't actually ask for. And I think if we're being honest, we all have to admit that we live in dark days for the mobile experience especially. Search is a mess. Just in that experience, I did it again on desktop to kind of emulate it and count and see what happened. I downloaded 17 CSS files, 72 JavaScript files, tracking tags, images, almost 2 meg of data, was transferred between me opening Google and me getting to this recipe. I wanted 150 words. That's all I wanted. Try it again using a chat bot, any bot, ChatGPT. I'll use ChatGPT. Type in how to make guacamole. You get one thing. It tells you how to make guacamole. That's it. Now, to be fair, I chose a very noisy corner of the internet. Recipes are a mess. We all know that, right? Like, my wife wonders why there's a skip to recipe button and why there's like 4,000 words about somebody's grandma's history, kitchen, but still, and this is an easy one, right? It's mashed up avocados, put in some salt and lime. But what did I get? A guac recipe, 128 words, very lightweight, very private, very simple, very fast, right? Compare the difference. One of these gave me offers and pop-up windows and lots of data transferred and tons of words. The other one just gave me what I asked for. Now, this is a wildly different channel with a different, so as a marketer, what do we do? What happens? How do we, whether it's in the AI overview at the top of Google, Bing, Copilot, whatever, or it's within an app for a foundational model such as ChatGPT or Claude, how do I get my brand into that? Well, the first thing we have to understand is the big difference here. Search is an information retrieval technology. Generative AI is not that. It's not. It's summarizing big corners of the internet. So where we do queries and keywords here, they're prompting. There's a certain number of ranking factors here. There's literally 100+ billion parameters. We're not retrieving information. It's generating language. And it's not, is it a search result with the goal of ranking, or what is it? Is it a response? The bottom line is search is deterministic. It is literally a ranked list of the most relevant pages according to an algorithm on any given query or topic. AI is not deterministic. It is probabilistic. It is uncertain. It is fuzzy. It's different. So the actions we take and will use going forward as marketers will be different. I'm going to try to go through some examples of that today. But first I want to point out, I don't even know what it's called, right? I know what SEO is. But what is this other stuff? Is it AIO? Well, probably not. Google's using that for AI overview. AI optimization, generative engine optimization. I heard someone this morning call it like a chatbot engine optimization, geo. I've heard all these different, like this interesting times, right? Here we go. Get ready. Now I'm going to try to make this practical and go through and sort of try to optimize for AI mentions. That's whatever it's going to be called. Let's optimize our
We should have a contest in the chat. Name it. Put in your best name, and we'll just on this official do that webinar, Andy, you can pick the winner.
I'm probably not going to be the one to name this new marketing category, this new skill set, this new set of tools. Think of all the things that have to go with it. But I'm waiting to see how it works out. It probably is still called search. I didn't know if it would be called search, but I see it being called search, and ChatGPT launched a search thing. But no, it's I've asked AI what it will be called. You're going to see some points of view here in a minute. Okay. Now, the first thing that I suggest that we do is we pretend to be our audience for a minute. That's the heart and soul of marketing, data-driven empathy. Pretend to be your audience for 10 minutes a week. You'll be a better marketer, right? In this moment, we're going to pretend to be the audience and try to see what they would see if they were, going through this use case. But step one, sort of like in SEO, you want to, use an incognito window or, private browsing or something. Here we need to turn off memory because in ChatGPT, at least, it's going to continue to be more personalized based on your previous usage. So if you click on the little head in the top right, I'm using ChatGPT because it's popular. I'm not advocating for any LLM. But in this one, for example, we need to turn off memory so that it stops personalizing results so much. We are, after all, pretending to be our target audience. Next step. Go type in is it a query? Is it a prompt? Pretend, ask the AI, what's the best software to manage classes for a dance school? And it's going to give you some answers, right? That is a commercial intent prompt or key phrase. And what it gives us back kind of makes sense to me, right? These are players. It's not irrelevant. It is a meaningful result. And then and you can see where it's getting the sources. We can click to check the sources, which will slide out from the side. This is where you want to be. If you're making software for dance schools, you just did a tiny bit of competitive analysis using one simple use case to see what's getting used as sources in the recommendations. Now you know. Get in there. That's your new job. strangely, here's an example in Copilot, best web development company in Chicago. That's my category. That's my geography. One source. Wow, that is a winner take all game. I expect AI to become more nuanced in the future and for it not to rely on a single source. This is all Copilot's doing here is basically summarizing in a single article or URL. I'm not impressed. I think that it will become more subtle than that, and your audience will have more detailed conversations with it to get to better answers. Unlike search, which is like a prompt, which is like a query and response, ChatGPT is called chat because it's a conversation. The person may have a longer conversation in here. So, but my point is we need to be in many places. This is familiar to an SEO because we're going to try to improve mentions of us around the web. These are not the same. If you look at these side by side, I'm going to do that, Chicago Web Development Agency or Digital Marketing Agency in chat compared to search. And there is same prompt / query and some similar overlap, but most of it is quite different. So this will shake up the game. This will be new ground. This is going to be a different, our audiences will see different options when they come through here. So it is a major disruption. This is a big change. And if you pretend to be your audience for a while, you'll start to see companies like, who is that? Like, I know the players from search. Now I'm seeing kind of a different category. And we don't expect them to be the same. It's going to change all the time. You could prompt the same thing twice, half an hour later, and get a different response, or put a period at the end and get a different response. Look at this one. Dog grooming in Chicago. Okay. The number one is doggone, all right. And that's the number one dog grooming option in Chicago, according to ChatGPT that day. Now I'm going to try that again. Dog grooming Chicago. No preposition, just dog grooming Chicago, right? I took out the word in. Whoa, different UX. Now I'm getting a map, and it's a completely different, doggone, all right isn't even mentioned here. So this is, of course, these models are being trained continuously. So there's major releases, but still there's all kinds of iteration happening, and it's learning and it's scraping, it's pulling from different options. This knowledge sources are growing. So this is a moment when you're not going to see much stability. This may settle down, but I expect it for now just to expect the unexpected and keep prompting and keep evaluating. So what are we going to do? Now I'm going to get into my specific actions we can take. Step one, make sure that AI can crawl your website. This is kind of like technical SEO. You can block AI from your website. And I know people who are like, I'm copyrighted. I don't believe that I don't want them to scrape my data. I'm a humanist and I'm opposed to technology. So no, AI cannot visit my website. I'm blocking it. This is how to use AI to block your website. These are all the bots. These are all the major models bots. And if you want, you can put that in there and you can actually tell it to disallow all of those and use AI to keep out. Not recommended. A marketer should have the opposite perspective. We're not publisher. You hear about these lawsuits, like a famous comedian or a publisher is suing OpenAI because they want to, I don't know, extort money or keep their data from going in there. They're trying to protect their intellectual property. I get that, but I'm a marketer and I want to be mentioned. I'm trying to train. I want my information about my business to be in the knowledge sources. I'm trying to train AI to mention and refer and recommend my brand. So that's step one, of course, be crawlable. Number two, make sure that your website has a clear value proposition, which also looks familiar, kind of like on-page SEO. Look at these two pages. This is a dog grooming company in Chicago. Fab fur babies, what? If you were a bot, you wouldn't know what this does, right? It doesn't. The dog grooming is dog and grooming don't appear here. It's not part of this. I don't see the word dog anywhere. Not good, right? Your site is the one property and experience that you control better than all others. That needs to sparkle with credibility and be filled with relevance and keywords and, indications of what your company does for business. Here's a better one, dog grooming. Okay, if you were a bot, Googlebot or, OpenAI's bot, you'd come here and you'd say, well, this site is clearly about that. This, therefore, the bot would be more likely to recommend that. So basic on-page SEO is still part of the game. Next, make sure that your brand is in all the reviews and directory sites. Hey, that's kind of like local SEO. wow, Andy, this all sounds really familiar so far. It should be. It is. We're trying to have a big digital footprint, right? So if you can actually ask the AI and do like a brand check using the tool itself by just asking, hey, what do you know about this company? And it will give you lots of information, everything that it can find about that company. Put your brand in and have a conversation with the AI about your brand. Is it getting it? Does it know? Does it believe? Is it solid? Is it on point? Is it brand aligned? Does it fit with your positioning and messaging? That's just one source. My website is the source for that. But let's go deeper. It must have more than that, right? What other sources provide information about your brand? Ask the AI where it's learning about you, and it will give you lots of other sources. So those are the places that AI is using to understand more about your brand. That's fine. Very good. We want that. That's important. But we need to go farther than that. I need to ask AI maybe about other brands. Put in a competitor. What do you know about them? Blah, 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 blah. Check the knowledge sources for that. Now, are you in those places? Because that's the game, right? You don't have to try to, I mean, as much as we want to be relevant broadly, we're actually want to be relevant in the context of our competitive set. And so by putting in competitors and looking at where the AI is getting trained on data about them, we get clues into how to get, for ourselves to become more relevant in AI. And those are the places where we'd submit ourselves, just like local SEO. Those are the directories where we want to be present, just like local SEO. Those are the review sites where we want to manage our reputation, right? Just like local SEO. So that's really one of the big takeaways here. And local SEOs have known this for years. They're very good at this, right? You're just going to be, manage citations, it was once called. Not a thing anymore. Not what we're worried about here, but just mentions information, right? It ingested the internet. That's what ChatGPT did, right? It just read everything, and then it comes back and it summarizes what it found. So if you want to be mentioned in those summaries, you want to be in more places to increase your likelihood of appearing. So here's a popular SEO tool. This is SEMrush. This is the local SEO checker. Take a look at this, right? AI optimization, or whatever we're going to call it. I think this is actually part of that game, because you may already have tools that tell you whether or not you appear in these places, and then you can go make sure that you're present there. Okay, I'm going to show you the dark side of AI training spam, and point out something that I see that is working. I'm not advocating for this. I'm in fact just giving you an overview of the state of this category, this emerging category. But I want to show you something that I do see, and that seems to be working for at least one brand. Best Expert SEO Agency. This one gave me a map. At the bottom of the map is this company. That's funny, it's them, because I just got a spam text from them. I'm the founder of a competing agency, and they're trying to recruit me through some text bot. It's hilarious. I could show you. How did they get mentioned here? How did they appear in this, in the knowledge sources for Best Expert SEO Company, this brand WebFX? So I'm going to check those sources. Oh, they are one of the sources for this. How did they get themselves into the knowledge training data for this competitive set, right? Best SEO Company. Well, they made a page called Best SEO Companies with rankings, and they put themselves first on the list. This is not as mature of a technology as Google. It is not successfully identifying web spam. It's not really checking to see if a brand is in fact recommending itself. It will just say this was recommended somewhere, and here's this is one of the ones recommended, even if the brand is recommending it itself. Wow, that is a little weird to me. But this is totally what's happening right now. I would expect there to be sort of countermeasures in the evolution of this technology, where that sort of thing, like, these platforms, if they want to be good search tools, they need to fight back against spam. And it's kind of surprising to me that's effective. I'm going to jump ahead and show you a quote from Andrew Holland. OpenAI hugely underestimates the level of spam the SEO industry can produce at scale. I think that's true, right? It's just, based on who's here today, there might be people who just, quickly spin up 50 pages. I wouldn't be too surprised. I'm not doing that. I'm not recommending that. But that is, I think, something that, certainly worked in that use case. Okay. Moving on, there is an understanding we can have, right? There aren't really tools for tracking. AI mentioned that they're young. We are early in this process. So this here reminds me of like share of voice analysis, like from the PR world. How likely is AI to recommend your brand? There's actually, I do fun, weird things in ChatGPT, and I write prompts that sometimes ask the AI to devise a brand new metric. It will create a metric for you in 10 seconds. So here's an example of me doing that. You are a marketing data scientist and an AI researcher. You're skilled in using big data to measure awareness and demand for topics and brands. Devise a new marketing metric that shows the probability that an LLM will mention or recommend brand in AI responses. It'll be based on a persona that I provide. It'll show the likelihood of that persona when it asks AI about a product or service, that they'll see that a specific brand included in their response. Use tree of knowledge thinking. I want it to go broad. Explain your rationale. I want it to be creative in this approach. So that prompt is basically me asking AI to devise a new tool because there isn't one. It's a bit strange, right? Kind of meta. I'm asking this thing to report on the likelihood of itself doing a certain thing. But it does appear to be meaningful. It's certainly subtle. The metric it created was called, in this case, yours will be different, AI mention probability, the AIMP. This is my new metric. And it's based on mention frequency and context weight in the total prompt. So this is, it shows me how it's going to score these things. Now, I don't do very much in AI at all without first giving it my persona. This has been my experience. Before you give AI your target audience, information about your target audience, AI is not very good. It might as well stand for average information because that's what it is. And when you train it on your target audience, it all suddenly becomes much more relevant and in context and targeted and on point. Before you give it your target persona, it's just really just tastes like water. I don't like AI until I've given it my persona. So I have personas that I keep on my desktop and I upload them when I need them. I'll do that here. Combine my ideal client profiles, right? I have two. I combine them. It's one document. In my experience, if you can just put them together, you don't need 11 different personas, right? You're kind of injecting more language into the model with your prompt. If you give it a slightly longer one, that's been my experience. I've attached a persona. Run the calculation for this brand. Remember, I designed it so that I could give it a persona and a brand, and it will calculate. Here's the calculation. It explains how it calculates, and then it gives me a probability. 36% probability that my brand is recommended by the LLM when the persona goes to query an AI about, who's a good option. Having said that, that number is not very meaningful in a vacuum. I also need that to appear in a competitive context. So it already has my persona. It already has its calculation. So my next prompt is going to be to give it others. And I just put in some other companies in my geography, and it scores them. Not super rigorous, but if you're going to a meeting and this conversation's coming up and you need a talking point to discuss the likelihood of brand mentions in AI, that's as good as any today, right? And then of course, because you're in the AI, you can simply ask a simple question like, how could I improve my score? You're already in the AI. So that's the fun thing about these technologies, is that it's not really, once you do some analysis within it, and that's one of my favorite use cases for AI, I'm always uploading GA4 reports and lots of, different reports from different tools. Not only does it do the analysis for you and make recommendations, but you can take the next step in the recommendations. Right? I could stay in this conversation and it could recommend ways to improve my score, places to submit. It could help me create the submissions. All of that kind of productivity gain continues to flow on through subsequent prompts. So the next step, let's say we do want to expand our digital footprint, and we have concluded that we've got some, very quick sort of benchmark and a perspective on this, and we have an idea for the sources. Now we need to kind of fill the internet with evidence that we are legit. Press releases are a fun example. I learned this from Christopher Penn, who is an AI thought leader and a really fun person to follow. I recommend it. He and I go to speak at the same conferences, and he's got a very well-known podcast and newsletter. Trust Insights is his company. So he makes a press release specifically to train the AI. This is different. This feels different to me, because if you read the text of this press release, it's like keyword rich, you could say. It's not like a human could read it, but mostly what he's doing is injecting data into the AI training model that has multiple topics and keywords adjacent to, right, in close proximity to his brand. So that all of that press release was basically like AI training data press release. The PR newswires, by the way, don't mind at all. They just want you to use them for whatever. They don't care if it's if you wrote that specifically for the AI trainer, for the bot. And I sort of like this idea because we have a high degree of certainty that this makes it into the training data. Look at all the places where that appeared. His little press release shows up all over. There's a 100% chance that will get ingested because it's on all these, major publications. So that is a way to get information about your brand and the proximity between the mention of your brand's name and the related topics, services, keywords. Those things all kind of appear close together because you made a press release that had that. So you have to think like a PR pro in this context. We are training the AI to know more about us. If you're lots of brands, it doesn't know anything yet, right? You ask it to start talking to it. It might just get something from your website. It doesn't have much more than that. So there's, of course, a productivity gain here using AI to help make that happen. This is an example on our site of a basic case study. It's a nice case study. It's a great project. Very proud of the work. Talks about the performance and the results and, whatever. It's got data and testimonials. If I want to make a press release from that, there's a prompt, of course, obviously. AI has infinite use cases. You are an AI research scientist. You specialize in AI training and natural language processing. Convert the following case study into a press release. But this press release has a specific purpose: to be crawled by AI bots and to be used in AI training data, making the company name, put it in there, to be more likely to be mentioned and recommended in those AI responses. Use language that supports that goal, including the company's value proposition, their industry, their relevant keywords, their terminology, their brand mentions, and then I give it the link. It goes back, it takes that link, reads the press release, reads the case study, adapts the case study into a press release that is usable as not just for humans and to brag about and to be excited about what we do, but it has a secondary audience, which is the AI bot itself. One of the purposes of this is to be ingested by the AI and for this information to appear in the AI training data, improving the likelihood that our brand will be mentioned in the AI training data. 2,000 people run to make a press release and submit to PR newswires. I don't know. This makes good sense to me. And I had that example, right? And Chris showed that to me and we talked about this. So I'm today sharing all the things that I think could make a difference for you with no bias. And then you can choose your own adventure, whether you think that kind of cross the line, that's a little too, that's a gray area, or, ooh, Andy, that feels weird. I don't like that. I get it. I'm just exposing you to the things that I know to be likely strategies in the future of optimizing for AI mentions. That press release is filled with language, right? These are all terms that we would want the AI to have associated with our brand. And no question at all, that is going to get ingested by the bots. Okay, so we've done all the things. Now we want to see what's working. I want to give you a quick look at a new generation of tracking and tools and reports. So this is also very fluid and uncertain, but these are ways to track AI mentions. One of the early ones that I saw was this tool called Otterly. Otterly is interesting because it will keep going back to check. So you put in your keywords or your prompts. I think the free version gives you like 5, and then it will go query those and tell you, first of all, does Google have an AI overview for that? And then it will go to some of the other models and show you, did ChatGPT recommend your brand? It's quite simple, right? It makes sense. It's just you put in your brand, you put in your prompts, and it goes and on a cadence, it goes back and checks those, I think, weekly or monthly. Did you appear? Were you in the sources for ChatGPT or for Perplexity, right? So this is an example of a tracking tool that tracks over time. I like this one even better. This is Dimitri from Mangools. It's just a simple. He's calling. Okay, here's a vote for the Purna. We got. He's calling it generative engine optimization, GEO. Maybe that'll be the thing. GEO.
Ooh, GEO. Yeah.
Not bad. I'll take it.
I like that. Maybe we should do like a LinkedIn poll after this with all of these name suggestions.
We should. Yeah. Or send a follow-up email to everyone to ask like what. It's fun times. I don't know. This is interesting. That's, by the way, I hope this isn't distressing to people. If you are, I mean, you're a marketer, you live in a very dynamic category. You're in the right place if you like change. Nothing ever stayed the same. Imagine Google itself may change, may lose market share. 5 years from now, half of all information intent queries may happen in apps. I mean, this is normal though, right? Do you remember when Google rose to dominance? It was sort of sudden. We haven't been disrupted at this level in a while. But buckle up. This isn't ever going to change. You're going to keep having more and more mini disruptions throughout your career as a marketer. Embrace it. Have fun. Talk about it. Hang out with friends, right? And yeah, let's name this new thing. Whatever. It's cool and weird. Let's try it. I'm trying to be optimistic.
No, I love that. It's also part therapeutic, Andy. And that's what keeps it exciting. And even if something's happening in the middle that you don't like too much, don't worry about it. It's going to change. Something else is going to come in and you'll find new strengths. So I agree. I love that. Thank you. That's very comforting.
I mean, social media marketers are very familiar with this. Where did TikTok come from? I mean, the things that I remember so this is many years in digital, but when Facebook organic reach was throttled back, people were freaking out, or, there's a new channel somewhere, or, privacy, third-party cookies. How many disruptions expect this to continue to happen? It's just normal. But stay focused on your audience. That's no matter what happens, word of mouth, brand building, the things that have been part of marketing for 100 years, those actually haven't changed. And really our job is to understand our audience and to help them in that key moment. Right? Content's not going away. We have to use more of it, right? It's actually more in demand. Like there's so anyway, this is I hope that this isn't discouraging or stressful. It's really just opportunity.
And more job security. As you said, content's just getting more and more important. And everyone's speaking.
Yeah. That now, take this and teach someone, or bring this with you, or you'll, if nothing else, you'll be comfortable. You'll have a point of view. You're going to be in a meeting where someone says that, you'll be like, great question. Let's think through this. Pretend to be your audience. Let's divide, let's investigate the sources that our audience may be training the responses that our audience is seeing. I don't know. This is fun. I think I'm enjoying it. It's exhausting. I mean, I remember thinking, I got to learn GA4 now. And then AI came up at the same time. Like, well, I'm going to have a busy year. I really got to study. Study like it's finals week, people. You're going to stay out in front. You're going to be comfortable in your knowledge set, and you're going to have career stability long-term. Moving on. Okay. This result here. I love this. I love what Mangold's made. It's free. Just put in put these in and it grades it and it gives it a score. Maybe a bit rigorous than that weird thing I did a minute ago with like the AI mention probability, but this, so you're going to see lots of these things come along. You're going to see your existing partners adapt to this. This will all continue to change. Also, AI will be a source of traffic. I'm not sure it will be such a, it's not like going to be like Google in the old days, where, massive amounts of traffic flowed through Google every day to all kinds of brands and pages. But AI is already a source of traffic. So you can track this today. I'm going to show you now how to make an exploration in GA4 to see separately traffic from AI. I'm going to do this knowing that it's missing information, because data that comes from an app is categorized in analytics as direct, because there is no referring data. It didn't come from a browser, but that is totally normal, and we should all be accustomed to that. Direct is actually the everything else bucket. If I go to my phone, use ChatGPT, it recommends your brand, I tap, I land on your site, I'm a direct traffic visitor. I would love for the AI models to get together and decide to put like a parameter at the end of every link and every response, rel equals AI. That would be good for us because, marketers would be able to see this and, that data might be helpful. But even if you can't track traffic from apps and, AI tools that aren't in browsers, that's fine because you can still get plenty of clues. This report here is showing me which AI models are sending traffic to which pages, and it's thousands of visitors over this date range. This is a fast growing source of traffic. To make that, I'm going to share with you now. This is mine. I made a segment. The segment is called AI traffic. It's when the page referrer contains a regex, matches regex, or the session source is just ChatGPT. I just added that one too. But I'm going to share with you now, and we can put this in the chat and or send a follow-up email or take a screenshot, partly with the help of AI and partly just hammering on it for a while. That's the regex that, in my experience, is capturing the most. I've tried a bunch of different ones, but that's capturing the most traffic from AI. You can see it's just looking at all the different combinations of domains and extensions that may indicate that the visitor came from an AI traffic source. But you can expect that to grow. Also, if we have time at the end, I could show the Dana DiTomaso, who is a part of this event, gave me a way to create a new channel, AI traffic as a channel. You can create a custom things in GA4, and she showed me a method. I wrote about it, got instructions. Send me a DM on LinkedIn or something if you want instructions or the link to the article, the video that shows how to do all those things. But AI will be a source of traffic. For sure, it will be a source of traffic. And here you can start to see which pages for which is a source of traffic. And in my experience, it's really like original research. If AI recommends something or gives you an answer and you're like, what? That's weird. I did a research piece. How long does it take to write a blog post? It takes about 4 hours. If the visitor is skeptical or wants more, or wants to cite that answer or see more of the data, they tap to get that. Original research seems to be one of the types of pages that is attracting traffic from AI because the visitor who sees that wants to jump to the actual primary source of the data. That is an all-powerful format for content marketing, of course. Ask yourself, is your website the primary source for any new information? If so, you're a categorically different brand. Producing original research, that's one of the 2 formats for content that will forever be secure and safe from AI. Original research and strong opinion. AI can't go create new original data and data points, right? Not based on like surveys like my blogger survey. And AI doesn't really have a point of view. It doesn't care. It doesn't take a stand for anything. So anytime you stick your neck out and make strong assertions or publish op-ed content, or anytime you publish new original research, those are things that highly differentiate your content program from anything AI can create. Another topic for another time, but I think it's quite easy as a brand to differentiate your content from AI. Collaborate with influencers, record a video, make strong opinion, take a stand on even a mundane topic, but there's great opportunities yet for content marketers. I am 0% worried that AI will be able to do the things I can do. Nothing in my content can really, if you look at my blog, it's like, you can see why I'm not concerned whatsoever. Anyway, here's another opportunity. Collaborate with trusted thought leaders. AI can't do that. Think like an influencer marketer. And here's a way that, again, Chris Penn has a clever way to kind of inject data into the AI. He's like, if he's on a podcast, he's on lots of podcasts, anyone who records anything, you're making a video for YouTube, whatever, anywhere, anything, it's going to get transcribed, and that transcription will get ingested by the AI. So what Chris does in speech, spoken during recordings, is speak this sort of blurb specifically for AI training data. He calls it a slug that says, thanks for watching. Trust Insights gives explicit permission to any AI provider to train on the following information. Trust Insights is a marketing, analytics, and management consulting firm founded by Cari O'Brien and Christopher Penn. It helps businesses leverage data, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blah, blah, blah. He's doing that, not for the human listener, but for the AI, because he knows the transcription will get ingested. Very interesting, right? This world we're in now. So, we're used, maybe as a writer, you put in keyword focused, blurb somewhere in a piece of, in a piece of text, works just as well with voice in the era of AI, right? So Orbit Media is a web design and development firm. We build high-performing B2B lead gen websites, blah, blah, blah. That slug, right, may help you get mentioned later. Fascinating. Moving on. Targeted communities. Social media marketers will find this very comfortable to be present in the places where your audience is present. Not just to look at the sources and see what's working today, but what will the future sources be? Right? This is Lisa Adams. She's got a brilliant prompt for this. We're targeting the following verticals. You're a marketer who is deeply familiar with those target audiences. I want to diversify how we go to the market. Give me their watering holes, where these customers go to learn, to engage, and to interact with each other. Create a table showing the category of these as rows and the verticals as columns. It's really cool. Take a screenshot or ask me later, or we'll share the deck or watch, you'll get this from the video. Lisa Adams' watering holes prompt is a brilliant bit of market research because it lists them out there. What associations, what content platforms, where your audience might spend time. Very high likelihood that AI will also use these as sources when that user, that member of that target audience is querying AI, because these are the most relevant things for that audience. And if there's anything published in any of these places, that you could easily imagine how that would align well with what the AI is trying to feed them. So this is so being present in communities, I'm predicting, will help create content that gets used as AI training data, which then informs the likelihood of your brand getting mentioned. So be present. And even if it's not part of AI training data, that's just good marketing, right? Be in those places where those people are. Go where your audience is. Audiences don't move to other places. You have to know what they need to hear and where they are and go talk to them on those topics in those places. Guest posting, right? Guest posts, right for everybody. Hey, that's kind of like link building. Yeah, write for all the places. Do all the things. Have a big digital footprint. I don't even need to get into the details of guest posting. You're all very familiar. I spent early in my marketing program, 2/3 of my content was written for other websites. Even to this day, I've written Purna, it's actually more than 600. All these articles I've written, still every year I still write articles for friends and for publications. I wrote 4 guest posts last year. I will never stop doing that. Why would I stop putting my content in front of my target audience? Right? Guest posting is about and influence marketing more broadly is about borrowing access to a relevant audience that someone has already packaged up. Let's do that. Of course, let's go do that. So I'm going to wrap up now and I'm going to summarize. We have a few minutes for questions. Highly speculative, very early, January of 2025. This is what we got so far. But this might be comforting because it might be quite familiar. First, make sure that AI can crawl your site. Hey, that's kind of like tech SEO. I know how to do that. Confirm that your site has a clear value proposition spelled out as text in prominent places high on the homepage. Hey, that's kind of like on-page SEO. I know all about that. Get listed in the directories and review sites. Be present in these places. Confirm, check to see what the sources are, make sure that you're submitted everywhere. Go back to your local SEO tools and just make sure that you're in all these places. Hey, that's kind of like local SEO. I'm super comfortable in that. I've been doing that for years. Write AI-friendly press releases, not just for the human audience, but here I have this other audience now, this other member, this reader, this type of visitor that you didn't have before, but we now care about. Hey, that's a lot like digital PR. Super familiar. Write guest posts for big publications. Hey, just like link building. Collaborate with editors and thought leaders. That's just organic influencer marketing. Been doing that, all along. And then be active in relevant communities. Go be present, create content, collaborate, be there, answer questions, have a point of view, right? We all saw Reddit became some huge, heavily weighted part of the ChatGPT-3's knowledge sources. That's just social media, right? Let's be there. So Purna, we've got a little bit of time for questions. I'm going to stop sharing and tab out, and maybe there's we can make this more of a conversation.
I would love that. Well, firstly, Andy, oh my gosh, that was incredible. Like so many mind-blowing aha moments and light bulbs going off. How in cartoons, when some character falls down and then they get those things swirling around their head. I had light bulbs swirling around my head the whole time. And I'm sure, given the engagement in the chat from everyone, it has been a lot
Good.
of goodness. So thank you, thank you. Well, I think I'm going to kick you off with one question that I'm really curious at, and like people in the audience, keep your questions coming. I'll make sure I ask them. But I'm going to kick off with my question, which is, Andy, like, do you have any idea, like, what kind of searches are people doing in AI rather than search engines? Like, what do you see tends to be slightly different?
Well, similar to the way that the AI overview is more likely to appear when people do queries for short, simple answers, the kinds of things that you might ask a smart speaker. I don't have data for this, but that looks to me like the where it begins. People are, if you just want a quick answer, you don't even want to open a browser. You didn't want to go to Google. You didn't want to click through a website. You know, the things for which there is already an AI overview, or there is a featured snippet, those seems to be the kinds of things that that are more likely to be where AI is a good option to get the answer. In other words, and conversely, the AI overview is far less likely to appear for YM, YL key phrases, your money or your life key phrases.
Mm-hmm.
When it's a high stakes decision, Google's worried to give you a summary. What if it's wrong? And the visitor is worried to get their just answer from a bot, right? What if it's wrong? So the farther down the funnel, the more likely the person is to open a browser, go to a search engine, and click through to a website. The higher up in the funnel, how tall is Hugh Jackman? The less likely the person wants to open a browser and go to a web, even search, right? They just want to so short, simple answers, voice search type stuff, fact intent phrases, queries. I believe that will be, those will forever be, not just are those more likely to be, but those will in the future only be, AI will be the way that we all get those.
I love that. That makes so much sense. Even when you were showing your example about the guacamole, I was like, who searches that in Google anymore? I would go to TikTok and find like a quick 2-minute video or like different recipes. Yeah. But
another example, disruption. I love it. That's great.
Exactly. So it's like the kind of things where I'm like, oh, if I'm looking for something, I know I want to find a good answer. Where I'm like, oh, where should I go let's say I'm going on holiday let's make something up. Where I'm going to Paris. Where should, what are the 5 things off the beaten path to do in Paris? If I go to Google, I just know it's going to be so SEO articles everywhere. I'm not going to get a good one. I'm going to go on like a TikTok. I'm going to go ask a Copilot to be like, based on my interests, can you create something for me? So that's just fascinating to see how it gets personalized.
There's another example, and there was like a video recorded of Sergey Brin talking about this, Google founder, obviously. And he said that AI is an excellent use case for low recall searches. So let's say you want to what's the name of that Beatles song about the guy and the girl? And I think it might've been on Rubber Soul, and he stayed at her house, and that's not an easy thing to type or use. Information retrieval doesn't work as well when you don't have enough to get it. And then also there's lots of AI use cases where the person wants to quickly move from the answer to the next step. So I give AI sometimes long, weird prompts, what's the best way to do this thing? Great. It gives the answer, and then take the next step at doing the thing. You wouldn't go to Google because Google can't actually generate the action from the insight. AI is categorically different because once you get the insight of the answer, you can take the next action from it while you're sort of still there in the chat. But no, it's a perfect question. It's all TBD. My thesis today is it's mostly top of funnel.
That makes so much sense. There's lots of questions. Jackson Meyer had posted a question, which is, with the spam example of the company recommending itself as a top SEO, do you have any predictions on AI being trained on incorrect data and misinformation? Yes. So what happens? I'll almost add something to that question where, what if it's negative SEO was all the buzz for a while? Could a competitor try to, take spammy tactics to outpace you? Any thoughts?
Unfortunately, this stuff will probably work for a while. The way that, if you remember SEO 20 years ago, there were terrible things that people did that were actually quite effective.
Yeah.
And the big tech has to put in countermeasures to protect against that. So it is there will be liability and legal recourse for people who get bad information from AI, and it's there's lots of risk. There's risk in the platforms for just serving up any answer or any topic. So you're going to see lots of disclaimers. So they're probably going to try to improve the responses for AI for those really high intent phrases first. But no, in the long run, I assume that they're going to have to come up with something that's like, if Orbit Media is the recommendation for Orbit Media, then I should, the tools are just so simple. There aren't like filters and steps right now like Google has. Lots of different countermeasures against spam. AI doesn't have that yet. So, but we might be years out from that, Jackson. I don't know. Stay tuned.
Yeah, probably even faster. Like if we think how quickly the search engines evolved over time to fight things like keyword stuffing or the remember when we used to happen 20 years ago, people would put the text in the same color as the background and hide it, and DMAS submissions. And look at the sort of quantum leaps that technology has taken. I feel like the learning curve will be a lot faster. So your advice, Andy, to just think of the humans, right? Technology changes, time changes, but people don't. So keeping up with what's important for people would be huge. Okay, so I know, Ashutosh, you've asked this question like 4 times in the chat, so I would definitely want to get it. It might be too long to give you an answer now, but Andy, I believe you mentioned something that Dana DiTomaso, the brilliant Dana DiTomaso had said, but which is, could you guide me to create a segment in GA4 to track the AI traffic? Is there a resource that you might want to point Ashutosh to?
Yeah, Dana has it. But I just sort of summarized her, but there is absolutely, it's one of the methods in this post, which I will share. And there's 3 methods in this: an AI exploration, and then a custom GA4 custom channel group. This is, and you can ask her about it, but that article there, if you want to push that out, has a description of the step-by-step process for that. I had never made one before working with Dana. She's an old friend and a brilliant analyst, but there are ways to make custom channel groups. Once you've made that, it looks like this. I'll share just super quick, share screen, entire screen, screen 2. So this is, these are the usual ones: default channel group, if you can see that, source media, medium, primary AI sources, session AI sources. So you choose that, and now you've got actually a group that will show you your traffic from AI separately. So there are ways yet to do that, and I think she'll walk through some of those with you.
She will. And Dana is my incredible co-host for the day. She's also a super...
There she is.
Yes, so Dana is right here too. So you'll get to bask in all of the Dana awesomeness for 3 hours today. And if you know Dana, then you're already a super fan of hers. But if you don't, then, you're so lucky. You get to experience Dana for the first time and sheer brilliance right there. Okay, so Andy, I know you have a hard stop. So maybe in the last 1 minute, could you tell us, if folks want to know more about you or connect with you or ask you more questions, where would you advise them to go?
Well, you were sweet to mention at the beginning, content chemistry is the one has everything, and is my entire brain between 2 covers, and it has it's like filled with diagrams and pictures and step-by-step for all of my best advice for lead generation. It also has all the prompts in the GA4 reports. LinkedIn is my best channel. Feel free to connect with me there. Follow or connect. You can find the connect button if you like. And then orbitmedia.com is where I publish everything first before I push it to the LinkedIn newsletter. But orbitmedia.com/blog. The AI section there is just filled with articles that have tons and tons of prompts.
Oh, thank you so much, Andy. We're so grateful. I think I can speak on behalf of everyone here from all corners of the world. Andy, thank you for blowing our minds. Thank you for being so generous. Thank you for keeping us ahead of the times and so competitive. Plus, I really love your sound wisdom to like, it's not time to panic. Change is the only constant. And
it's going to be fine.
We're just going to roll on it all and we'll be awesome. Well, thank you, Andy. We will let you go because I know you do have to go. But in the meantime, thank you so much. I know you all asked lots of questions. I'm sorry if we didn't have time to get to your questions for Andy, but as you may have heard from him, you can catch him on LinkedIn. Hey, that's where I follow you most of the time. Not biased at all because I work there. But
thank you, Purna. This was great. Thank you, Duda. Love you guys. Okay, enjoy the rest of the show.
Digital agencies, listen up. Duda introduces the power of website building, AI and SEO combined. For the first time ever, a native AI-powered SEO tool in a website builder. Save your agency hours or even days of work in a single click. Generate SEO metadata for all site pages. Duda's AI assistant analyzes a page's content and uses integrated AI prompts to produce meta titles and descriptions, all according to SEO best practices. The AI SEO revolution is here. Jump on board and transform the way your agency builds top-performing websites. Start Duda free trial.
Oh, hello. Welcome back, everyone. We just had the most incredible session with Andy Crestodina talking about like cutting edge, super ahead of the time on getting ahead of the AI version of SEO. And now to give us a very holistic, pragmatic, super informed time, we have the most brilliant person, my good friend, Shelley Walsh. So now most of you probably have read Shelley's articles, you've listened to her podcast, you've watched her series on YouTube. So, but for anyone who doesn't know her, well, you're in for a treat. Shelley describes herself, because Shelley is, I said Shelley's brilliant, right? She is a hybrid between creativity, between marketing, between content producing, SEO, and most of all, just wrapped up in sheer common sense. With 25 plus years of creative and marketing experience, including 15 years in online marketing knowledge and experience, like Shelley knows where it's at. Like she's one of the sort of pioneers of SEO herself, and she is intimately connected and woven into this industry. So she's also currently SEO content strategist at Search Engine Journal. So like right at the heart of things, and also does some consultancy work to, really not just talk the talk, but walk the walk too. So if you haven't caught up for her SEO Pioneers show or her IMHO, in my humble opinion, YouTube series that interviews thought leaders on current topics, you're in for a treat. So now you've heard so much about Shelley and her background. What's Shelley going to be talking to us? Well, I'm so excited about this session, and I'm not going to take too much of your time. I want to jump right into Shelley, but Shelley's going to talk about the big question we all have. Like, look, so much is changing. Everything's changing. So much newness. Like, what do I focus on? And so Shelley's going to ground us based on history, right? Those who, if you study the past, you're going to know what to expect in the future. So she's going to ground us on what's going to change, what's not going to change, and a whole bunch of wisdom from her and that she's curated from the fellow SEO pioneers. So Shelley, over to you. And please, everyone, continue to pop all your questions in the chat. We're right here, and I'll take note of them and make sure we get them asked. So Shelley, over to you.
Purna, hi, good evening. What an introduction. I don't know what to say. It's lovely to see you. And also Andy's presentation. How do I follow that? How do I follow Andy Crestodina?
Oh, you're going to just be amazing. And just 2 hours will fly by, and I'll say, why didn't I host the whole thing? But luckily you'll get an upgrade when data comes on. So,
but it's going to be quite interesting, because I think I'm actually perhaps taking a slightly, maybe some might think controversial approach here, because I'm actually going to say, you know what, maybe things aren't changing that much. But anyway, I'm live from Leeds in the UK, and I'm going to be presenting, as Purna said, on what we can learn from SEO pioneers to move forward in 2025. So I've got a lot to get through, so let's jump in. So to start out with, I'm just going to have a little general overview of where we are right now. And spoiler alert, it's kind of bleak. The last few years, there's been a lot of this. I think we're all familiar with graphs like this and this, common sight. And the perception in the industry is that generative AI is going to be a huge disruptor. Well, it is. It is a disruptor. It is going to be. I've seen chatter on social media that companies have been replacing their entire SEO teams with AI. At this point, I'm going to say good luck with that, and give me a call when it doesn't work out. And we've also had to put up with the gradual enshittification of SERPs, stuff full of spammy results. It's all anybody's been talking about for the last few years. And in their infinite wisdom, Google has decided that what users wanted was a load of search results full of Reddit and Quora links. But despite all of this, SEOs have been doing what SEOs do, and they're putting in their best efforts to manage everything thrown at them. But you know what? I actually think it's been a couple of the hardest years I've known in this industry. But, let's just stop and get back to what really matters. And in pretty much anything, I'd say it's the fundamental elements that are the most important. And when things are just in complete disruption and chaos, holding on to the foundations is what's going to get you through. It might look like the industry is imploding under the introduction of AI and the enshittification of the SERPs. But you know what? However bad things get, it's never going to be as bad as Bill Gates' awkward dancing. I'm sorry, but I just had to throw in that scare face, one of my favorites. So let's go back to the basics and let's focus on what counts. And generally, it's the most obvious things that we overlook and we forget. And I'm going to controversially say, stop obsessing about what Google thinks, please. There's a whole strand to SEO that seems to thrive on complication. And I've been in this game for over 15 years. And let me tell you, it's just about common sense. So in this presentation, I might be pointing out some really obvious stuff. For some people might think this is a really basic, almost theoretical presentation. But you know what? It's the simple stuff that is absolutely the most powerful. And so if you could listen to this really blindingly obvious advice and consider how you can start applying it to what you do, I think it's going to really help you in 2025. So if I have your attention, please let me start by telling you a story. 30 years ago, search engines were gaining some traction on the World Wide Web. And a small group of people began to band together, and they were looking at how they could gain visibility online for themselves or for brands that they were representing. And this small group of pioneers had no manual or rule book to learn from as such. They learned as they went along the way. They had to make it all up, and they had to have curiosity, they had to have experimentation, and they had to have creativity. Browsers were really basic back then, and SEO was very rudimentary, and it consisted mainly of keyword stuffing. And then, like a breath of fresh air, I think it was 1998, Google came along with this minimalist, amazing breath of fresh air. And a little story, apparently, when Google first came along and did user testing, people would actually sit there waiting for the page to load because it was just all white, and people thought that there was something wasn't loading because we had such slow browser loads back then, and they actually thought there's something wrong with the screen. So their new algorithm, it was based on links, and it was a real move away from the algorithms that were based on keywords previously, like Alta Vista. And it's actually, a lot of people thought that Alta Vista's downfall was the fact that they were really focused on keywords. And this whole new algorithm was, brought us forward. And this is where we had keywords and link building, and this was a duo that was formed and that we've seen for the last 25 years, and it's carried us through to today. The pioneers began to connect with each other, and they did this mainly at first by forums. And these forums such as High Rankings, Creator Site, and Webmaster World. And these were pivotal at the time of bringing the industry together. And then the very first conferences happened, such as SES and PubCon. And believe it or not, PubCon was actually named after a conference in a pub. This is the city in York in London. It was the very first PubCon. The spirit of SEO has always been about collaboration, and unlike many other industries, SEOs have always been really keen to share their learnings and help each other out. SEO has evolved and progressed pretty much because the majority have profited from the few. Life was really good for the SEOs who were gaining traffic. It was keyword stuffing, and there was a healthy dose of spammy links. Ranking was far less complex, and the SERPs had very little distractions. It was SEO 1.0. And then November 2003, the Florida update. It had a significant impact on the industry. And it was actually called Florida because it was just before the December PubCon that was held in Orlando. And it was all anybody could talk about at that event. It decimated many sites and that had relied on spam techniques alone. And it could actually, this update could be considered as the new era of a whole content-based approach to SEO that has seen us through to today. And many people at that time recognized that relying on Google for the businesses, it put them in a really vulnerable position that they couldn't control, something that we're finding out right now. Businesses went under overnight, and SEOs predictably thought it was the end. Even though saying SEO is dead has been a recurrent theme since 1999. And then 22nd November 2023, ChatGPT launched. And following this, Google very quickly played catch up and rushed to launch their Gemini, and then SGE, which evolved into AI overviews. And 23 and 24 have been significant years for SEO, where the industry has been absolutely pounded by updates such as HCU, and then the threat of the takeover by Gen AI. Organic traffic referral is down for many big publishers, and the industry is just in this whole new era at the moment of what is going to happen next. So nearly 20 years apart, these two events of the Florida update and ChatGPT, they could almost be the same. They both had significant impacts on the industry. And many of the challenges in the industry 25 years ago are exactly the same as what we're facing today. 25 years ago, SEOs shared knowledge. They experimented and they adapted, and they faced continually the threats of manual penalties and updates. And at the time, article spinning was a mass threat to content production, very much like, AI content production today. You know, things just don't change as much as you think. Everybody right now is talking about changing, but you know what? It really isn't changing. If we look here, there's a constant cycle of the algorithm. We go from being periods of stability to updates, which create great disruption, and then we cycle back through recovery that takes us back to stability. But in the middle, there's this hub that this all circles around that stays the same. And think of this hub as like the foundations to hold on to as everything else, because the hub doesn't change. But the outer wheel that is spinning round, these are actually the tactics, and these are what is actually spinning and changing right now. So if you can hold on to this hub as your stability, whilst everything else is destabilizing and technology is rapidly moving, you know, if you take one thing away from this presentation today, I really just want you to take away this point. So let's just go back and look at the principles of marketing, or SEO 101, which is find out where your audience hang out, speak to them in a language they understand, and use words that make them act. Now, this doesn't change. And right now, we really need to be focusing on where our audience is hanging out, because actually this kind of is, you know, it is changing. Where they're hanging out is changing. But these three fundamental principles, they don't change, and these can be applied across any channel. Go back to newspaper, radio, DM, TV, web, email, social, and now Gen AI. So instead of thinking the sky's falling down, we just need to apply those rules across to the new platforms and channels, to Gen AI apps. You know, get strategic and get like SEOs from 95. Experiment, get creative, and share the knowledge. So 3 years ago, and this was actually before the explosion of AI, I decided to create a series of content about the history of SEO. Now, I'm obsessed about learning, which is one of the reasons I love this industry so much. And I made it my mission to surround myself with people that would help me grow. And my advice to you is surround yourself with people who know more than you. It is the single best thing you can do. I wanted to hear the story. Originally, I wanted to hear the story of how the SEO industry developed and how pioneers found success online. You know, at the time, my thinking was, I always like to keep an eye on the horizon and seeing where things are going. I'm not looking at what's happening now. I'm looking down the line. Where's things going to be in a year, 2, 3 years? And by looking back, you look back to the past, and it can really help you to understand, to see how things have changed, and then to move forward. But even then, little did I know just how much this was 3 years ago. I don't think any of us really saw what was coming. So I started to interview some key individuals and find out their story and their perspective and what was working for them. And in doing this, I learned so much more in a few years than I have over 15 years of working in the industry. And I had so much fun with these interviews, just talking to some incredible people with just brilliant stories. And out of 20 interviews that I did, there were 3 things that I learned from talking to these pioneers. They all came from really diverse backgrounds. You see, if you go back to 1995, there was no industry. So everybody was coming from a different background. And a lot of SEOs actually had careers before they came to SEO. And I think this is what has really helped to feed the industry so much, because everybody came at it from a different place. And they're all experts at being analytical and their problem-solving skills and creative thinking, because, you really had to be creative to learn how to move forward. And everything is cyclical, and fundamental concepts don't change. So there's a lot of amazing stories in the Pioneers series, and I've learned something. Every single episode, I took away something really unique. And some of my favorite stories that are really worth watching are Dave Naylor's incident with a GZIP bomb, Greg Boza, how he built a PBN for Wikipedia, Mike Green and how he coined the phrase black hat is such a funny story. He is a very, very funny man. Why Bruce Clay created a code of ethics, Brett Tabke, and he shared some of those controversial moments at PubCon, how Jill Whalen ranked #1 for search engine optimization, how Dixon Jones went to the US and ended up at a swingers conference, which is a really funny story, and how Marshall Simmons built a mirror server for about.com and how influential that was at the time. And then also some of the things that he implemented when he's the head of SEO at New York Times. That was a really good interview. I highly recommend watching them all, as you're going to take away something from every one of those episodes. But getting back to today, as we face huge traffic jobs from organic referral and searches fragmenting, I'm going to take you through some of the learnings from those interviews so that I can illustrate a few core rules that is going to help us right now and is hopefully going to help you to manage SEO in 2025. So let's just start out. I think there's 2 ways to approach SEO. There's the make money any way you can, which is obviously really popular in the early days, but still even today, it's all about every edge that you can get by over-optimization and technical exploitation. And it does still work. And I know that there's a lot of niches out there, such as gambling, and especially in a lot of non-English languages, some SEOs are absolutely making huge tons of money. And, I like to call this the SEO bro space. And I have a lot of respect for the work that they do. They're really creative, hardworking people. But it's very volatile. It's subject to the vagaries of the algorithm and manual penalties. It's a big risk, but it's also huge, big rewards. And then there's the sustainable brand building marketing approach, which is being talked about more and more recently. And this involves understanding how the algorithm works, and it's considering what Google's aim is and then applying your common sense, layering in some basic psychology and human behavior. What I'm talking about is really understanding the basics of information retrieval and combine that with the psychology of what users are trying to achieve. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later on. So this brings me to my first pioneer, the amazing Jill Whalen. She was a stay-at-home mum, and she was an early pioneer with working on bulletin board systems in the early 90s, before the web even existed. Unlike some of the other pioneers, she actually created a forum and then wanted to learn how to get more visibility for it. So she just self-taught SEO along the way, which is quite a common story. And from the start, Jill decided to take a common sense approach and was always a vocal advocate for white hat. She took a lot of heat and quite a bit of hating online for this at the time, actually. And it took the best part of 20 years for the rest of the industry to catch up with her. Jill's belief was that quality content and quality links are the underlying factor of success. And don't forget, at this time, she was absolutely surrounded by spammers who were ranking, any way that they could. And they were using sophisticated link wheels and networks, cloaking and comment blasting tools. But, Jill had the foresight, even back then, to see that there's another way to be more sustainable. Right now, there's a lot of talk online about branding. SEO and branding is been big news, and Mordy Oberstein is, a real forefront of that and a real advocate for how we can use branding in marketing, SEO and marketing. But branding has been talked about for a long time. Eric Schmidt mentioned it in 2008, saying that he felt that brands were the solution, and it was clear back then that Google were going to push towards uplifting brands, and that's what we've seen since that time. So coming back to Jill, as she said, every time she tried spammy stuff, it just never worked as well for her as regular stuff. She said, maybe I wasn't doing right. I don't know. It just never made sense. I just used common sense and it worked. Why hide the text when you can actually just put it on the page? Jill actually won a ranking competition at the time against a whole lot of spammers because they could rank for a few weeks, but then they'd lose their positions. That they didn't have the consistency, whereas Jill's approach, it was stable and consistent. And with her approach, she actually managed to rank #1 for search engine optimization for quite a long time. So in the content side of SEO, which is now SEO, I like to take the common sense approach. I don't get obsessed with trying to game, and I don't use technical loopholes. I use the fundamentals and it really works for me. I get results. Being published in print always used to be it used to be a great way to elevate an author to expert status. It really meant something to be published. And that was because print was really heavily regulated and fact-checked. And it was a big deal. And that was, of course, until 2007. The reason I'm telling you this is because standing out today is, it's becoming a real challenge. The Daily Mail alone, this is a really interesting graph that I found recently. The Daily Mail is pumping out 1,500 articles per day, which is just mostly celebrity gossip news. If you look at the combined numbers on this graph, there's 4,000 articles a day in the UK. Now, that's only a small percentage of publishers in the UK, 4,000 articles a day. And then WordPress is something between 7 to 9 million blog posts a day published. The world is absolutely awash with content. And this is before even LLMs are getting stuck into it. So who knows how much we're going to be deluged in the next few years. So how do you still do quality content in 2025? Well, for me, I think you want to combine research with expertise in your area, and ideally combine that and bring in something unique. Now here I've put unique in brackets, and the reason is it's not always easy. Everything has been done before, but I still believe there's always ways that you can find a unique approach and bring a unique approach to your niche. And to win in Google and Gen AI, you need to be seen as an authority and ideally a source. So I'm recommending you create unique data research and expert thought leadership so you can become cited, and you need to become a source. And I think everybody else is saying the same thing right now. Being seen as a source is integral for gaining visibility, especially in Gen AI apps. With so much replicated information, we're just becoming layers of replication. Getting to the source really counts. And this is what LLMs can't replicate. So what can you offer to user that AIO can't? What will prompt a user to still visit a web page? And how can you build your brand so that user is actively looking for your name in the SERP as a trusted source? Some examples that I recommend. create offline events or online events and combine these, offline events, online events and competitions, and combine these with digital PR and social media. Create an industry survey, create unique content series, or interview experts in your field. And really think about the questions your user has, and really do your research on what your users, what their questions, what they really want to know. There's a lot of information can be found, especially with zero-click. If you do keyword research, look at the keywords that have zero volume. There can be a lot of really good information in there. But what I'm getting at here is you want to be creating content that's unique and that an LLM can't replicate. Now, at SEJ, our focus is on expert industry-leading content based around where there's most user demand. Previously, we've had great success targeting high-volume keywords, but we're now reducing that reliance as our new strategy is about building content around products. This page here, you'll see, I worked really hard on this a few years ago, and I actually got it to rank #1 for social media and social media platforms. And it ranked very well for those for quite a while. It's slipped down a bit at the moment, but it's consistently had amazing traffic for the last few years. But we've now been putting a lot of work into developing our ICPs to target our content and the levels of content we provide. For example, we're introducing a lot more enterprise and C-suite focused content. We've also developed expert columns that answer user questions. One of my initiatives that I set up recently with Dan Taylor, the amazing Dan Taylor, who is incredibly intelligent, a really great SEO, and he does a fantastic job on this column. He was actually mentioned in a few weeks ago by John Mueller on Google Search News. Now, the fact that an article that he's written was picked up, this shows me that it's, the topics and the quality of what we're producing, and obviously our contributors are producing for us, it's noteworthy. And if Google's mentioning it, then we're doing something right. Another initiative of mine that I brought to the table 4 years ago was the State of SEO survey, which I helped set up. And that's become a flagship piece of content for us. The stats and the unique research from this are also perfect vehicles for getting mentions and cited from other public publications. It's content that resonates with our core audience, and it positions us as an industry thought leader. Another piece of content I produced a month ago, which is interesting. Now, this was actually picked up in the industry, actually a bit by chance. Now, Rand wasn't actually showcasing the article when he did a video summary of it on LinkedIn. He was using the content in the article to give his opinion on what the experts had said. So he wasn't actually directly sharing the article, but he was motivated by the content of the article. And that fact shows that what we're producing is resonating with a key core audience there. Now, the ripple effects from this influencer halo means that this one post got in front of 1,600 people. Sorry, they actually had a lot more. It got 1,600 likes. So it obviously could have been seen by a lot more. And it also had 150 reposts, which is a lot for one post. It's hard work trying to get this to happen. There's no shortcuts in this game. And it's something you can work towards, but you can't plan it. You can't plan for influencers to pick up your content. This happened. It was a natural thing that happened. But this is the brand marketing and a critical part of SEO that you should be aiming for in 2025, creating content that can create that brand halo. So I started Pioneers originally because I wanted to find out people's stories and write biographies. Originally, it was going to start out as a long form content writing series, and the videos were just me doing my research. But I enjoyed doing the videos so much and the interviews that actually became the medium, and it worked out really well. I found out that I really loved and enjoyed doing the interviews, and I got a lot out of them. So the content Pioneers has really resonated with people across the industry, and I've had a lot of feedback about how much people love the concept. And again, like Dan's article was picked up, I was very fortunate that a few years ago, John Mueller gave me a shout out on Google Search News about the show. And that was a huge validation. And these are the brand mentions that you can't buy and what you should be aiming for. Now, as I said before, it's not something you can necessarily plan for, and it's not necessarily directly measurable, but you can measure the increase in branded traffic searches, which helps to show the impact of brand awareness. So what Pioneers has done for me is every time I network online or connect with people in the industry, most people I speak to have seen an episode. I'm always amazed actually at how many people do watch it and have seen it. I don't have a huge, thank you, Purna. I don't have a huge subscriber count on the channel, but everyone who does watch it are in my core circle of relevance. And I think that is probably the best example of successful brand awareness that there is. You don't need to aim for that massive wide audience. You just got to go, was it Kevin Kelly, 1,000 true fans? Go for your small core audience. That's what counts. It's the same amount of hard work to do it right than it is to find a quick hack like, the tech bros. So be like Jill and don't overcomplicate SEO. Let's just focus on the common sense. And be like New York Times best-selling author Brian Eisenberg. Apply common sense. Stop thinking and obsessing about what search engines say. Please, everybody stop dissecting everything that John Mueller says or Danny Sullivan. Let's just stop dissecting it to death, please. Have your own opinion. So, I'm not naive enough to think build it, there will come. What's really important is finding this balance of being valuable and visible. Valuable to what the user wants and visible to what Google wants. So this leads me into the next pioneer. Greg Boza started out wanting to be a rock star. When that didn't work out for him, he found his way to be a first-gen SEO. And Greg was such a successful spammer that Matt Cutts from Google even had an anti-spam tool in his office named after him, the Boza tool. It's a true story. If you listen to Greg's Pioneer, you will hear the story. Greg's special area was cloaking. Now, back in the 90s and the early noughts, Google didn't understand nuance and intent like it does today. Okay, so keyword searches, they were very basic, and the return pages, they were exact matched and obvious, even down to plurals. And it was a challenge at times to serve the search engine and a user at the same time. So it's quite often you could have a keyword ranking and it had the wrong intent. As Greg explained, he had a client in performance improvement where they help reward employees. But when you typed in performance improvement, you're getting SERPs for sites that sold four-barrel carburetors for vintage muscle cars. And that's not what people were searching for. So cloaking allowed him to tailor a page for what the searcher actually was searching for. And it's a great problem fixture. You could consider that cloaking was effectively used as an early canonical in a way. And in fact, Greg was actually invited to Google to have input on the development of the canonical tag at Google. And as an aside, actually, if you do want to listen to a really creative idea, listen to Greg's Pioneer about how he built a Wikipedia PBN. It was an amazing thing that he built, actually. So coming back to this value versus visibility balance that we face today, it's producing content that's actually seen. If you don't have an established regular readership or social media channels, or you're not ranking on keywords, how do you get anybody to see your best content in the world? Loads of times I've done this. I've created probably the best article in the world, and if it's not inorganic, it's not connected to a keyword, and it's not ranking on anything, it's just not getting traction. If you've not got the high follow accounts on your social media, nobody's going to see it. So historically, I've actually had a lot of success with being able to rank on really high volume keywords. that deliver a ton of traffic. And you know what? It's actually really not that hard to do if you can get the intent and the page structure and the content right. But my trick has always been to look for keywords that have the volume, but then can also be applied to something of value. If I show you an example of this, I've been working with Sage on their US content strategy and also creating a series of content with them. And my focus has been on calculators and template downloads. So I found keywords that had reasonable value that could make an impact and combine that with content that was useful enough to their core audience. The download figures that we're seeing, which obviously I can't share with you, but that they underline, they've been really successful, and they underline that what we're doing is really working and it's striking a chord with our users. So I looked for the keywords, as I said, where there wasn't a quick answer that AI overviews could facilitate. And if you can see here, looking at a couple of the SERPs, you can see that the clear intent for these is to actually click through to the SERP. It's to click through to use a calculator or to click through to download a template. That's what people are looking for on these keywords. So these are the areas where you can still find valuable traffic. You know, if you can find these keywords that people are looking for where you have to visit somebody's site and Google can't answer it with an LLM, then you're onto a winner. But also, for example, it could be that there's other keyword variations, like for this piece of content, which the main keyword I think was how to create an invoice, which was a really popular piece of content on the UK site. I think it was like their top page actually on Sage. And as a spin-off, it's started to appear in AI overviews for sort of a little bit more long tail version of a keyword variation around that. So if you can get into the mentions in AI overviews for your brand as well, you know, this is good for brand awareness. But you know, we don't want to actually actively look for these types of pages because it's my belief that AI overviews, they're going to take away traffic volume, but not actually the traffic or value. It's all about AI overviews are just dominating information queries that require quick answers, and that's not really what we want. We can start to measure referral traffic from Gen AI apps, and I think Andy talked about that in his presentation, and it's something that we should all be doing really now, and it should be a standard part of our analysis and reporting, and especially looking at which pages are referring traffic through, because that can give you interesting insights itself. So Pedro Diaz, ex-Googler, and generally one of the smartest people I've ever met. I interviewed him in IMHO, and his answer was, we need to understand how we can distinguish between instant answer traffic and users who want to consume our content. Focus on building content for the people who don't want the summary or the quick answer. As another example to illustrate my approach, if you consider the word social media that we talked about earlier, that yes, I did manage to rank on it. But you know, it's a very high competitive keyword. There's 74,000 monthly searches for this and 100% keyword difficulty. So for any other site that didn't have the weight and authority that SEJ does, how am I going to rank? Or is it even, do I even want to rank on that keyword? Is it, it's a huge wide term. Is that going to have any value for anybody? So let's do a bit of keyword research. And if we scroll down and we have a look, there's a really interesting keyword here. It's got a healthy 1,900 monthly searches. How social media has positively affected academic performance in teens. Now, I can see here some really interesting, unique research that could help you get both cited in AI overviews and to rank on the organic term. You could go and create your own study. You could conduct research. You could get into schools. You could get teens involved with their whole experience. There's a lot you could do with this. It'd make great content to promote across social media. You could use it in digital PR. It'd be great for brand awareness and audience engagement. So I'm going to say, it's not a trap relying on keywords. Keywords really do still matter, in my opinion. And I think they matter because they're a great indication of what the users want. It's not about just getting obsessive about search volumes. It's actually looking underneath and looking at the psychology of it. But just be more selective in your approach and which keywords you're targeting and why. But, you know, you can create the most valuable content in the world, but you really do still need it to be technically sound if you want it to be visible. So coming on to Mike Green. He started life out as a radio DJ, and if you listen to Mike speak, you will know he's got the most amazing speaking voice. And then he moved into PR and advertising. In 1995, he started an internet marketing consultancy, and he called himself an idiot because at the time, no one needed an internet marketing consultant. In 2002, Mike wrote an influential book called Search Engine Marketing. And it was one of the first comprehensive guides of SEO. And in it, he covers the underlying science of information retrieval. And he also has a series of brilliant interviews. One of them was Andre Broder, who at the time was at Alta Vista, and Craig Silverstein, who I think was Google employee number 2. And I read the book a couple of years ago, and there's still a lot of strategies from that time that are still relevant today. For example, the 4 types of search query were actually taken from a paper that were published in 2000. A taxonomy of web search was written by Andre Broder in around 2000. And in that paper, Andre talks about understanding intent. This is 25 years ago. Learning the technical foundations of information retrieval and how algorithms are built on top of this and then developed is going to help you to be a better SEO and marketer. You have to understand things to be able to bend them to your needs. As I mentioned earlier about applying common sense, first know what you're dealing with, and then everything, it just becomes really obvious. As Mike said, understand the science that Google and all search engines are using for information retrieval to satisfy the human need for information. And then it just becomes really easy to optimize. The more you create content that looks and sounds like it's designed for a human being, the better it's going to work in a search engine. It's just so obvious. I'm always amazed by how many people don't understand the fundamentals of SEO. They don't know how Google crawls, parses, renders, indexes, and ranks. You know, they probably don't know learn about the Google Documents leak, learn about information retrieval, and then you've got an understanding of how you can build your content strategy on top of this. You've got to first understand the basics before you can innovate them. So don't be like this guy. Be like this guy. And if you don't know who this is, then you're already in trouble and you really need to start learning. So think about, what does Google want? What are they trying to achieve with all these changes? What's the motivation? See, I don't actually think they're actively trying to destroy the lives of SEOs and brands. I just think they want to create a really competitive product. Are they a friendly librarian? Not really. Pedro Diaz also mentioned to me in his IMHO that Google wants to be your personal assistant. And this is a really important distinction to see this from Google's perspective to move forward. So your strategy needs to consider how you're going to help, how you can support them to be that assistant. If you understand what they're doing and why, and you can have this basis of understanding, you can build your strategy on top of that. So this brings me to strategy, not tactics. This is really important. So Amon Johns. Amon first began working in SEO before it was even known as FTO. And this was like in the mid-90s. He was an admin at Creator Site in the early 2000s, which was a central hub for SEO at the time. And Amon even mentored Rand Fishkin. He has a unique and abstract way of looking at strategies, and his focus has always been on marketing and taking SEO out of a silo and into a holistic approach to promoting a business online. Amon's always been a really generous mentor, and I was fortunate that he actually mentored myself for a few years, and he really challenged me to look at things in a different way. And conceptually, he really opened my mind. 25 years ago, Amon was in a minority when he was focusing on conversions. You know, if you think back, it was a lot of people, it was just spamming back then. And he was aligning businesses' goals and value propositions, and his mentality was web promotion. As he said, a lot of SEOs get tied into this chain of, I need my site to rank, so I need links and I need to buy links, but they're missing out on the strategy of, I need to get more customers. And should I be changing who I'm bringing to the site instead of just trying to bring more of the same? Or when I actually get people to the site, what are they going to do? Is my value proposition strong enough to actually deliver to the traffic that I'm bringing to the site? So in 2025, SEO is realizing that to survive, your approach has got to be about taking a web promotion mindset, as Amon said in 95. And this is a completely different mindset than thinking, I need to do what I can to rank for that keyword. So for anybody in business, your focus should be on the outcome. And then build your strategy around this. And strategy is considering where you want to be and what is your outcome, all wrapped up in a plan. And then your tactics are actually the actions that you take to get you to your outcome. And it's actually the tactics that are changing right now. Tactics are SEO by numbers, and this mindset is not going to take you forward. Strategy is about being adaptable, and when shifts and changes are happening, you can still move towards your outcome. So stop getting obsessed on the tactics like, I need to build X amount of links, or I want to rank #1 for keyword, or I will post 5 blog posts a week. Think, I want to generate X amount of information qualified leads by creating content that has titles that are highly targeted to a specific niche audience that is aligned with our end product. And this is what can't be easily replaced by AI. And this is what's going to make SEOs valuable. So I mentioned earlier about SEJ that we'd reduced our focus on high volume keywords, and we're now looking at ICPs and building products around that. Yes, we were always had a business model of programmatic, and as everybody knows, SEJ, everybody knows we're stuffed full of ads. But you know what? We're an independent publisher, and it was, we didn't have the deep pockets of tool companies, and this was how we kept going. So 23-24, it's no secret, publishers have been hit really hard and traffic has reduced. So programmatic strategy is just not sustainable anymore. And our strategy has now changed. We now seek out targeted traffic that has value in specific verticals. We reduce our reliance on keywords, and we increase our focus on an engaged and targeted audience that fulfills their needs. And then that leads us to an IQL, an information qualified lead. Fortunately, we had the foresight that we changed our strategy a few years ago, so we're in a much better position now. So anybody in 2025, switch your thinking away from targeting high keyword volumes to think about your overall strategy. Think about a holistic strategy based on business outcome. And doing this is going to help you sell into C-suite, and you're also going to offer real value. Please, nobody sells services on ranking for X amount of keywords. Shift your mindset to, we can help you to achieve X leads or X percentage of business growth. And then you can construct your tactics to achieve this. And those are going to be the SEOs that are going to survive. And this brings me to the final critical skill, problem solving. Now, Dave Naylor, for anybody who doesn't know, he's been called the world's best SEO. And for a time, he really was. He was the guy that used to advise Matt Cutson, Google. In fact, he used to get in a room with Larry and Sergey at Google and advise them on how they could improve their Google spam. He advised Microsoft on spam, and he helped Kevin Rose at Dig when Dig was one of the biggest sites in the world. So if you listen to any of the pioneers just for entertainment, please listen to Dave, because his talk was just brilliant. And what stood out for me in his interview, amongst all the hilarious stories that he has, is how he approaches a problem, how he sees it and how he deconstructs it. Dave's approach is to first deconstruct as much as possible And then he tries to break it and push it to the edges to see, where the limits are. And then, as he said in his own words, if it's too hard, he would destroy what was there and then walk away and then come back later and have another go. Now, there's no doubt that, Dave technically is probably light years ahead of most of us, but he had the tenacity and the persistence to keep working problems through. And he understands how to get upstream of an issue so that he can understand the problem and find a way. So for the rest of us, problem solving is something that we can work at. I wrote extensively and spoke about creativity and creative thinking skills. I even did a Mozinar like 12 years ago. It's a deep topic that I have a lot of knowledge on, but way too much to cover here, but I'm going to give you a very, very short summary. Traditional vertical thinking is what we learn in educational. It's methodical, it's sequential, and it's logical. But the fundamental flaw in this is that each stage must be justified, and it's selective of ideas, and it's stopped when it reaches the first promising solution. And this is the major limitation to creative thinking. Lateral thinking, however, is non-selective, and it generates as many ideas as possible and continues after the first solution is found, which is what opens you up to new solutions and ideas. Lateral thinking stimulates new pattern formulation by combining unlikely information together. I'm just going to very quickly mention the 5 whys, which is one of my favorite thinking tools. And it's called 5 whys because 5 whys is what is needed to get to the root cause of any problem. So you basically just keep saying why, until you get really, what is the real problem going on here? As I said, way too much to go into. So you can, I've written extensively about this. And if you go to shelleywalsh.com, there's loads of writing and I cover all the techniques and loads about creativity and loads of skills such as 6 hats. Some really interesting information there if you want to learn more about some correct thinking skills. And the best anecdote I've got from all of the research that I did was from John Cleese. And if anybody doesn't know him, he's from the UK and he was part of one of the founding members of a very avant-garde creative comic group from the 60s called Monty Python. And I listened to a fantastic talk that he gave, and he describes creative process as the ability to successfully sit with discomfort long enough to work through creative block. And the secret is to not accept the first idea, but to keep pushing through until you find the best solution. So SEOs in 95, they didn't have a rule book and they had to figure out everything in the dark. In 25, we're in a very similar position. It's going to require experimenting, failing, and persistence to keep going. Anybody can do SEO in easy times in an easy niche, but 25 is going to separate those that can from those that have the ability to keep sitting with the discomfort of the disruption. So as a quick summary of all these collective themes, because I'm quick looking at the clock here, we are running out of time. Number 1, what the user wants. It's the same amount of hard work to do it right than it is to find a quick hack. So be like Jill and don't overcomplicate SEO. Stop obsessing about what search engines say and just apply common sense. Be valuable and visible. Find the value for your audience and also ensure that the content can be found and seen. And as Pedro Diaz said, focus on building content for the people who don't want the summary or the quick answer. Understand the basics, and then you can build your strategy on top of that. Understand how Google works. Understand information retrieval. Understand how LLMs and Gen AI works. And then once you know that, it's going to be much easier to optimize. We're dealing with humans and not just machines and search engines. Don't forget that. And strategy are not tactics. Focus on the outcome and build your strategy around this. Your tactics are the actions that are going to take you to your outcome, and that's what's changing, but your strategy isn't. Tactics are SEO by numbers, and this mindset is not going to take you forward. Strategy is being adaptable. Think about a holistic strategy based on the business outcomes, and this is going to help you sell into C-suite, and it's also going to help you to offer value. Nobody should be selling services based on ranking for X amount of keywords. And shift your mindset to, we can help you to achieve X leads or X% of business growth. These are the SEOs that are going to survive. Problem solving, learning, experimentation, learn the techniques, be analytical, and it's an essential skill that you'll need, and that is how you can compete with machines. And as a bonus lesson, community and networking. The pioneers' strength was from the communities they formed and the sharing of information. And without the forums from the early days, maybe the industry wouldn't have developed as it did. So invest in your network and be part of communities is probably the most single part of the most important lesson I can give to anybody. So as I come to my last slide, things may appear to change on the surface, but underneath, things stay the same and they keep repeating themselves. If you can understand the fundamental concepts, then you'll find it much easier to be adaptable for longevity.
Wow. Shelley, oh my gosh. I think, yes, Cecilia saying it's so much valuable information. Shelley, this was, I cannot put into words how incredible it was. You had all of us hanging on to your every word, and it was so nostalgic in some areas. Like I was getting choked up literally like at the beginning. Like, thank you for highlighting so many just amazing humans, not just brilliant minds, through your series and through telling their stories. And Dana said this, right? Like folks like Jill and Dave and everyone getting their flowers now. So anyway, I'm still a little choked up. That was so phenomenal. And I feel like I learned so much as well. I'm going to ask you a question. So the SEO Pioneers, what an incredible series of putting that together, of just, as you said, high value content for your precise niche. That's just incredible and not that easy to put together. I think I'm going to ask a question on behalf of some of the folks in the audience who might be thinking that, hey, I want to do this as well, but I'm just a small business and maybe I'm in a niche such as construction or a small local business. Can I produce valuable branded content that's sort of unique and ties into the niche in 2025? Like, Shelley, what's your answer to that?
Well, you know what, Purna, I actually think there's a lot of local brands are absolutely killing it right now. And I like to use TikTok. I think TikTok has some incredible content on a trends basis that we can learn from, and also Instagram. And some of the local accounts that I see on Instagram, like builders doing time lapses and sharing how they're building projects. But one idea that I've always loved is, for example, how, like, say, a builder could differentiate is it's actually showing people the hilarious things that went wrong in construction, or another idea would be, for example, like a coffee shop. There's so much mileage that they could do. For example, they could do a series of content highlighting their specialist suppliers. Say you had an independent coffee shop, they could show, the people making the cakes, where their coffee beans come from, etc. Or they could, even better, they could do like a short video series where they're interviewing random customers, asking them, why are you using this coffee shop? Why are you here? Again, people's stories. People love people's stories. They could even ask them a simple series of, what's your favorite cake? And try and get some interesting story behind that. And once you splice all these vox pops together, you get this really fantastic series of content. People love, the whole idea about social media. And one of the things I love particularly, say TikTok, because it's so raw, and the videos, it's people's lives, and people are just, they're fascinated with what other people are doing. Now, I recently came across this brilliant TikTok called Spud Army. And it's this guy in the UK who runs a food truck selling jacket potatoes. And he made this video where it was really simple, where he had a chest cam on, and it watched him preparing a potato. And it's actually really engaging. And his account has something like 4 million followers. It's incredible. I think in the local space, there's a massive amount of mileage that you can do. And I don't think there's any barriers to entry. Anybody's got a camera phone, video marketing is so accessible. It's so easy. You don't need really slick technical production. You just got to get out there and try stuff. Anybody can do it. And, you know, I think local people are the ones that are doing the best right now.
I love that. That's so empowering. I think anyone watching this or listening, like, remember, video is so hot right now on every platform. Even on LinkedIn, for example, we see that video uploads are up 34% year over year. Just people are engaging with it so much more than other formats. TikTok, of course, Shorts, Instagram Reels, like everywhere. Video is there. You don't need to be very high performance, and you hit the nail on your head that it has to be people's stories, like some kind of humor, some kind of emotional hook and engagement, right? People at the end of the day, even business people, we're just people. Okay, I know we have a minute left. Shelley, for people who want to connect more, to ask any more of the questions that to you that we didn't get to cover, where's the best place? You shared that. So LinkedIn, of course, YouTube to follow, search engine, journal, and this was so incredible, Shelley. Thank you so much. There was one comment that said this should be required teaching in every university, and I highly agree. So if we've got any university teachers or professors or curriculum managers here, yes, take this recording, put that in everywhere, and just make sure that Shelley gets the royalties. So thank you, Shelley, so much. This was miraculous and magical. I'm going to hand you off to now the one and only Dana DiTomaso, who's going to take over hosting from me. And then Dana will kick us off next with Casie Gillette, who has not only the brilliant mind, but the warmest smile in the entire SEO industry. So I'm excited for you all to go next. Thanks, Shelley. Thanks all. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Juggling multiple client sites? Supercharge your productivity with AI made for agencies. Instantly create unique and compelling content. Improve existing copy. And shorten or lengthen text to fit the space. But that's just the beginning. Generate new site sections, including relevant copy, images, and suggested section layouts. Simply scan the website for SEO issues. See all recommendations in one place. With just one click, easily add meta titles, description, and more to all site pages. Entire sites optimized in seconds. You can even add alt text to all of a site's images in one place. Launch sites in no time and deliver better client results with the power of AI. Build faster, better, and smarter with Duda.
Hey everyone. First off, thank you to Purna for doing such a fantastic job of hosting. I have been sitting backstage watching and being like, oh, I hope I'm going to do as good as she did. So thank you so much for taking over, especially because I'm Pacific time and it started early for me. So welcome everyone. We are continuing on with our 5-hour mega webinar. I always hear it as like monster truck in my head when I introduce it to myself. So our next talk today is going to be from the brilliant Casie Gillette. Casie, speaking of longtime SEOs, which is the theme of Shelley's talk, I've known Casie for many, many, many years. I think you've been working in SEO about as long as I have. I started in 2000. I think you were pretty much in there around the same time, right? Is that
2005? So
yeah.
This is like my 20th year. But I mean, look how good we look. Like you would never know. You're like, gosh, you guys must be new at this.
Yeah, it keeps us young on the outside. On the inside, we're just withered husks at this point.
That's right.
So I always learn something from your talks. I always love listening to you speak. You've spoken at MozCon several times. And I also just watched your video for Majestic that talks about how your brand mentions are your links. So if you haven't watched that, I would say you definitely should as well. And Santi Clarke is here as well. She's joining us as a panelist. She is the director of content at Duda, which is the lovely organization bringing you all this fantastic content today. Santi has also been working in the SEO and content world for over 10 years and has a great perspective on brand, PR, and scaling content production. So definitely someone you should also be following. So now, enough from me. Let's talk about crafting multi-channel stories that search engines and humans love.
All right, let me share my presentation here.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, when thinking about what to talk about, I knew there were going to be these fantastic speakers and the audience, like I want to give you guys something great. And so I started thinking about what's really relevant right now. And, I think this idea of crafting multi-channel stories that search engines and humans love is so important because there's just a lot happening right now, and especially in the world of content and SEO. And so let's get into it here. So yeah, just a brief introduction. Dana, thank you so much for that kind intro. I'm Casie Gillette. I'm currently the Senior Director of Demand Generation at Customers AI. We are a website visitor identification solution, which if most people, a lot of people aren't familiar with it, it's so cool. Honestly, like it's a technology for marketers that basically shows you like who's on your site and gives you their info. It's all the things like Google Analytics used to do when it was cool back in the day. But I've been doing that, like Dana said, I've been doing this like 20 years. And so I've been agency, been in-house. I was the agency for 15 years, back in-house for the last year. And I recently moved to Nantucket, Massachusetts, which if people don't know, is an island 30 miles off the coast of Massachusetts. And so when I get opportunities like this to see people and talk to people, I'm very excited because I'm out there. So let's jump in here. Enough about me. What are we actually covering today? That's the real story here. So, I want to talk about, I just mentioned that title, but I want to talk about the changing search experience because I really believe we are in a time of disruption and one that we haven't seen in quite some time, especially in the search space. And that also includes evolving your content because of it. It involves being smarter. It involves living that multi-channel life that I alluded to. And so we're going to talk about that. We'll probably talk about some other things. And let's get into it. So starting with this idea of the changing search experience, I think it's really important we start here because for many of us, how and why we've produced content has really been contingent on search. And when it comes to SEO and when it comes to search, I think it's really been contingent on Google, right? And so I wanted to start with Google. And as I was thinking about this slide, I thought, gosh, it would be great to show all of the changes that have happened in the search for the last 5 years. And so I did what one does and I Googled it. And I just started laughing because I thought this slide just this just screenshot perfectly encapsulated everything we're seeing. There just couldn't be a better example. I mean, the search results are just so different than they were even a year ago, between Reddit and the AI overviews. And I also had to laugh because, remember how mad we were about featured snippets? Oh my gosh, they're stealing our traffic. Yeah, they're not looking so bad now, are they? So unfortunately, I say that because I think the result of these changes is that for many, traffic's down. So this is from an agency friend of mine, and they basically aggregated all their data in Search Console. And we can see that the traffic is just kind of slowly decreasing. And what's notable about this is that these are companies and businesses who are actively running SEO programs. These aren't just general Joe Schmoes out there. These are people working with an SEO agency. And I know that, plenty of people across the board are seeing the same thing. I saw this tweet from Ryan Jones, and, I do think he made a good point. He's saying organic traffic might not be down as much as you think. You're just not counting all the AI apps as organic. And I get his point here because, again, we're thinking about organic in the realm of search engines, but people are searching elsewhere more than ever. For the first time in a really long time, Google search share is down. Now, it's down to like 89.9%, but it's been down for several months now, right? 1 month does not a trend make. But when you start seeing this month over month, it's like, okay, well, something is happening. And that something is this. This something is that these younger generations, they're not searching Google, right? The term search is not synonymous to Google. I think when, TikTok was going to be down, we saw just how big of a deal that was to people. I saw people saying, well, I searched for recipes on TikTok. That was, I think, my favorite. Where am I going to get recipes? Well, anyway, really. But I mean, I think the big deal here is that, it's not just Google anymore. And so, when that search experience changes and where people are searching changes, we have to adjust our strategies. And we really have to think, what does SEO mean? And how do we reach our customers through these channels? And that involves how we create our content, what we create, and how we evolve it. So that's what I want to get into next here. So I want to start by showing you really what I think is the perfect example of how our traditional content strategies are just no longer working from that SEO perspective. So here's a piece of content I wrote about a year ago. And as you can imagine, I did all the things, you know, it has the hows and the whats and the benefits and all the things that we do to make our content show up in those featured snippets at the top of the search results. And it did. You know, it was ranking for identify anonymous visitors, how to identify anonymous visitors. It was getting plenty of traffic until, yeah, you guessed it, right? There's an AI overview now that features my image for the record, but my post is nowhere to be found. And as a result, that traffic is also long gone. So we might say to ourselves, like, what's the point, right? Should I just stop producing this type of content? Should I just do something else? And in some cases, the answer might be yes, right? The answer might be sure. But what I think it means is we need to rethink, why am I producing this type of content? And what are the results I expect to see out of it? So this is kind of that next generation, right? This is me evolving that content. So I like to think of this as, you know, the next evolution of that guide featured snippet strategy. So instead of creating that singular blog post or singular asset that we would hope and pray would make it to the featured snippet and give us all that great traffic, we really want to think multi-channel. And here's what that looks like. So to start, I created this guide, right? This email capture guide. It's targeting the term email capture and the various terms similar to what we would do. But really, this is a true guide. I mean, this is a very heavy asset. It's about 5,000 words. And yes, it's optimized for search, but it's really written for humans. You know, it's helpful. It has examples. It has step-by-step walkthroughs. It has images and tips and videos. I mean, it's a true guide. So much so that I turned it into a downloadable asset, right? I turned it into a lead magnet that people can get from the site, that I could use for ads, that I could use on social, that I could use in these different places. So yes, it's mainly written for humans, and it's also used for these other things. But what I also did is I took several of the longer tail terms from that guide, and I created these dedicated blog posts. Because yeah, like that guide's thorough, but I know that like the way things have changed, it's never gonna rank for email capture best practices or email capture software. Whereas that used to be the case, right? You could create this big blog and you could put all these things in there and it would rank for hundreds of terms all around that, but that's really not happening anymore. These keywords needed their own assets and they needed different types of assets. And that's the other piece here. So I created a video that could be used on Reels, it could be used on TikTok, YouTube, whatever. Now, is it the most riveting video you've ever seen? Like, probably not for most people, but if you're interested in this type of tech, it's short, it's interesting, it's punchy, and it talks about the topic in a more succinct and engaging way, right? The way that people want to engage on those channels. What's key here is that we're going to do is I didn't have to record anything. I didn't have to pay anyone. This guy isn't even real. Like, that's the crazy thing. This guy is not real, which we'll get to. Lastly, I used it for social updates. You know, I again just kind of put this into GPT and created some social updates and was able to tag all these companies we mentioned when we talked about the tools and best practices and grab some additional visibility. Now, what's interesting about this is that I thought it was successful. But if I'm only looking at it from an SEO perspective, I would say that guide probably wasn't successful, right? But overall, as I start looking at it, right, I'm not in the top spot. I'm never going to be, thanks to the AI overviews. But all of these assets combined, they're growing in keyword visibility. They're growing in traffic because of the multi-channels. And what's most important is we're getting demo requests from that, right? All from organic sources, not from ads, not from anything else. And all of that came from the original asset, right? So we have to think about it bigger. We have to think about it a little bit differently. Now, this is Georgie, my dog. And as you can see, she's thinking, now, Casie, isn't this just repurposing your content? And to that I say, yeah, sort of. But I think it's more. What I think it is I think it's taking your content a step further and building it in a way that both humans and search engines will like, right? Building that multi-channel story. And what I think is the best part, well, maybe there might be another one, Dana. I think the best part is that it is easier than it has ever been. I mean, think about how much time we used to spend coming up with like a singular asset, right? Coming up with ideas, writing the content, finding images, et cetera, for one asset. But we don't have to do that anymore. And it's a good thing because that one asset is not performing like it used to, right? AI has really changed the game on this, and it's made this strategy more doable. It's made it more scalable. And for anyone, when you're fighting this uphill battle, that scalability is just essential. So before we get into some of our other tips here, I want to show you how we do this, right? I want to show you a few ways you can do this with GPT, with other AI tools. I also want to add, I didn't add this at the beginning, but this is probably, a 25, 30-minute conversation. So please jump in, please ask questions. I'd love to hear like your own tips, some of the things you were doing. I just heard Shelley talking about, videos about, the guy peeling potatoes and how it's like super interesting. So if you're doing that, tell us your ideas, but let's get into this here. So this is an ebook that I launched back in September. And to say it was a lot of work would be an understatement. What I have, 15 tips from influencers in the space, which means I had to go and reach out to those influencers. I had to put together briefs. I had to put together images. I had to take all of their information. I had to put it into this digestible piece, et cetera, et cetera. We all know what that means, right? We all know that it's a lot of work to put together a big asset like that. But we also know that what tends to happen with these things is we launch them, we might promote them via email, we might run some ads, whatever it is, and then that's kind of it, right? And it's sad, but the other piece of it is we know like this isn't going to drive any organic visibility, right? So it's like, all right, well, now we just have this asset sitting here and it's on our site and the promotion period is passed, so what are we doing with it? Here's where we go into that strategy, is that Black Friday was coming up. Right? Black Friday is coming up. This is September, October. What are people going to be searching for? They're going to be searching for ideas and tips and things to do. So I knew there was an opportunity to do more with it. And so what I wanted to come up with was new ideas around Black Friday and meta ads. And whether you use GPT, Gemini, Perplexity, whatever it is, I think we can all agree the one thing these tools are exceptional at is parsing information very quickly. And what you can do is take that ebook or take that PDF or take that video or whatever it is and put it in here and ask it to give you some new ideas, right? So I put it in and I said, I want you to parse this book, and based on the content and themes, I want you to come up with 3 unique blog posts we can write. I also want you to give me the keyword target for each post. And that's what we have, So you can see here, we have 3 other posts that we were able to write. And what's cool about this, what I really love about this is you can take it in any direction. This is the thing I'm really loving about AI, is that you can take it in any direction. So I said, and you can say, I only want to focus on these specific keywords, or you can ask it on a certain theme. So I said, I want you to give me topics I could use both pre-Black Friday and post-Black Friday, right? So you can see I have post-holiday, I have holiday rush versus everyday sales. I have Black Friday campaigns need a bounce back strategy. But I also asked it to focus on meta retargeting and Facebook ad campaigns as the keywords, because these are things we're trying to improve our presence for, right? So I'm able to target this very topical thing. I'm able to include our keywords, and all of it came from that original asset, right? I didn't have to come up with these new ideas. I also asked it to outline for me, and I hope that other people that you are all doing this, because to me, this is one of the best things, because again, I'm just such a fan. My boss always likes to say, with AI, garbage in, garbage out. And the more you use it and the more familiar you get with it and the more directives you give it, the better the information you get is. So, I will often say to GPT, like, I want you to write me an outline for this post. I want it to rank for this keyword. I want you to look at the search results. I want you to create me something better. But I will also tell it what I don't want it to do. I don't want my post to be the same as everything out there. I don't want it to say benefits. I don't want it to have these traditional headings. I want it to be unique. I want it to be interesting. I want it to be in this tone. And that's what you get, right? It's just so much less work. Like, I just get so excited about it because after spending years and years writing content, paying content writers, like thinking about the teams and how much time we spent like banging our heads against the wall on being able to scale, like, this is it, right? This is how you scale your content. Excuse me. I just got too excited. All right. So what are the results here? Well, from an SEO perspective, yeah, my ebook doesn't rank. Like, we know that it was never going to, but a couple of our blog posts do, right? We show up, we see traffic from these posts, and they're really just offshoots of that ebook. And when we think about it, I've created this ebook that's 100% written for humans and meant to generate leads, but I've also used it to create content that's beneficial to search engines, right? So that's kind of our two-pronged strategy here. Now, what about images? So we all know the importance of images in content, the importance of images, social, et cetera. I don't need to talk to you about it. I mean, we're living in a visual world now, right? Like, so much of this is visual. But I think when it comes to images, it's just traditionally been a real pain in the butt. I mean, how many hours do you spend like searching the web, trying to find free images, like learning Photoshop, trying not to get sued by Getty and their demand letters? But like, what I love about the AI tools here, it's just so much easier to create what we need. Just the image here, this is GPT. And like, I'm not saying this is the best image I've ever created, but it took, I don't know, 2 minutes. And on top of it, we ran it as an ad. This was actually one of our top performing creatives for downloads on Facebook, right? So again, it's just very quick. I put some other tools here. So Grok, Meta AI, Canva has like their Canva magic. It's pretty good, but one of the things I like to do with Canva is like a lot of times so like this image here, I built it in GPT and then I'll take it into Canva and add some animation to it or add some other elements to it to give it so it like sparkles, it kind of captures attention. Or like I built one where there's a car moving, you can do some of that stuff. So kind of taking these two tools, but I would never in a million years be able to do that stuff without it. What I will say is GPT is terrible at creating humans. So do not use GPT to create images of humans. I think Grok's pretty good at it. Meta AI is pretty good at it. Here's an example. This is Meta's platform here. I actually didn't even spell it right. I asked for Christmas presents, but it got the idea, right? And like, these are like legit pretty good images if you're just trying to build something quickly. And it took that really short misspelled sentence. That's it. Now, what about video? How many of you, I'm sure people have seen this type of video, these type of videos floating around. They're kind of the new thing or the in thing. They're everywhere. Like, you have a person and you have the text overlay. And what I think makes this so cool is that, similar to an ebook, let's say you run a webinar and right, Duda's putting on this awesome 5-hour webinar. I know how hard Anton and Sandy have been working to promote this. And what tends to happen is we do all this promotion ahead of time and then the webinar ends and, well, thank you all for coming. That was kind of it. But what these tools let you do is you can put it in, you put your webinar in, and it will break it out into all of these different clips. And it will sort the clips by topic. It will also pull out the best parts. So you get like that punchy language, that you can put on Reels, you can put on TikTok. And that is, it's just genius. And it'll give you all these different things. Now, I mentioned that the ebook we created had tips from industry influencers. Well, we had those people record themselves reading their tips. It took them, I don't know, all of 5 minutes. And then bam, we now have this instant content that we can use for ads, we can use on social, we can use to promote, we can do these, we now have this other medium, right? And again, it's so easy, it's cheap. That's the other thing too. So we use Opus Clip, it is paid, and some of these are paid, but like they all have free versions of some sort, they have free trials. And honestly, like none of them are really expensive. Like I think that's the cool thing right now with a lot of this technology, whether it's images or video tech, whatever it is. There's so many that they're all coming up and trying to have this battle. So they're very cost effective. Now, here's the next one. I wish I could take credit for this, but the only reason I found this is that I got a Google alert for customers AI. So someone took one of our blog posts and they turned it into a podcast. And let me be clear, it's definitely AI. It's really good. I'm just gonna play it for you. I don't think I'm gonna be able to on here, but it's these two people talking, and they're talking about the blog. They're not even talking about it as if it's a blog post. They're talking about it as if it's a topic. So it's a man and a woman. They're saying, "Oh, today we're going to talk about, this 101 meta ads from DTC brands." And the woman says, "Oh, wow, like that's a lot of work." And I thought, what the heck? So I start digging into this. Like, this guy has a whole site that's just AI. None of this exists. It's all an illusion. But what a brilliant idea to give yourself another way to tell your story. And I'm not saying go start a podcast, but you could take your podcast, you could turn it into audio, you could put it into the blog post for people who don't want to read, you could upload it to YouTube like they have. Could upload it to the podcast platform, sure, like start your own podcast. The point is, it's just, there's so many possibilities and it's so darn easy. In terms of tools here, the tool that I'm most familiar with is Monica. So you can see, like, you can put in a website, YouTube video, whatever you want, and it will generate that podcast for you. You can start giving, like, if you get like some of the more advanced ones, Wondercraft and 11 Labs are a little bit more advanced, but like you can choose voices, you can choose length, like you can do all these things. So I just think it is just what a time to be alive as a content marketer. It's never been easier to create this stuff. So what is the point of all of this? This process, I think this process just allows you to tell your story in more engaging ways, right? It allows you to create content that's more interesting. It fits the various places that your customers are searching. It allows you to save time. It allows you to be resourceful. It allows you to be efficient. And this, to me, is where your content strategy needs to be, right? This is the evolution of that content strategy, because there's no more just creating content for search, because it's just not going to work. It's just not working. So we have to evolve that. So I want to touch on a few other quick things just around SEO and things that content marketers should be thinking about. The first part here is like our content strategy and really this idea of analysis, or how we traditionally do things. Now, I'm going to speak for myself, but I'm pretty sure that some of you may agree that when it comes to like the content planning process, especially when it comes to SEO, it goes a little bit something like this, that we go and we start doing our keyword research, right? We use our SEMrush or we use our other tools and we start looking at, all right, well, what are all the variations and what's the search volume of those terms, and what's showing up in the search results, and what kind of intent is it? Okay, well, now we're going to sort this and we're going to choose, we're going to keyword difficulty, and we're going to look at these things. We'll say, okay, these are the keywords I want to focus on. Then we look at that content, we match intent, and then we write our better content. And then we might do a couple of things. Maybe we'll submit it to Search Console, we add some cross links, and we just kind of cross our fingers and hope for it to rank. But as we learned earlier, this way of doing things is fading, right? The idea to me of like keyword optimization, it has to change. Like, we're really optimizing for the keyword experience now more than anything. And I think that starts with keyword research. So unfortunately, the days of just standard keyword research are kind of over. We can't just build out that keyword list and assume like, okay, well, the search volume's there, then the intent seems right, because search volume and rankings don't equate to traffic anymore, right? The search volume doesn't matter if you aren't going to see any of that. And the information our keyword tools give us, like, yeah, they can send us in the right direction. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here saying like, don't do that. But what I'm saying is you have to really think about it. It's not so cut and dry. And now I will admit, as someone who has worked at an agency for a long time, is that someone's going to say to you, well, I want to rank for X. And why are you giving me terms that don't have much of a search volume? And so we'll just have to deal with that, and we'll have to show them all these things, and you can send them to my presentation and you'll be good to go. But look, I get it's an uphill battle. But that being said, at the end of the day, if we want to make a real impact on traffic, how we choose our keywords and topics just has to be different. I really think like informational queries, like They're not the low-hanging fruit they used to. They're going away. We know, like, I think it was like Botify did a study, like of the AI overviews, like 85% are informational queries, right? We've also heard Google specifically say like, hey, look, like that's where it's headed. At some point, we don't even want to have these search results pages. Like we just want to be able to have a chat and answer your questions. So the point being is that might not be the best choice. Like we have to think, what are the opportunities? What is the intent? And if we go back to that email capture example, like I know we probably aren't going to generate much for email capture because of the search results. But you know, it doesn't have an AI overview or it does have opportunities still, these longer tail terms, right? And these longer tail terms that, to be fair, are actually more relevant to what we're doing than the general term, the general broad term. It just used to be we could capture all that traffic with that broader term and bring it in. Now we kind of have to think about it a little bit backwards. And that's where that strategy we outlined earlier comes into play, right? Because like the longer tail assets where we target best practices and ideas, that's where we're going to capture that search traffic. So, oh, that is not working. Well, just imagine there's a screenshot there and it's showing you the search result. And what it's showing you is that search result has an AI overview, has a people also ask box. It also has YouTube and Reddit and Quora. Very cool. Imagine all those things. It's very cool, right? But not only are we evaluating like when we're evaluating that content we need for SEO, like it's not just about the keyword, right? So what I'm trying to say is like you also really have to dig into what's in the search results themselves, not just the type of content, but what's ranking. One, it'll tell us if it's worth our time, but two, because there might actually be some additional opportunities. So as Dana mentioned, Majestic just put out their 2025 predictions or trends for SEO in 2025. And my tip was based around this idea that you have to focus on sites like Reddit and Quora because they're playing a big role in search results right now. I will tell you that when I gave this tip, I am fully aware that I also gave this tip like 10 years ago because it was relevant then. And, again, what's often old is new in SEO. So here we are. But I think, this tweet from Lily Ray just shows, right? Like we can all see how much of a presence Reddit currently has in search results. And so to me, what this tells me is, okay, if I'm seeing a lot of this, when I'm thinking about my content strategy and when I'm thinking about my SEO strategy, when I'm thinking about where I'm spending my time, perhaps building a presence in these communities isn't a bad thing, right? Perhaps instead of building content that isn't going to be seen by anyone, I start building my presence in these places. Maybe that's the thing. And what I like about this, again, this is like an old thing. I think I used to have something like this in my slides. You can go and figure out where to spend that time, right? Because I can use a tool like SEMrush and I can say, like, me just trying to search and see where is Reddit showing up, that makes no sense. We're not doing that. We're all about efficiency here. But I can put Reddit in and then I can search for the keywords that are applicable to me. And yes, I can find topic ideas, but I can also find threads where, hey, okay, Reddit's showing up here. There's also an AI overview, so maybe I don't want that one. But hey, here's where Reddit's in the top position. Maybe I want to go spend some time there, right? Maybe these are the threads that I want to take part in. Now, I will say that a site like Reddit, you really can't spam it. Quora, you can still spam. But Reddit, you really can't. It requires real interactions. And honestly, like a lot of the subs won't even let you post unless you have enough karma. But think about it. If you go back and you're posting in there and you're building your presence in this community, those videos and images, like that stuff does phenomenal in places like Reddit. So it just gives you another opportunity to show up in search results in another way. And again, part of this changing search experience is looking for opportunities beyond the SERP itself. Okay, so the last thing I want to touch on here is the idea of meeting your audience where they are. So I can't tell you, especially when I was at the agency, like how many times I heard someone say, well, my customers aren't there, right? And now we hear it all the time, right? My customers aren't on TikTok. My customers aren't on Facebook. It doesn't make sense to do that. And sometimes that is the case, right? That might be the case, but you don't know until you actually go test it. So that holiday ebook I mentioned earlier, we're a software company. If you told me go run ads on Facebook, I'd be like, that is really stupid, but okay, sure, if that's what you want to do. Our Facebook ads were some of the top drivers of downloads and leads. And like good leads, right? We actually got like SQLs from this download. Now, It was very targeted, but we'll get to that. So, given what I showed you earlier about like how easy it is to create content for these channels, there's no harm in testing, right? If you think about what it used to involve, let's say I wanted to run some ads on Facebook or whatever it is. Okay, well, now I have to find someone to design these ads for me. I have to figure out how to create landing pages. All that stuff is so easy right now. So there's really no harm in testing. I will also say TikTok ads has a keyword tool that will even show you search volumes, and it'll show you the videos that are tied to that keyword. So you could say, are my competitors advertising here? I think it's just like ads.tiktok, or it just search like TikTok keyword tool. But I mean, the other piece of this is like, put some money into it, because these platforms are pretty cheap right now, right? Like Facebook is not cheap. Facebook is not cheap to get into, but like there's still an opportunity in some of these, like, whether it's AppLovin or TikTok or wherever you want to try. My point being is that like, you don't have to put a lot of money into it. You can also be smart about it, and you can test your targeting, right? So you want to see if your audience is there, if your customers are there, create custom lists, and that's who you should target, because that will tell you very quickly if your customers there or not. Okay, so there's Virji again, same picture, but I mean, it's just so funny. Look at her little teeth. So I want to wrap this up, and I want to go back to the beginning here, right? I want to go back to like, what was the point? What are the things we want to be doing? It's really all about making smarter choices, right? Because search has changed. It's not just Google, right? It's not just Google anymore. And as SEOs and as marketers, we can say whatever we want, but like we have to figure out where our audience is. Your content also has to evolve. Single assets won't save you anymore. Just standard keyword written content, not going to save you anymore. Be smart about your time, right? I just showed you all these tools. There are tons of tools out there. So cool, so easy. I mean, if you're not excited about this, I don't know. You have to rethink your approach to content. Don't box in your audience. And then again, just really thinking multi-channel. And then lastly, I will say, have fun. I hope I've conveyed my excitement about this, because one of the things, when we're talking about how long we've been in this space, it's because it's fun. It's because it's exciting. It's because there's always a new challenge. And like I said, like we are in my opinion, one of the most disruptive moments from a search perspective than at least I think I have been in. And we just have to figure it out, right? But we have all these tools and technology to do it. And I just don't think there's a better time. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it forces us to be better marketers, which I think a lot of people who have been in SEO will say has always been the number one complaint, right? Like, be a better marketer, don't just spam. So this is our time to shine, guys. All right. Thank you so much. Feel free to shoot me an email. Check out Customers AI. You can find me on LinkedIn, and get those questions coming in.
Oh, thank you. That was so great. Okay. So I wrote a ton of notes of things I want to ask you, and there's questions in the chat, of course. But first, as someone who talks about GA4 a lot, I have to correct something. It's just, you had that slide early on about GA stealing organic and putting it into direct. That does not happen. Direct traffic is truly the absence of any referral information, period. GA4 can only work with what it's told. So that does not happen. Okay. Drives me crazy.
You are my analytics expert. You're always the person I go to for this. I didn't say it, for the record.
Oh, it wasn't you. It was that guy. And I was like, no, that's wrong. Well, anyway.
Thank you.
All right. So one of the things I want to ask about is the Facebook targeting for your email asset. We use a ton of content repurposing for the courses that I sell. And we've talked about, should we do Facebook? And I just want to know, what did you target? What was that?
Yeah. So we are all about like custom lists. And so we've built a ton of custom lists. I mean, look, like we do a lot of outbounding. So that helps as well, because we have very clear ICP. We know who they are. So like we've used tools like Apollo, ZoomInfo. Like we have these, different lists that we build, like, hey, these are e-com people with specific titles and marketing who do this. And then the other nice part about it is, the other thing I will add though, is that you need personal emails, because if you're trying to target on Facebook, it's really hard with just business emails. But what a lot of those tools will actually do is you can also get personal emails based on those business emails. But again, you have to have, and just like anything, you have to have a pretty large list. But I just don't think, I'm not a Facebook marketing expert, but what I will say is I don't think their general targeting is very good. And so if you can build these custom lists, like, to me, that's where the value really is.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I love the downloadable asset too, because that's how you get emails, which I will take all day, every day over an organic visit. So yeah, email is the gold standard.
Yeah, I mean, we talk so much. I mean, one of the big things at Customer Day, the whole premise is like owning your data, getting this information, and like Facebook's not going to give you that. So unless you're specifically like giving these people something to get that information, you're not going to get it.
Yep, for sure. All right, so let's get to some of the questions that people asked. And Santi, of course, jump in too. So Jennifer asked, do you have a guide that walks through steps to better connect with influencers? I think Duda might.
Duda, maybe?
We do have a resident expert here, Anton, who's behind the scenes. So we will, and we can follow up with any of our registrations with a guide. So yes, I believe we have one.
Yes, Anton is the expert when it comes to reaching out. I mean, he got all of us here. Allegedly, we might be influencers. So it's all right. Eliza Morrison wanted to know, do you use any tools for Quora Reddit keywords? And this was right before you showed using SEMrush for Reddit. But is that the only tool you use? And what about Quora?
No, I haven't. I used to have like a whole list of ones. So I would use, I know, I think it was keywordtool.io used to have Quora in it. I don't know off the top, and like, I don't even know. I don't use as much anymore as I used to be, like just not being on the agency side, but look it up. Cause there are, I mean, I know like I used to have like 3 or 4 that did it for you, but you can do the same thing as I showed, like you can still do the same thing with Quora that I did with SEMrush to see like what they're showing up for.
Right. Okay. And then Rachel Berger had a question about Reddit Answers. Does Reddit Answers change this at all? Now, I was like, Reddit Answers? What? And I spend a lot of time on Reddit. So this is only the NFL subreddits, apparently. So I don't know about Reddit Answers.
I don't know about
Are you
Reddit
familiar with this?
Either. I am
okay.
not. No.
Santi, do you know?
Maybe she can tell us.
As a Reddit user now.
Yeah, okay. I know. I'm on Reddit like every day, multiple times.
I know.
A day.
Actually, we should maybe maybe a fun podcast would be like we ask digital marketers what Reddit subreddits they hang out in when they're not doing marketing. Like I have my personal account for like cross stitch and fantasy football and NFL, and then and plants, obviously, and then I have, the GA4 with my professional. But the streams should not cross. Okay, it's Reddit's ChatGPT competitor. I was unfamiliar with this. Okay, so we all learned something today. Thanks, Rachel.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we will look into this, obviously. And for posting on Reddit, I know you mentioned not spamming, obviously huge. Something that I've been doing on Reddit, and this is with GA4, the subreddit there specifically, I've tried taking the entire content of my post and not linking to it, just saying like, here's my post. I can't post screenshots, of course, but I can say like, and the link to it is in my bio, because I have a link. You can always link to like your YouTube channel or your website or whatever in your bio, or I have it on my link tree. So that's something to think about as well. And that's a way to like get your content on Reddit without spamming Reddit, because what Reddit hates is links. They want to stay on Reddit. Just like how on LinkedIn, if you post a link on LinkedIn, they don't show it to as many people for some reason. Even though LinkedIn, I know Purna's still lurking behind the scenes. I know they swear it doesn't matter, but I find personally that if I don't post a link, so yeah, LinkedIn people, by the way, here's the trick. If you do want to post something that has a link in it, write your post, paste in an image, then paste in the link, and then LinkedIn thinks that it's not a link post, and you get better engagement. So just FYI. It's silly, but there you go.
The other thing that I would add on Reddit is like, I want to be clear, like I do believe there's a community building piece of this, right?
Yes,
like
for sure.
Yeah, part of it is to be in the search result when that shows up, but like this isn't the days. Yeah, Reddit really just, like you said, like you really can't spam it in that sense. But like these are people who are clearly, if you're in the right subs and you're in the right threads, these are people who are interested in this specific topic. So if you're answering candidly and you're being a real person and you're engaging, that might help you even more than just being in the search results, because these are people who are actually engaged in it, involved in it. I spend a lot of time, I'm also part of like several Slack communities where,
me too.
With like email marketing or SEO or whatever. And like, you will see people say, hey, do you have recommendations for this? Like, okay, well now someone can recommend me because they saw me in Reddit, or they became familiar. So it's more to me like, yes, there is that search component. Like that's where I'm coming at it in this presentation. But like, I believe that the community element is just as important, if not more.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a fantastic question from Scotty Strelo. Hopefully I'm saying your last name right. I love this one. How do you balance the speed of content creation with your company's standards for visual branding?
Yeah, I mean, so we do a lot of that. That's what I do think is the nice. I mean, I don't know how high your standards are.
Let's assume they have some standards, and that's why.
I mean, look, like it's just like, you know, I mentioned that these assets that we've been creating, like I do all of the visuals for them, right? And so like I have our logo and I have all our branding elements, and I know like what we have to stick to. And so, but again, I think these tools make it a lot quicker. So yeah, there's times where it's going to take a little bit longer, but I don't know. Sandy, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to what you were saying before too, about like what you put into the AI is like garbage in, garbage out. So I think if you're really intentional about prompting and like having your brand guidelines built in, then that can help you achieve that balance of using AI to help you scale while still maintaining like a standard. And then also just having that human review process, which is like standard for anything that we're going to do with AI. We're going to be looking at it and making sure that it's not, there's not something crazy in there, or it's not misaligned with the brand.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier too, like a lot of times I will take the image from the AI generator and then I would put it into Canva and do some editing and add some text and add our logo and like make it a little bit nicer. But again, that's 10 times faster than like what I was doing before.
Yeah. Yeah, we're lucky enough at Kickpoint Playbook that we have designers who are fast and love trying out stuff. And so I can just be like, here's an idea. And so, you know, in my talks, for example, I always have lots of illustrations and I give them weird ideas and they make it happen. So if you can get that kind of situation where even if you don't have someone in house, like a freelancer who works quick and is, you know, imaginative, like that's gold for sure. And somebody popped in. So this is about Reddit Answers. It's still in beta. So now I feel less bad about not knowing what it is. But there's a link now in the chat on YouTube you can click on to go find out about Reddit Answers. Okay. So another question that somebody had from Neelajana Das. Where do you think the pillar cluster strategy is going in 2025? I've seen some discussions on this. I had I'm trying to remember his name from great. I had him on talking about information gain. Anyway, we were talking about the idea of ranch style SEO as opposed to pillar style SEO. And so I don't know if you've read about that or not either. Yeah, you have? Yeah. So that's also like, instead of doing a pillar where you've got the different spokes, you got ranch style, which is just like going super deep on individual topics. And yes, you link to them, but there isn't necessarily a pillar that pulls it together. So, you know, for you, do you think that the pillar cluster strategy is still like a good play 2025 and beyond?
I still think it's really important because it goes back to the idea of LLMs and what they're doing, right? Like you want to have all of this information that ties together. I mean, think about the examples I provided, right? I'm saying like, okay, here's this email capture. That's our top keyword, but then we're taking all of the other things around it, right? Best practices, ideas, examples, like that is sort of your pillar strategy, but it could also be, I mean, if I'm understanding it, it could also be your ranch strategy where you're like, yes, it's not all here. It's not here, right? Like it's all, you're kind of like moving down. And that's kind of what I think that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying like, you got to go deeper and you got to go long tail because that's where you're going to get, you know, that actual visibility.
I just looked up what I was thinking about. So the webinar, I had this with Bernard Wong from ClearScope, who also spoke at MozCon this year. And he was talking mostly about information gain, but he's also talked about the idea of ranch style SEO. So I'll post that in the YouTube chat as well so people can check that out. It was a really interesting, deeply nerdy conversation about information gain. So I recommend that too. Okay, so Scotty has a follow-up question about Reddit. Would you use your default social media name / handle on Reddit, or would you try to act like you're a person from the company? I use my own name, but what about both of you? Does Duda have a Reddit account that responds as Duda, or is it individual people?
We're looking into it right now, but I think what I've seen work the best from what others are doing is actually writing as a person, because I think that, to your point, Casie, people trust people on Reddit, and they're not looking for people who are spamming. They're looking for people who are actually helpful. And so I would say probably a person would be better received from the Reddit community than a brand.
Yeah, I'll say like, so we have a company person, right? For a lot of reasons. I mean, look, like you might not, that person might leave a company, right? If it's someone, so we've seen, right? We've had this discussion for many years of what happens to social handles or whatever. But like, I think there's like one of the things that I've done for years, especially like when I was in an agency, is like, okay, here's this person from this company. I've seen a company name, person name. Yeah. Like I usually just have like, hey, this is my name. And in your bio, you're from whatever, but I do not ever try to hide that we're from that company, right? So like in answering questions, it's not pretending to be someone like, hey, no, you should try this company. Like, don't do that.
Yeah, people will find out. There's a subreddit called Hail Corporate, and where people make fun of really bad corporate, like jumping onto posts and stuff. So if you want to see what not to do, may I recommend Hail Corporate? Yeah. And I mean, I think that when people ask me this, I'm like, I don't know. I'm the founder. If I leave. So it's like, of course I can post under my own name. Also, there's only 2 Dana DiTomasos in the world. The other one got married and hyphenated her last name. So it's just me now. Yeah. She lives in Pueblo. We haven't met yet, but our grandfathers are from the same area of Italy. I believe we're related. So
it's amazing that you know all this, first of all.
Her students Googled her, and then she reached out to me and was like, hey, my students Googled me and you were everywhere. Like, well, that's my job. So.
Well, I mean, part of it too, like just going back to like the personal name or like work name, like I'm speaking for myself. Like I want to use my social handles for me. Right. Like you mentioned earlier, like your interests, like that's the stuff I want to use it for, like not necessarily like work.
Yep. Absolutely. 100%. Okay. So looking this, let's see, talking about, so a question from Pranav Badaj. I hope I'm saying your last name right. Sorry. How can SaaS businesses integrate topical authority with a search everywhere optimization strategy? So, we got a SaaS business right here. So what have you been doing with regards to, topical authority and search everywhere? Santi?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Casie? No, I was going to say both of you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So in terms of, integrating topical authority with a SaaS everywhere or the search everywhere optimization strategy, that's kind of a mouthful. But I think a lot of it really goes back to having the basics, the fundamentals, having really helpful, really valuable content that's optimized, for search, but that's also helpful. And I think that's the part that, we always have to come back to, is this has to provide real value, but it has to be also structured in a way that is for search engines. So that's kind of that balance that we're trying to accomplish as a SaaS organization, is have that balance of really well structured, really optimized for the search engines, but then also something that is truly, truly valuable that people can kind of come to and feel like they're getting something out of.
Yeah, for sure. Casie, do you
I
want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I would add, I think what you're doing right now, right? This webinar that you have, like you're being a topical authority on things that are important to your users. And, again, like, we do a lot of like webinars and events as well. And like, we can take them, and like I showed earlier, we can cut those into videos. It can be on other places. Like we will take, we did this big event back in, I don't know, a couple months ago. It all runs together. I have no idea what day it is, but we did this big event, and each speaker, we took their webinar clip, we turned their piece of the event, we turned those into video clips, we turned them into images, we turned them into all individual blog posts on the topic they were talking about. So it wasn't necessarily just, oh, hey, hear this person speak. It was like, here's this very targeted topic that they talked about. So again, it's, I think we go back to this idea of like being a human, and like, that's sometimes where I think brands struggle, is like, just do the thing that you would want to do.
Yeah, and be personal. Don't feel like it's B2B. You're not talking to a business. There's still people who work at businesses who buy stuff. Like, don't get away from that human element, for sure. And I wanted to also, and we have a couple more minutes for questions, so if there's a burning question, make sure to ask it in the chat. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the podcast summary that you pointed out. So I've used Notebook LLM, which also does this podcast summary thing. And what I've done with it is I have not used it to actually like generate and publish a podcast, because I have to say the female voice on Notebook is not good. So I'm like, is that bias? Like, what is going on there? Anyway, but what I've done is I've taken, like, we have a 20-page guide to UTM tracking in GA4 because it's a little bit different than it was in UA. And so what I did is I uploaded that guide to Notebook and I said, have a discussion about this, and then took that discussion, which was normal human beings talking about this guide, and then that gives us the key messages that we can then use on social media. So it's a really great way to like take that and break it down and explaining for normal human being terms. And it's something that I think we really struggle with as content marketers, is like you can get so close to the subject. Like I can't talk about GA4 like a normal person anymore. It's too late. I'm ruined, but how can I use this AI to try to take what I say in my nerdy way and like break it down into a way that makes it much more digestible for people who are not experts, who are looking out to you for advice?
Yeah, I love that. That's such a good point. Yeah, I mean, again, going back to like that question about brands, like I think you hit the nail on the head. Like I know even as market, like we get caught with jargon, right? Yep. Like I know, like I'll even look at our website sometimes. We do, like we'll look at our website and be like, can we just make this speak to a normal person?
Yep. Okay, so a question/comment from Raza Kazmi. Sharing some insight about backlinks. Do they play a role in improving rankings or answer shows and AI gen answers? I believe they do act as citations, but do either of you have anything to add about that?
I was actually just looking at this. I was going to include something in the presentation about this topic. It's very similar to SEO, right? The things that matter are like brand authority, your mentions, your relevance, it's very, very similar. It's almost like the same 6 pillars that you have for SEO.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep.
Santi, do you want to add anything else to that, or?
No, that's exactly 100% what I was going to say.
Nailed it. Okay. And then from Gutam Safia, should SEO strategies focus less on individual keywords and focus more on understanding user intent for AI and SEO clusters? I don't know, both? Neither? What do you think?
I'll let you take this one. I feel like I'm doing I feel like I'm talking over everybody.
No, you're one of the presenters. Talk. Tell us. We want your wisdom.
I mean, I think it's both, right? Like you have to figure out what your keywords are, but I think what the point I was trying to make is you have to choose a little differently now. It's not just about choosing these keywords because, hey, these are the keywords that I think are most applicable. It's, hey, I now need to choose these keywords because of the intent, because of what's in the search results, because of that SEO cluster. So I think it's both. It really, you're never going to lose. Like, look, the way people search, there's always a keyword of some sense involved, right? Like there's always some query being asked. It's just what that query is. So you still have to look at what those keywords are and what that query is to create your content to reach your customers.
Yeah. I mean, because it's still telling you really helpful information about what your customers are searching for and how they're finding it, whether or not those things are driving, a click directly, or if it's, but it is telling you something about your customers and what they're looking for.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So as we have our last few minutes here, I just want to finish off with a tip. So I'm going to give you a minute to think about this because surprise question, I'm just asking you. What is a tip you've learned recently that you think our audience should maybe try? Something quick, something, maybe not so quick, but like, what's one thing that you're like, I am definitely doing this in the last few months that I didn't used to do this. And you think that it could be something that our audience should be taking away. And it could be related to your talk, or it could just be like a, hey, you should give this a shot kind of tip.
Oh, I don't want to go first.
Santi, do you want to jump on something?
Yeah, I mean, actually, this is somewhat related, but a lot of it is thinking about like how kind of building a brand on a different platform. So even though, we're doing all this content, we're doing all these things on, let's say from the Duda channel, but thinking about how different influencers within the organization and different people and humans can kind of create content on LinkedIn or on different channels or on Reddit can help not only like build that brand, brand visibility and brand credibility that can help drive branded searches, but can also show how we're creating value and show the people behind the brand. So
love that. I would say like kind of just going back to like, I feel like over the past year, I have learned so much more about using, these AI tools, specifically like GPT, Gemini, things like that. Like, and so the more I learn, like the more exciting it is to me, because like, even just like that example of like putting an ebook in and asking it for questions, like I only learned that a few months ago, that I was like, why have we not been doing this? Right. Like, and it doesn't even have to be yours, right? You could take your competitor, something your competitor put out, put it in and say, hey, generate, there's just endless possibilities. And so like my tip would just be like, play around with it, keep learning, keep trying new things, because they change it all the time as well, right? There are always advancements, there's always new things happening. So, right, like, I mean, you couldn't create images 6 months ago, now you can create, like, there's always new things. So like, just spend time in there, like seeing how you can improve your processes.
Yeah, something that I've been experimenting with is taking reviews from competitor businesses and then reviews from my clients' businesses and say, like, and this is, I think, where any LLM really excels, right? It's a large language model. Give them a lot of language and just throw it in there and say, like, here's these reviews from these different businesses. Tell me what these companies are doing well that my client is not, and vice versa. What is my client doing well that the company is not? And this could be like for local business, but again, like in SaaS, you have G2, you have Capterra, right? You have all these review sites. Grab it all, scrape it however you want to scrape it. I'm not going to tell you how to scrape Google, but you could. And just Google it, I guess, or Bing it. Anyway, but the idea is like you have this content, put it in here, and then that can give you some really good insights. It can also really help with FAQs as well. And I've done this a lot for local location pages, to take competitors' location pages and my clients' location pages and be like, what is missing from my clients' pages that exist on these pages? Or here's a list of keywords, now tell me. And you can just download them from Search Engine Console, or sorry, not Search Engine, from Google Search Console, and just download it from there and toss it in and say, like, what is missing from this page? And I think that that's another really, like, just try things out. And then, yeah, I would say and it looks like we are at time. So I hope that people were able to take away a lot from this, experiment with AI, try different stuff, watch Casie's presentation approximately 10 to 15 times, which is what I'm going to be doing. While I was here, I was in Slack with my team. I was like, you guys, you have to watch this. This is great. Because we do a ton of content repurposing. So this is fantastic. And Santi, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you both.
You bet.
Digital agencies, listen up. Duda introduces the power of website building, AI and SEO combined. For the first time ever, a native AI-powered SEO tool in a website builder. Save your agency hours or even days of work in a single click. Generate SEO metadata for all site pages. Duda's AI assistant analyzes a page's content and uses integrated AI prompts to produce meta titles and descriptions, all according to SEO best practices. The AI SEO revolution is here. Jump on board and transform the way your agency builds top-performing websites. Start Duda free trial.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, look, I have a new person here. Hey, Cari.
Hi, Dana. How are you?
I'm good. So, who is this person? So now we have Cari O'Brien, who is joining us from the wonderful state of Minnesota, who I first met at MinSearch, which is a fantastic conference that I got to say, like, one of my favorite local search conferences for sure. So I would describe Cari, let me know if I'm right, the human embodiment of the Venn diagram of SEO content and Disney references, I think is really how I think of you.
I love that 100%. I've never heard it before, but it is now going to be in, I think, every bio I have everywhere. So thank you for that.
You are so welcome.
It's being recorded, so I can make sure to get that exactly right later.
Perfect. And conveniently, you've also brought all three to your talk today. I saw your slides. If you are a Disney fan, you are in for a treat. Okay, so you also have recently launched a marketing coaching firm. So Cari is one smart cookie. If you are looking for help in the area of marketing coaching, please make sure to get in touch with her. Say, like, LinkedIn is probably the best place to get in touch with you. That would be
absolutely.
For sure. All right, so enough out of me. Now let's talk about some human first content.
Oh, hey, that's me.
Take it away.
All right. Well, Dana, thank you for that introduction. You said you were going to just wing some of that, and I love what you did there. So thank you. And thank you, everyone who is here with us live today. I appreciate that you're willing to share some of your time. So here we're talking about human first content. Specifically, I want to share with you how I believe we can best connect with and convert our ideal audiences in this seemingly always changing digital world in which we live, because it is always changing and has felt like it is always changing since I started way back in the day. So it feels like as SEOs, as copywriters, like we're just trying to hit that bullseye on a target that is constantly moving and shifting, and we just have no idea which way it's going to go next. And that's because Google has trained us to not know what's coming next. Since I started back in the end of 2007, there have been over 75 major updates on Google alone. And that starts with the biggie in my world was Panda, and then went to Penguin, and then moved on things like Rank Brain and helpful content updates recently, and all of the core updates, like all the time, right? And as SEOs, we hear new updates coming, panic. What are we going to do? What's going to happen? Is this going to impact us? Is it going to impact our clients? What's coming next? We don't know. So we're kind of like waiting, and then it hits and panic absolutely ensues, and we're rushing around trying to figure out, okay, how do we fix what broke? Why did it break? How do we make sure it doesn't break again? It's hard. But the truth is that not every site took a hit, did it? And I believe the truth behind that is that those sites that didn't take those hits, that continued to perform and maybe even performed better, is because they embraced some key qualities that withstood the test of time, such as quality content over quantity. Successful sites never played the game of churn and burn content. They were never focusing on thin content. They were always focused on creating that value-driven content, which is more relevant copy, intent-driven copy. It's stuff that our audiences actually need and want to know about, not keywords that are semi-relevant to the topic at hand that get a lot of traffic. So, we just want all the traffic. We don't want all the traffic. We want the right traffic. So sites that succeeded, did that. And this is because they were all focused on their audiences, their marketing strategy, their content, their SEO. Like it was all focused and started with what our audiences needed and wanted and where they wanted to go next. Hi, Jeannie. Happy to see you here. So where does AI optimization fall in all of this? Because it's another big shift, right? We have been dealing with this for some time now. But the question is, what do we do as SEOs, as copywriters, as folks who want to make sure that our stuff, our client stuff gets found? What do we do now? And we're constantly now looking at, well, what about this tip? What about this trick? What about this? Take a deep breath, y'all. Step back. What sites succeeded in past times? Sites that focus on quality, sites that focused on audience. So we have to keep doing that as we move forward. But we do have to realize that folks are using these AI tools. They are using them in a lot of different ways. And I kind of want to know now, like, how are you using those tools, right? As much as we want to get to know our audience, we have to know what they're going to, what tools are they looking at, what queries are they putting in there, what do they want AI to handle for them? I would love to know, what are you all doing? What are you using? Let's make sure that, we're sharing some really great ideas with our friends in the audience here. Let's share some ideas with, like what tools maybe folks don't know a lot about that you love. Like, let's just share. Let's get to know. All right. And what I would then love for us to remember is that while there are a ton of possibilities, so many, hundreds to be exact, thousands, you never know where you can go next. We get really excited. We're like, okay, well, what if we try this? Oh, what if it can do this? Oh, the LLMs are getting updated and things are happening this way. So what if we go this way? We get really caught up in that excitement. And we think, well, where do we go? What's the next big thing? And we lose sight of what's really important. And that's the humans we're creating content for. So I just want you to take a step back and remember that no matter where we are, no matter what tool we're using, no matter what search engine we're on, our goal is to deliver what is needed to the humans who are looking for it. So you have a directive. You need to create human-first content that allows you to stand out, that allows you to really connect with that ideal audience. And that ensures that you're actually converting leads into loyal customers, that you're not just getting their attention, but you're moving them through the process. So before we take any more steps, before we dive into all that, I want to, get to know everybody a little bit better. And to do that, I want to share with you first a little bit about me, right? So hi, I'm Cari. I like warm hugs. I also like virtual hugs. So virtual hugs to everybody here who also likes them. Not a hugger, that's okay. Not forced ever. Dana, that's right. So like not forced ever. But there are some other fun facts about me. The first one, Dana alluded to, my very beginning slides have alluded to, I love Disney. I love all things Disney. I can't help it, so I just don't hide it. This slideshow is full of Disney references. So I would just say this, buckle up, right? Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. You are in for a lovely ride, Disney style, through the rest of this presentation. I am in Minnesota. It is bloody cold here. I don't like being in the cold, hence I am a reluctant Minnesotan. The key here about what that matters to you is sometimes that elongated O will slip out and you'll hear it. And I'm sorry, it happens. I might also say ope or oofda. Minnesotan, sorry, happens. Fun fact, I used to be a lawyer. I will always hold my JD proudly as I continue to pay for it. But I am no longer a practicing lawyer. I actually fell into marketing, starting with legal marketing. And now here I've been years later. I am a former MinSearch president. I was there for 4 years. I am still a very proud MinSearch community member and Women in Tech SEO community member. I believe in supporting the communities we are in. So I do what I can. I try to give back. Yes, San Diego, smart move, my friend. Appreciate you. Love it. So that's a little bit about me. The biggest thing about me is I am a mom to that wonderful 13-year-old boy in that picture. That's us riding Tron. He is a delight. He is why I do everything I do. And hopefully one day he'll think that mom isn't such a nerd. Okay, I doubt it. He totally will. He always will, and that's okay. I think I am raising a Disney adult, like a future Disney adult too, and I'm very proud of myself for that. So, fun fact from me. Now it's your turn. Share with everybody else in the audience here. Like, drop a fun fact about you, right? Let's see if we can get to know each other. The goal here is to build connection, right? Let's build connection. Let's network. Let's learn. Let's have fun while we're here staring at our screens, learning together, okay? So drop those facts. If you see someone who has something similar to you, like, hey, reach out, find them on LinkedIn. Let's have a good time. It's all about building those relationships and learning from one another. Because this is what we're doing, right? We're learning from one another. We're diving deeper into what each other is all about and getting to know each other. Turns out when you do that in your content, that connects. It helps you stand out. So we're going to talk about how you do that with your dream customers. We're going to reach those folks wherever they are. And then we're going to make sure that we're creating content that really drives that connection. And then once we do that, I'm going to help you identify a few specific types of content that you need to have on your website, in your owned content, to ensure that you're helping folks through that whole buyer journey with them, okay? So let's get into it. Step one, we need to dive deep to better know the people we're serving. So this is one of my all-time favorite quotes by my second favorite Walt. It says, I am large, I contain multitudes. Here's the thing. We as humans are not flat. We are not one-dimensional. There is a whole lot of stuff to us. That is why I shared all those fun facts about me. I have a lot of different dimensions happening in my world over here, in myself, and I know you do too. And so we have to realize that the humans we are trying to connect with, that we're trying to pull in via online methods, we have to realize that they are multidimensional, that they have a lot going on, some of which might be contradictory. Who knows? That's okay. They're human. That's great. We just have to understand them better to ensure that when we are connecting with them, we are doing so on a deeper level. That's where this key tool that I want to talk to you about comes in. I call it an ideal customer avatar. Sometimes a lot, I'll just say ICA. Listen, friends, a briar rose by any other name, right? It's the same thing. So we're talking buyer personas, dream client profiles, or maybe it's a core client or a target client, target audience. Like wherever you fall in that, we are getting very granular here. But I want you to remember that this ICA, this tool, is not just something we're creating for the fun of it. We are creating a summary personification of someone who is real, someone who you want to serve, someone who you have like been built to best serve through what you're creating and doing now. So an avatar is not fictitious. You're not making it up. You're not pulling information out of thin air. This is based on real humans you want to work with. Why? Why do we want to create an ICA? Why do we want to take this time? Well, one, it helps you understand why your audience works the way they do, the behaviors they take, and what steps they go through to get where they want to go. You need to understand that. It also helps you better connect with your dream customer in a way that feels real and authentic, which builds relationships, which builds trust, which builds folks coming back, builds loyalty. All of that is super important. And it allows you to create content that is super targeted, that then, yes, pushes folks from learning and engaging to buying and staying with you. So how do we do it? Great question. The first thing we all have to realize is that we are not built to serve everyone. We are not creating a very broad definition of an audience. We are creating a very specific human. So what I want you to do is remember that we're not looking at all, we are looking at one. We are zooming in on that singular one we want to work with. To do that, we have to hit 5 core areas. So first being demographics, next up then geographics, psychographics, behaviors, and then wrapping it all up with personalization. I'm going to go through each of these 5 areas with you. I will have a QR code once we walk through all 5 of these for you to go ahead and scan to get yourself a template to work from. I'm just telling you now, I'll give you another hint when it's coming up. You'll be good. But first, demographics. So we as marketers tend to do fairly decently with broad demographic details. And this is what I'm talking about, like age group, like age range, salary range, a range of job titles, maybe marital status or family size. And then we stop. But that's not specific enough. Okay, so we need to pick an age. We need to pick, are they a part of, what is their family looking like? What, do they have pets? Like, what are their physical traits? What about any neurological traits that we need to know about? Education, religion, we want to get a bit more specific, right? So dig a little deeper, friends. We really need to know who is this person at a more granular level. And then we want to hit into geographics, which as SEOs, y'all have a lot of fun with this, right? Like this is where we spend a lot of time, especially local SEO. What is happening in our local area, and are we making sure we're showing up for it? What I think we are not as good about, however, is using the language that our audiences use to describe where they live. So take, for instance, I used to work with a lawyer in Minneapolis here in Minnesota, but my lawyer friend did not work specifically in Minneapolis, like downtown. He didn't live in North Minneapolis. He didn't live in South Minneapolis. He lived and worked in Uptown. Okay. And he really wanted to build that local community within Uptown. Well, that's what everybody who lives there references. So if you're not including that within the content you're talking and you're talking to your audience, you're missing out. You're missing a key opportunity. So just make sure that we're getting as specific as our audiences get. And then psychographics is where we're going to spend most of our time. Okay, because this is where we get to really know like the fears and the pain points of our audience. Like what is keeping them up at night? What is holding them back from success? Their needs and their goals. This is where like, what are their big dreams? But what do they need first before they can really start dreaming that big? I think we have to figure out that whole process in there. And then where are they getting their information? Are they, are there certain experts they follow, industry publications, conferences they attend? Where are they going to learn? And then where are they going to have fun? What are their hobbies? What brands do they follow? What events do they attend? What does their typical day look like? Who are these people at their core? What is their personality? What values do they have? What beliefs do they hold to be true? These all matter. These are all each like singularly possible topics for you to cover, possible ways for you to connect. This matters. So spend some serious time here learning what it really is that makes your audience tick. And then you want to know how you get them moving, right? So pardon me. Coming off a little cold, I apologize. So what we need to do is figure out, okay, where is our ideal client right now? What do we want them to do? What behaviors are they showing? And then how do we get them to say yes to us? So what stage are they at? What objections come up at that stage? How can you address them? Are they sensitive to price or do they not care? Figure out how to talk about it. What's motivating them to buy? Push those triggers really well. And then just better off to know here, do they have buying power or are they more of a gatekeeper that you have to then go talk to someone else? Good information to have. You need to know this throughout the customer journey. What is happening at each of those stages so that you can best serve them as they continue to move forward. And then finally, you need to personalize your avatar. Give them a name, give them pronouns, add a picture, right? You want to make this person feel as real as they are. And ideally what you do then is you have someone that you can absolutely picture sitting on the other side of your desk, sitting across the table at a coffee shop. You have someone in mind who is so real that you can have an authentic, real conversation with that just happens to come out in content form online. Okay, so don't skip this step. All sorts of ways for you to get those pictures and figure this out. So spend some time here. Yes, I know. Avatar is technically 20th century. Listen, I was a little bit of a stretch, but I just couldn't help myself. It's the only non-animated picture in this whole slide deck. Cut me a little slack. I just had, okay, moving on. All right. So, oh, by the way, get your phones out. It's time. That all 5 of those areas are on a template that I have created for y'all to use. So there's your QR code. Go ahead and scan that, baby. Download the template. Let me know if you have questions about it. Yes, reach me on LinkedIn. I want you to be able to do this work well. So I put all of this into one sheet. Obviously, it'll fill out more than one sheet, potentially, depending on how deep you go. All right. But what I want you to know is that I'm here to help. So I don't want you to feel like you're off on your own now. So now I want to know, like, who's ready to do this? Are y'all like super stoked? Are you here? Are you listening? Are you game? You're like, yeah, we have to be inclusive. I get the idea and I get why, and I want to do this and I'm raring to go. I hope that's you. If not, I'll do better later because we're going to keep talking about it. And by the end, you're going to be like, oh, Cari, I'm in. Let's go. All right. So I do have a few provisos, a few quid pro quos for you before we move on. It is incredibly important that when you are creating your ICAs, that you are doing so in a way that does not rely on stereotypes, does not apply blanket assumptions, and doesn't make it up. You're going to get it wrong. You're going to get it all so wrong. You will end up not connecting, but alienating. Don't do that. Okay. So if you're not supposed to do these things, what do? Well, I will tell you, but I want to show you like what happens when you do it well. The gentleman in the center of this picture is a former client of mine. His name is Byron, a photographer. He was working on his destination wedding photography website, and he was getting like terrible leads off of his site. So he came to me. And we helped him define who he actually wanted to serve, what he was all about, and create a brand new content for his site. And then I heard this not long after the site went live. I received 2 leads a few days after we got the new site live. The info they filled out on the contact page almost put me in tears, as it was obvious what I was trying to achieve was working. They understood me, finally. It's like amazing, right? Because that connection kind of goes both ways here. And you know why they understood him? It's because he understood them and he showed it. And that's the difference that makes the difference. So if you're not supposed to make it up, if you're not supposed to rely on assumptions, all these things, what do you got to do? Well, it's going to require a little bit of detective work. We are in this world that we're in. We know how to research. Okay. So we are going to figure this out. We're going to read reviews. We're going to hang out in the right communities. We're going to tap into analytics as long as we have them. And we're going to actually speak to the people we want to serve. When it comes to reviews, I just want you to read them. Okay. I want you to read all of them. And I want you to look for what folks really loved about what they've done with you. I want you to look for things that they weren't so happy about. Don't obsess over them. Learn from them. Okay. A lot of people often will suggest potential improvements. Many might not make any sense, but there will be gold nuggets in there that you can make sure that you do better next time. And what common threads tie all of the reviews together? The words might not be there, but the sentiment is. Figure that out. But note, you're not looking at just your reviews. Look at your competitors' websites and their reviews online. What are people saying about them? Are there things that you do differently, that you do better, that they do better? Learn from that and adjust accordingly. And pro tip, go look up reviews of books written by others in your industry. So whether you're on Amazon or some other bookseller of your choice, right? If you go and read reviews, ideally the ones in the mid-range, around 3 stars, right? Because those folks say, well, there's some good stuff, but there was some bad stuff. You can capitalize on the stuff that they didn't do well. And if there's stuff they're talking about, this is really good, and you don't have that in your wheelhouse yet, consider should you. What does that look like? You don't say yes to all of that, but you think about it and you understand why. Okay. Next, you're just going to go hang out with the people you want to be serving. You got to go where they are, though. They're not going to come to you first. You got to go to them first. So where are you going? Well, you want to look for those niche communities. So yes, that's Facebook, that's LinkedIn. Those are groups on those platforms are great to spend time in. We're looking at Reddit and Quora, where folks are constantly over there asking questions and supporting one another. Slack, Discord, there are a lot of online chat groups that you can be a part of. Figure out not the ones you want to be in, but the ones that your audience wants to be in. And then you go and you lurk and you lurk and you lurk and you listen. All right. And we are just there at this point. At this point, we are just there to pay attention to what folks are talking about. What are their burning questions? What things are making them so angry and frustrated? What's got them interested? What interests them outside of the stuff that you generally focus on? What gets them excited? Right? That excitement, that emotion, that feeling, that stuff pulls and propels people forward. So how can you tap into that? Just listen. And then you want to go and tap into some analytics. All right. Again, while we have them. So search analytics, as good as you can get them. Social media analytics, of course, Facebook, Instagram, like wherever you are, LinkedIn, email analytics, whatever email platform you use has all sorts of data in there. If you ever take some time to look, like what are folks, opening? What are they clicking into? What is that? Pay attention. Your CRM data has a lot of details, background information. And your user behavior analytics from things like Microsoft Clarity or Hotjar, whatever, figure out what folks are doing and address those. And so what you're doing here is you're just like getting all that information. You're writing it all down. You're putting it all in this really like just big database, if you will. Pay attention and track it all. What you're looking for in the world of content, this is the 3 areas I focus on, are visibility, engagement, and conversions. Like, are people seeing what we're creating? Are they engaging with it? And then are they moving forward in whatever way we want them to? And that can come up in a variety of different ways. So I gave you a few examples here of what those can look like. But those are the 3 key areas I believe we're paying attention to if we want to make content that connects. And now, last but not least, we want to talk to the people we want to serve. Okay, we're going to spend some time interviewing them, asking some questions, getting some answers. All right. So yes, you can do focus group questionnaires if you don't actually have a big enough audience to speak to on your own. If you do have clients coming and prospects calling and emailing, like ask certain questions during those interviews. have key questions during the whole new customer intake and onboarding process. And then during the process of serving your customers, ask current and past customers, like ask them questions and surveys. See what information you can glean from them so you can see that whole customer journey from start to end. For your prospects and your new customers, I really want you to focus in on that whole, like what's driving them to seek help in the first place, right? So their pain points, their fears, what do they need? Where do they want to go? Like all sorts of different questions you can ask within this realm, but those 4 areas are super important for the folks who are sitting in the pain right now. So ask about it, because that's what you're going to want to tap into when you're addressing content toward the beginning of the process. And then for folks who are with you, or who have been with you, you want to now speak to like the end, like what did it look like as they went through it, and what is life now that they're past it? So what was the outcome? What did they expect when working with you, and did they get there? Did you get there? What was their experience like? Do they have feedback about what you could have done better, or what you did the best? Like what feedback do they have? This is a very specific area for you to spend in very open-ended questions, all right? Just give them, hey, is there anything you care to share with what it was like working with me? You never know where they're going to go with that, but that's kind of the beauty of those questions, okay? So just make sure that as you're going through this, the questions you're asking and getting answers to fit the part of the journey they're in. Okay. There are myriad ways to research your audience. I've given you 4, and I've given you some areas within them to look for them. What I would love for you to share, if you have a favorite tool, what tool do you use when you research your ideal audience? Let's see if we can't give some support to the folks who are here with us, who might want to spend time doing more research but don't know where to start. One of my favorites is SparkToro. There's a, not prompted promotion. They didn't ask me to do that. It's just one of the things I just share. But that's one way to go. LinkedIn Insights. There are like information is everywhere. But I would love to hear a favorite tool. I know folks here would love to hear your favorite tools. Let's help each other out. Okay, so we know who we're serving now. We've spent time identifying who they are. And now we know, okay, this is who you are. This is where you're hanging out. I'm going to go where you're hanging out now. I want to reach you where you are so that eventually you'll want to come find where I am, because you're going to see how awesome I am. Okay, so how do we reach folks where they are? Well, what are they spending their time on right now? I can tell you they are on video. Over 80% of all search traffic is video-based, friends. So if you're not creating a lot of video content, now is the time, okay? And you can do so in various ways. Listen, I didn't know whether to put TikTok on here or not. This is the world in which we live. Things are shifting constantly. But right now we have YouTube, we have TikTok for video-based platforms. For example, video-based social posts, so you can create videos for other platforms like Facebook and LinkedIn, long-form video like webinars that you're a part of today, video podcasts, other types of long-form video that you can put on other platforms, on your website, etc. So what are you going to have videos of, you might ask? I will say live video tends to work very well. There's that whole FOMO aspect that just never goes away. Explainer videos or product demos and testimonial videos are 2 very common and also very sought after types of videos for customers to want to watch. You can do some interactive video ads, shoppable video ads, depending on the platform you're on. I know for me, I tend to almost never listen to videos on social media with the sound on, like ever. And yeah, Dana's the same. Yeah, right. Like I just don't. It is not what I have no interest. So the thing is, we're not alone, Dana. We're not alone. A lot of people never listen to the sound. So if you know that, why not have fun with creating like silent videos? Or if you have sound, I'm not knocking those who have sound and those who like to listen to them, not knocking that, right? But knowing that folks aren't watching with the sound on, you might want to make sure that you've got captions. Okay, this might just be a usability, accessibility thing at this point, but if you're not doing that, play with it, see what works better. AR and VR are going to continue to grow. And so, can you get in that? Does that make sense for the type of service that you're providing to your audience. I don't know, but could be fun to play with. And then video blogs, vlogs, like that always works. It's kind of like tried and true. So those are types of videos you can try to, like break in to the video world if you're not there really yet. And if you are doing, great. Don't stop. People constantly want to take in video content. They also, however, want to connect through audio, because here's the deal, friends. Digital audio is about 20% of an adult's daily digital time right now. And there are now these are US based stats. I am sorry to say, so they are not worldwide, but bear with me because this stuff expands, right? So if there are 20% of daily digital time is where folks are spending just with audio. That's crazy. So do we have audio content that folks can take in while they're doing other things? And the thing about it is, like, folks who are listening to audio are super captive and they are engaged. Like, they aren't fast forwarding through. They're not getting up and walking away from TV ads. They're not disappearing. They're in it and they're listening and they care. So audio listeners respond better. They remember more and they act. It's kind of a no-brainer. So what kind of digital audio can you create that would allow you to get into your audience's earballs? All right. So we're looking at audio ads. Like podcasts, you can create podcasts, or you can just do ads within podcasts. You can do audio blogs. You can turn your video podcast into just audio only. You can do audio books. There are audio chat rooms. Like, there is a whole lot of opportunity here. Take it. Please, for the love, take it. This is where people want to spend their time. So if they're not able to watch something, maybe they can just listen. All right. And then we've already talked about communities, but before we were just lurking. Now we're actively engaging. Okay. So the benefits of active community participation, it allows you to really create those deeper connections. You learn more about your audience by responding to questions, by engaging with folks. You're building your authority and you're creating that more trust, that relationship-based trust with them. And when done well, you can promote your offerings. You don't want to do it all the time, and you don't want to just shove stuff in there like it's spam, because you'll get kicked out. The goal is to offer value, right? So if you're offering value and just providing answers within these communities, someone might say, hey, where can I find out more? That's an invitation to share more. Don't just throw it out there without people asking. And don't do it often, again, because people don't like it. But this is where you can start showing up for your audience, and they can start learning about you and figuring out, oh, I got to go find that person. Where else are they? What else are they doing? It's key. All right. So we've defined our audience. We know the types of content that they are really consuming right now, right? They've got video and audio, and they like to be in community together. So we know we have to go there. Well, now we have to create content that actually directly engages with them, okay? To make sure that we are driving that connection and moving them forward. So what is content that connects? Well, according to Google, according to me, saying what Google says, it's original, high quality, people first content. It is human first content based on quality, based on relevancy, based on stuff you know. So there are two principles I say we must encapsulate in the content we are creating to move forward. Double eat, which I'm sure most of you have heard about, and then pup, which I'm sure most of you have not, because I made it up, and I'm going to tell you what that is after we go through eat. All right. So double eat, this is where high quality content comes in. This is the aspect that we need to focus on to make sure that folks understand that what we have is original and of quality. What does double eat stand for? Experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trust. Each of these in turn. Experience is defined as the firsthand experience of the creator, which basically means you want to talk about things you actually know about personally. Okay, you have the lived experience required to discuss what you're discussing. Your expertise. Okay, so that takes it the next step up. It's the expertise of the creator. So it's not just that you have the lived experience, but you know it super well, that you have deep knowledge, you have, really honed skills that enables you to have like a very clear and consistent online presence that makes it clear that you know what you're talking about and why. This is where really good bios come in, by the way, friends. Really, really helpful. Next up is authoritativeness. All right. This is the authoritativeness, just yes, of you, the creator, but also where you're publishing your content. Okay. So you have to make sure that all of it is tied together. It is cohesive so that people know that you and where you spend your time online is like the go-to. You want to become known as the go-to in your niche. And then trust. Right? So this is the extent to which the page is accurate, honest, safe, and reliable. What this really comes down to is that you want to make sure that what others are saying about you backs up what you're saying about yourself. Because you can say what you want about yourself all day long. If no one else says it, then it doesn't matter. And trust, friends, is the backbone of all of this. Without trust, nothing else matters. So you want to make sure that you're embracing content that showcases what others are saying about you. Okay, so we've got the quality content aspect down. Now we need the human first, the people first content. That's where PUP comes in. Really, I just wanted to create something that said PUP so I could get Doug in here because I just love this dog so much. I have just met you, but I love you. Disney nerd. I'm sorry, Disney nerd right here. Dana, I know you're shaking your head at me. I do.
No, I Pup is he's cute. I gotta say, like, yeah, you're good. You're good.
So cute.
Yeah.
But it actually does work. Okay, so I didn't just make it up just because of Doug, although he helped. But what this really does is allows you to connect with the heart of the people you're contacting, and it is at the heart of the content you're creating. So this is your personality. This is content that is easily usable, and this is content that shows you as being very personable. So what does all of this mean? Well, your personality, all of those characteristics that kind of form who you are or who your brand is, right? And people see brands as people. So it doesn't matter that you might have a big company, like people just automatically attribute certain human characteristics to companies. Oh, I have Disney nerds in the house. Yes. Thank you for being here. I always find my people. I always find them. So if you don't know the personality that should be coming through your content, well, that's where we have to take a step back and talk about branding, which is not the topic of this conversation, but make sure that you have identified like the personality of your content, of yourself as a brand. So, what is the voice? What's the tone? How is all of this, right? Like, how is all of this going to show up? How are you going to show up in your content? And then usability. So this is really about making sure that your audience can engage with you and consume your content easily. Don't make them think and don't make it hard. You'll lose them. So in your content, how can you present it better? How can you format it better to make it easier to consume, to make your audience be like, oh, I love this and I want more of it. How do you do that? Ask yourself that. Make sure you're paying attention to this. So it's not just about usability. It's about accessibility, which matters. Again, this content is not all about accessibility, but if you don't start there, you're starting from the wrong foot. And then finally, personability. So this is all about being likable and easy to connect with, which really means you need to be able to showcase empathy and authenticity in your content, that you come across as someone who understands where someone else is coming from, that you understand what folks are feeling, because most of the time when folks are out online looking for help, they're doing so because they're feeling some kind of pain point. So you want to be able to showcase your empathy. And if you're like, I don't know how to do that online. Okay, well, consider the conversations you have with family, friends, when they're in a spot and they need help. How do you show them you care? Just imagine that as you're creating your content. Okay. And then authenticity. This is just being real. It's being genuine. Okay. So how do you make sure that you're showing up in conversations where you actually belong? Because I can tell you this, you can sniff out someone who doesn't belong where they are. And you don't want to hear from those folks. So make sure that you are being you, that you are being genuine, and that you are where you belong. All right. With those qualities in mind, it is now time to create specific pieces of content that are going to help folks move from the "you've got my attention, I am engaged with you, I like you, I trust you, I am curious, now what?" The now what is, what can you do to encourage them to say, "I want your services or product?" That's where, first off, success stories come in. Okay, people love a good story, right? We've heard about storytelling. We're going to always hear about storytelling. Storytelling is, tales as old as time, friends, right? Like, people get lost in stories. So we want them to get lost in the success stories of our past clients so that they can see themselves in them. All right. So a really good success story helps you build your credibility. It demonstrates your value because you actually can show, without giving away like the secret sauce, you can show what you do for others. It helps you overcome objections. So people are like, "Yeah, but what about, or I bet you can't do." You can show all of that and not have to have that conversation. And again, it engages the emotions because people get caught up in stories. So how do you make sure that your success story is successful? You want to make sure you are including in your success stories both the challenge and the solution. Within that challenge, speak directly to the issue that led the customer to you, right? This is where all of that work you're doing around understanding pain points and fears and needs and desires, like, that's what comes through in this challenge spot. The solution is where you focus on your value, your double eat, okay? This is where you're talking about your strategy, your tactics, results that you've delivered. And what do we need the most? Trust. So you want to make sure that you've got a customer testimonial, a pull quote, a picture of your customer. Like, how real can you make that so that folks understand that that's not you saying it's you, like you can be trustworthy. It's your customer that said it. We trust others, especially if a lot of others say the same thing. Okay. Next up, FAQs. We're actually very good at this. A lot of our content in the SEO world is focused on answering questions. Okay, but there are a few key things that I think we can do better to make this even more accessible, to make it more helpful, to deliver more value. So yes, you can have FAQ pages. If you don't have them, build them. Okay, they absolutely enhance your customer's experience even before they sign on the dotted line with you. It allows you to address key objections that folks have before they talk to you, which saves you time and it saves them time. If they're like, "Oh, this is not for me," or "This is for me," they answer that already and then they're gone, right? Or they're picking up the phone and calling or filling out that online contact form or whatever it is you're having them do next. And FAQ pages build trust because you're just there delivering answers, delivering value, giving folks what they want when they want it. Okay, so I definitely encourage you to build out your FAQ pages because this will work. You want to make sure that your FAQ pages are usable, right? So now we're going back to this whole PUP aspect. Okay, so yes, you want to make sure that your common questions that you're putting there are those that you've gathered through your audience research, but you have to keep the page organized. Please, for the love of all things holy, include search function, site-wide search function, just on the FAQ. I don't care. Use the search function. Table of contents are awesome. Provide detailed answers. Don't give one-sentence answers that don't get people anywhere. Waste of everybody's time. And make sure we're using visuals, okay, or video and or audio, right? Because folks take in content different ways. And this is where you can really showcase that personality of yours. You stay on brand. You just give it all into that FAQ page. And here's the thing. You don't just have to have your FAQs on an FAQ page. In fact, I would encourage you to go many steps further. Bake small FAQ sections into other pages on your website and lead people to your FAQ resource center or your main FAQ page, whatever it is. Meet people where they're at and encourage them to go further or go deeper. And then finally, we want folks to try things out. They want to try things out before they sign on the dotted line, right? So try the gray stuff. It's delicious. I got to try it before I know I'm going to have the whole thing, okay? So what kind of demo, what kind of freebie can you offer? Because here's the thing, no matter what you do, whether you're service-based, SaaS-based, product-based, I don't care where you are on the spectrum here, if you provide some kind of taste test, right, you will reduce perceived risks. That kind of like little bit of fear of I don't know goes away. You qualify leads, and you instill a customer loyalty that like starts even before they've given you any money. Okay, and if you do it well, and you're there for them during the demo, they're going to say yes to you, and you continue to serve them that way as a customer. Well, then they're going to be an evangelist for you, and they're going to stick with you. And why? Because you're there offering value, you're building relationships. It matters. It matters. So what can you offer? Well, that depends on the kind of business you're in and what you have to give. And so try to figure out ways to get a little creative. Maybe it's a free webinar. Hi, Duda. Maybe it's a walkthrough of your product. Maybe it's a free audit or a free software trial or something else. I don't know. But get creative here. Find a way to give folks a glimpse of what you have to offer. We've gone a really far way from where we started, but we've covered a lot of ground. And I hope that at this point you're like, oh, you're right. I do need to understand my audience better, because then I can really create content that's going to help folks move further on. So I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to leave you with another favorite quote of mine from my very favorite waltz. You can design and create and build the most wonderful place in the world, but it takes people to make the dream a reality. You can design and build and create the best website, the best online properties for folks. If they don't know who you are, if they don't know where to find you, if they don't know you exist, it doesn't matter. They're not going to come. That whole, if you build it, they will come thing, not true. So you have to meet them where they are. You have to know who they are to know where they are. Okay. So create those inclusive avatars. Define that person that you want to most serve, that you are best able to serve. Go where they are already hanging out. Don't make them come find you. You go to them. You deliver content of value. You embrace double eat and pup principles. And then you make sure that the content you publish on your own properties compels those conversions forward, helps folks get over the do I or do I not to the absolute yes, I do. Okay. And with that, I say thank you very much for your time. I do hope y'all have some questions. And hey, QR code, I promise you to show up one more time. That'll get you to the template that I have offered for you. And if you want to find me, LinkedIn is definitely the best. Hey, thank you, Fred. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we do have some questions, but one question that I was thinking about is, at the beginning you were talking about narrowing in on your audience. When you work with clients who are like, everyone can use my product, how do you get them past that? I've run into this everywhere, right? So it's well, I don't want to alienate anybody if they come to my website and I could help them. Okay. Think about it this way. Think about this. Like if you were to go to a big networking event, and you have a really great product that folks could buy, and it's perfect for this one perfect person, right? And so someone says, "So hey, what do you do?" And you say, "Well, I have this really great product." And oh, who's it for? Well, really anybody who wants it. And then that person goes and talks to someone else and talks to someone else, and they forget about you. Not being specific enough makes you forgettable. Not being specific enough, great way to put it,
makes you lack the ability to make connections.
Yep.
So that is how I tend to talk through it with folks, is that it's not about alienating people. It is about missed opportunities.
Yeah, that's so good. Okay, I'm going to steal that, use it. We'll let you know how it goes. Yep.
Oh, please. Oh, yes. Do. I would love that.
All right. So I had a question from Cecilia Osorio. She was asking, do you recommend relying on our current customer database? She's talking about like building, researching your audience. It's very small, so I'm not sure how accurate it would be. So if you're working with if you're new business or you're just starting to grow, what do you do to build these if you don't have a lot of customer data to rely on?
Yeah, so that's where I really encourage you to look into products and or companies or teams that allow you to do some focus group questionnaires where you can learn about folks, even if you don't have the customers, or if you have a very small sample size without much data. You want to start somewhere that can access that audience for you. And so folks that focus within the focus group, really,
Sure.
It's fine. Folks who focus in that arena are better off to help you, and you don't feel like you're having to scramble because you've got a service provider right there to help you along.
Okay,
Yeah.
Great. And a couple tools that people mentioned. Let's see,
yes.
ChatGPT for researching. So this is interesting. This is from T. You don't have a full name on here, just T.
Hi, T.
They're using ChatGPT for researching. What do you think of that?
I have a love-hate relationship with tools like, and specifically ChatGPT, just because those tools make stuff up.
Yeah, that's what I worry about too.
Like they make stuff up. It is not all accurate. So here's what I will say about this. I think it's a great place to start. It's like, just like search is a great place to start, but then you have to follow it up. So if you're in ChatGPT, you start there and you say, okay, well, I want to talk about this and discover. Cool. Let it help you get started. But then you need to go to other sources, to other places, and make sure that you're getting that same info. And so you're building from there. And you know what I guarantee you'll find is that some of that is not accurate at all, and you're going to want to pull that out. So it's not a be all end all. It's a yes and.
Yeah. Very improv reference.
Thank you.
Did you do improv? There's like I'm going back to a Venn diagram, but I feel like I used to volunteer on a board for an improv company in Edmonton, and the Venn diagram between lawyers and improvers was a circle. I felt like.
Yes, actually accurate. And okay, another like onion peel layer back for me. I actually started in college as a theater major.
Oh, that 0% surprises me, actually. So that explains things. I actually didn't know you were a lawyer until the introduction slide. I was like, what? But totally makes sense. All coming together.
Full of surprises.
There is like a real crossover between theater and, being a litigator. So, Yep. Totally. All right. So let's see. One thing that's my personal big takeaway from this is you said, be as specific as your audience gets. So I hope that other people will take that away as well. I wrote that down and then I underlined it a lot.
Yeah.
So that's a good one. Let's see. And then, okay. So here's a fun question from Jeannie Hill.
Okay.
First off, she said, you are so relatable in person. So that's nice.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Which Disney character do you relate most to? And how do you pull these ideas into your storytelling?
Okay, I'm going to answer the second one.
And I left
first.
a few minutes for this because I was like, this is going to take a while. So.
Again, you find your people, and also thank you. Like, way to just give me time to talk about Disney. They don't pay me. I should be very clear about this. I get nothing for all of
they
the
don't
Disney
pay
love.
anyone though.
Well,
I don't
okay,
think,
well,
do they?
Yeah. Not wrong. Hey, see, M Global Services. I don't know your name, but yes, right, theater and like.
Oh yeah, my wife was a theater major. She did not become a lawyer, but she started in theater as well.
She's the smart one. Okay, sorry. So back to Disney. Okay, so I wish I could say that I am a lot more like really focused, centered on this whole how do these thoughts just come up and how do I weave them in? It just happens. And this is from a lifetime of being obsessed with Disney. So it's not it's like, oh, hey, I literally will just give you quotes from movies without realizing I'm doing it, or I'm like, oh, that quote would work great here, and it just comes up. It just comes. So it's just Disney is a very big part of my life and part of my kid's life. Fun fact, he hit Disney World for the 20th time.
Whoa.
Last June when he was 12. So annual pass holders unite. Yeah, I know. And, several of his classmates have never even been on a plane. And like, son, I hope you understand how very privileged you are and how wonderful this has been and how we cannot keep doing it. Let's move on to something else. Okay. Which one do I most relate to? Really depends on the day.
So how about today?
I will tell you that often I will fall back on the ones that hit me at just the right age. So that would be Belle and Ariel.
Okay.
Those are the two that like I really just like gravitate toward. But if I'm being honest, I'm a lot like Mirabelle. So yes.
Thank you, Anton.
Thank you, Anton.
Disney
Again,
is not a sponsor
they
of
don't
this event.
pay. They don't
No.
pay. But
No.
I actually, as I was creating this presentation, I wrote another Post-it note down about potential presentations to do and about content and connecting. And I'm like, well, emotion, I need to do an inside out totally thing. So it just keeps coming.
Oh,
It just keeps coming.
100%. Yes.
So thank you all for spending time in Carrie's Corner talking about Disney. I appreciate you. And I do
okay,
hope you enjoyed this.
What's your favorite Disney movie, though?
I refuse to
You
answer
can't do that.
question.
Okay.
I refuse to answer
Mine
that
is
question.
Tron.
Oh, so good though.
Original Tron, OG. I
was gonna say
the
OG,
follow-up was
right?
okay. But yeah.
The new
So
stuff.
I just looked it up.
Tinkerbell,
It came out in
thank you,
82.
Jay.
I was 8 when it came out. I went to the theater and watched it with my dad because my dad's also a big nerd, was a big nerd. And then I went back by myself and I think I watched it maybe 12 more times.
Oh, so that's like me with the most recent Wicked. I saw it 4 times in the first week it was out.
I fell asleep. I know. I don't like musicals.
Oh, well, okay. Well, all you have to say is that,
But I had
right?
such a nice nap. It was great. It was very
You clearly
cozy
needed
in the
it.
theater.
You're
I was
very
wearing my
good,
coat.
You know, like,
Yeah,
that's
I was
important.
tired. It's fine. All right. So thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Now, Cari, before I let you go, where is the best place to find you? Is it LinkedIn where you hang out the most? Is that the...
Yeah. And if I'm honest...
Oh, yes. And the QR code. Make sure to scan that if you haven't yet. Get her template because it's really good. I have downloaded it.
Oh, thank you, Dana. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely on LinkedIn. If you ever want to chat, that is where you will find me. Thank you so much. Thank you for the joy, for the Tinkerbell, for the all of it. I appreciate all of
Uniting
you
us
for
all
being
through the
here.
wonder of Disney.
Yes, thanks for all of it. And Dana, thank you for being a lovely host. And thank you,
course.
Duda. Y'all have a good rest of your day.
Digital agencies, listen up. Duda introduces the power of website building, AI and SEO combined. For the first time ever, a native AI-powered SEO tool in a website builder. Save your agency hours or even days of work in a single click. Generate SEO metadata for all site pages. Duda's AI assistant analyzes a page's content and uses integrated AI prompts to produce meta titles and descriptions, all according to SEO best practices. The AI SEO revolution is here. Jump on board and transform the way your agency builds top-performing websites. Start Duda free trial.
Hello, we are back. All right, last but not least, in today's mega webinar, which I have to say in like a monster truck voice, you know, like that ad, you could buy the whole seat, but you only need the edge. That's what's happening today. So today we have Cindy Krum. She is the founder and CEO of Mobile Moxie. And what I really like about Cindy's talks, if I'm just going to say how awesome you are for a minute here, and you're just going to have to sit there and listen to me, is that the industry might be here, but Cindy's over here. Like, you want to listen to Cindy because she knows where the industry is going. And the tools that she's created, in particular the Serperator, not only is it a great name, but this tool's been around for a while, well before people were thinking about visibility on Google searches. So if you haven't tried it out, go to Mobile Moxie, go to tools, check out the Serperator. She's also got some other really cool free tools on the website. And she will be talking to us about how to avoid the upcoming zombie apocalypse, at least when it comes to SEO. So, hey, Cindy, how's it going?
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
I'm representing. You can't see, but I've got my Duda.
Oh, amazing. Well done.
So, should we jump into it?
Let's do it.
Are we ready? All
Yeah.
right. Let me hit the right buttons.
There's always a moment of like, which button is the right button? What am I doing here? How does this work?
Yeah. All right. Screen to share. All right.
Okay, and remember, everyone, please ask questions in the chat. I'm paying attention, and I'm going to pull them all together at the end. So take it away.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So, hi, everybody. Thank you for the awesome introduction, Dana. Today, we're talking about surviving the zombie SEO apocalypse of 2025, a 7-step plan. If you don't know me, a little bit more background. Like Dana said, my name is Cindy Krum. I'm CEO of Mobile Moxie, but I've been doing this forever. I've worked with a lot of big brands around the world, international brands, brands of all different kinds. I also wrote a book about mobile marketing and mobile SEO. In 2022, I was one of the top 10 most influential SEO experts, according to USA Today. I wish I had gotten that again, but I haven't. So I'm hanging on to my glory of 2022 so far. Anyway, yeah, I'm known for being able to kind of predict the future and understand where Google's going and why, and explain that in ways that are actionable for SEO, even if it's just knowing what to worry about most. So today we're talking about a zombie apocalypse. We're in a new year, and generally that should be exciting from an SEO perspective, but the news that's coming out of Google isn't super cheery. Things aren't looking super awesome in a lot of ways. Google's changed as a business, I think. Instead of being run by tech hippies, it's now run by people who are trying to get as much money out of every search as possible all the time, and or save money, where they used to be willing to invest in quality. They're less willing to do that now. And so my theory overall for 2025 about SEO is that in some cases, Google is knowingly and actively sacrificing the quality of some organic search results and or the diversity of some organic search results to save money so that it can be spent on more AI, learning and overviews, and things that make them money, like better ads, different ads, stuff like that. And so I think that Google may continue to devalue organic results in their hierarchy of priorities and rely on things like AI overviews, hosted results, big brand rankings, and say they'll keep telling us, well, this is what users want. And so we're going to continue to struggle. I think it's going to be a year of struggle. It's zombies, so it's not really going to be super uplifting, but I will give you some ideas. But what's happening as they focus more on the things that are making Google money is they take SEO and organic results for granted, and they're turning some sites into zombie sites. And what happens when you're a zombie site is the sites still have rankings numerically, but potentially not enough traffic or conversions to really stay alive. And sites may even look like they have traffic, but the amount of bot traffic, not just from Google, but from all the AI bots and tools that are trying to use free content on the internet to learn, are kind of faking the life on sites, making them, that traffic will never actually convert, will never actually give life, but it gives the impression of life. And so these sites may not even know they're dead, right? And so this is how we get to the concept of the zombie apocalypse, or SEO zombie apocalypse of 2025. So we're going to talk about how to survive that. And the first thing is obviously understanding zombification, know what to expect. There are a lot of things that we're not used to watching for in the SEO world that might be contributing to zombification, especially when there are still impressions and some clicks, but you may have minimal conversions happening. And these are the kinds of things where you're like, well, we're there and we're ranking almost as good as we always have, but the traffic's not there. How do we do more than just kind of barely get by? And so the first thing to know is everyone is seeing a decrease in clicks. And we've started, this started a long time ago, actually, when Rand first published his first study on the zero-click search results. Now that's been revived originally at Moz, now coming out of SparkToro, even more data that says that as time goes on, people are less and less likely to click into a search result. And that original report was controversial at the time, but it's been proven out time and time again. And I don't think anyone would disagree with it now. Fewer people are clicking through on sites, and Google wants us to think that it's because users are just satisfied with the search result. And that's a nice way of saying Google's scraping enough information from our sites into the search result that people don't need to click anymore. And originally it was things like featured snippets, and then we added in people also ask, and now we add in AI overviews. And if you think about it, all of those things are being populated by information from our site. And so what's happening is Google is adding more interactive, colorful, and interesting stuff to click on at the top, and that's devaluing blue links. So even if you're ranking in position 1, it's not doing as much for you as it did before, and that's going further and further and further, especially when Google is adding in and testing out even more new kinds of search results, like the shopping grids, all of the different carousels, all of the different like more information on this topic or other people searched for. Those are just links to other search results so that Google can serve people more ads and then tell their advertisers that there's a high search volume on a query. I mean, it's a lot of self-dealing there. This is why, all of this stuff is why the Department of Justice has been looking into Google's monopoly and is talking about breaking out Chrome as a separate product, because Google is getting information about what users want and what advertisers want to sell and all this stuff. They're getting it directly from us in Chrome, directly from the users. And that's how Google knows that they need to do things like spin off Google Flights and Google Hotels and invest heavily in Reddit and stuff like that. They know because they can see what we're doing in Chrome. And so with the increase in AI overviews and SERP features, carousels, knowledge graph over and over time, we're kind of like a frog in a pot that's about to boil. You can see in this graph from Stat the decreasing share of voice year over year. And this is share of voice in the organic blue links. Every year we get pushed kind of down further, or we get less of the total visibility on the page, or just fewer clicks overall, because there's more interesting or actionable or quick summarized stuff to click on to get to the answer faster. And the problem is, from a user perspective, they're not sure what they're going to get if they click through, but if they can find what they're looking for in the search result by expanding an expander or a people also ask, then that's what they would prefer to do, rather than relearning another website or taking the risk that they're going to have to close pop-ups or deal with slow sites or things like that. And so people just aren't clicking. They're trying not to click. And so Google, benefits from that because they get to trigger more things that make them money. And you can see in this slide an example of some personalization. They know, doing things like giving you a more personalized result means it's more likely that you're going to find what you're looking for and make a purchase, and that might have a positive impact on one of their advertisers. So for instance, now in shopping queries, you can, it'll give you some of your favorite brands. These are milk brands, and you can save your favorite brands so that it highlights them and ranks them better when you're logged in and searching from your computer. And so these are things, if Google knows your preferences on milk, they can start serving you more of your preference, and especially they can serve it to you in an ad format if they have anyone selling that brand of milk. So it seems very bleak, because it's not just that Google's crowding the page, but they're getting more clever about what they can do to make users more likely to have a good experience that they don't mind, but also potentially make money on the Google advertising side of things, or just learning more about you, which also makes them money. This is a chart from a study by Mark Williams Cook, who's a brilliant SEO. He's a British guy from Also Asked, and they pulled a bunch of data from a Google endpoint and found that Google classifies queries into these 6 kinds of categories: short facts, other, comparison, consequences, reason, definition, instructions, and bool, which stands for Boolean, which in this case means, is it a yes/no kind of query? And what you can see here is that everything but the other category seems like something that Google has previously tried to answer with a featured snippet or a direct answer, but now is trying to respond to with an AI overview. The only thing that they're not trying to actively respond to with an AI overview, or at least a featured snippet, is this other category. And so basically, like, you might imagine, like, lots of queries fall into these categories, and then other is just like stuff they've yet to classify, but they might find similarities and add another classification later. But this classification is the first stage in getting Google able to respond with the right kind of an AI overview. If they know that you're looking for a definition, then they can respond with that. If they know that you're looking for a reason or instruction or a yes or no, then they can respond to that. So we may, I think it's these kinds of like revelations in the SEO industry that tells me that we may need to update like how we believe Google sees their job. We used to think that Google's job was just to rank things in the best order possible and find the best information to rank for the users. And I think that's not how they see it. What they see is their job is to get the user to the answer to their question as fast as possible. And if they can't find it and put it in an AI overview or a feature or a people also ask, then they think, or something that they've monetized, then they think it's probably a failure, right? Like this other category is probably in their mind a failure, but that's where a lot of the long tail queries that SEOs target are and have been for a long time. So there's this changing searcher behavior where Google is responding because they've found that people search in these kinds of categories, but also searchers are getting conditioned to expect Google to have the answer. If you think about the way we used to do SEO, we used to just kind of assume that Wikipedia was going to rank #1, but for everything, you know, especially a factual kind of query, that's not the case anymore. Like Wikipedia has suffered greatly because Google has lifted all the information that they need and now just shows the answer. And Wikipedia doesn't rank #1 and is struggling for money and stuff like that. Like users' expectation used to be to go to Wikipedia or to search for it and click on the first link, which is always Wikipedia. That's not how it is anymore. So the behavior is that people are now going to Google for obvious questions like, do zombies exist? How long do zombies live? Stuff like that. Something that Google might be able to give you an answer, or at least a theoretical answer for. But then when there's something where they want like more nuance, people aren't searching Google for that because it requires them to go into a website. They're going to the forums where they know those conversations are happening and searching there. So the behavior has changed. You search Google for an obvious website or an obvious answer, or when you kind of know where you're going. And when you don't, you go somewhere else. And so people are also changing how they interact with Google in that they're searching for queries with longer words. So the volume of search queries with 5 or more words grew by 1.5x faster than shorter queries. So people are getting more kind of creative with what they're willing to ask Google, but that doesn't mean they're asking like the deep questions there. It might just mean they're asking more nuanced questions, or for comparisons, is a metric ton bigger than a standard ton or something like that. That's something that searchers previously would just throw in the query and work that out for themselves. But now they're putting the whole query in, and because it's a factual answer, they assume Google can lift the answer from somewhere and answer it. And so you might go to Google for what is a zombie apocalypse, but you might go to Reddit or TikTok for how do I prepare for a zombie apocalypse. These things are changing because users know where they get the best data. And Google's good for easy stuff, and more nuanced places, more nuanced forums, more nuanced locations are better for more nuanced questions. And that's even expanding, right? If you are looking for a particular new product, you might go to Product Hunt. If you're looking for a different kind of product, you might just start your search in Amazon. If you're looking for a new business theory, you might go to LinkedIn. So people are starting their searches in different places, and they're going to Google for the easy searches. So if you can't rank for an easy search, that might be a struggle. So that's what zombification looks like. People are searching for the easy things in Google and or getting what they want out of the search and not clicking. So then what do you do if you're just a website that wants to remain relevant? So survival tip 2 is get strong, build a brand. So to survive the zombie apocalypse, you need to have a brand that people are using in their searches. People aren't anymore like just surfing the internet looking for fun stuff. They go with a plan of action. And if they associate your brand with what you sell, they're more and more likely to search for not just a generic keyword like black dress, but if you have a strong brand, what you want is for them to be searching for your brand plus that keyword, because not only does that make it much easier for you to rank, but that makes it that tells Google specifically that users know what you sell, that you've built a brand around what you sell or what you do or what your specialty is. And brands, this is coming out in the research. This is recent research coming out of Ahrefs that says that 45.7% of searches from Google are branded, and 36.9% of search queries in Google are branded. So they compared the data two different ways. So the number of total queries is the one on the left. So almost half, 45.7% of queries are branded now, because people go to the search box knowing kind of the brand that they're looking for. And then just the total number of keywords, that's the number on the right, 36.9. So SEO teams need to start thinking about including branded queries as part of the optimization strategy. So for instance, for years, SEOs have kind of said, oh, well, we always rank for our brand and that's not part of our gig, like leave the brand stuff for paid, or like that's just a given that we rank for our brand. But if you started to take all of your biggest queries, your big money keywords, and say, okay, let's look at the big money keyword and let's look at the big money keyword when people search for it, with variations of our brand, or variations of the big money keyword with variations of our brand. How much is that happening? And then changing the way you write and you talk about your product or service to say blah, 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 brand product, and start associating the brand of your site with XYZ or XYZ types of products or queries or things like that, then people will search like that. If you use it in your marketing, in your YouTube videos and stuff like that, and you say the brand close to the keywords, people will search like that as well. And that's an easier way to rank. But then also there's this idea of like just regular marketing, right? And building a brand and understanding that brands have differentiation, that if you have 5 websites that all do the same thing, that means none of them are really great at branding. You need to understand what makes your website / brand different from the other websites that do something similar. Even if you own all of them, let's say you have, 5 sites that sell hotels. Why would one person go to this one versus the other one? And so you have to start pushing on the differentiation and say, do we have a better, different product? Do we have different prices? Do we have different marketing? Do we have different levels of service that people would pay more for or care about? People care about service, so they'll go to us. Do we have different distribution options? Can you get your products faster, quicker, same day? And then what is your image? Like, what do you portray when you buy this product? Is it saying something about who you are? Or when you shop at this company, is it saying something about your image and that would resonate to someone who's buying something? And so if you can't answer questions like this about your site, then you probably need to do stuff that's more than just SEO. You need to work out the brand differentiation. And then once you know the differentiation, you can work that into your top of funnel SEO strategy. So if, let's say, the thing that makes your website different is a service differentiation, then you need to not just optimize for the end, conversion terms, but get people into the funnel with keywords that are about what makes your service better, different, more desirable, what have you. And so if you're doing SEO and you can't answer these questions, that's a big concern for me, because it means that you're missing top of funnel traffic, and that you're not reinforcing the idea of the brand that you're trying to SEO for throughout whatever you're writing, working on, or putting into the SEO effort. The other thing is brands don't just exist on websites. Brands actually participate. And I'm sure if you've been watching other talks today, I'm not the only one to say this, but the study that Mark Williams Cook did also showed that site quality score is something that Google has. They have sites numerically ranked with a quality score still. And it includes evaluation of how many brand mentions there are for your site across the web, not just website links, but just mentions. And that's part of the score that they're calculating and evaluating as a quality score. It also includes the number of brand searches and the number of searches for brand plus keyword. Those are actually signals of a quality website. And then clicks on the site when it's not in position 1. Those are signs of a quality website. And so understanding that this branding effort plays out in the quality evaluation that Google gives you says, hey, like, we need to exist off of our site. We need to exist on the site, but also we need to be getting mentions. We need to be engaging where our customers are. And so that's why, once you understand that Google is looking for these things, that's how, since Google's already looking for these things, why wouldn't they do something like create a carousel about what people are saying? Right? They've already been looking for what people are saying about your brand. Why not throw it into a carousel? So building a brand and then just finding out where your people are to keep the conversation going, or to encourage it, or to reward any kind of brand evangelists and stuff like that. This is where SEO and real marketing collide, is like, you need to be creating buzz and keeping the conversation going, not just because it's good for branding, but also because it's good for branded SEO, which is part of Google's quality evaluation. So participate where your audience is. And this helps things, like your domain authority, but also brand authority and things like this. A study from Tom Capper from Moz showed something similar, that companies that have high domain authority but low brand authority were much likely to get penalties. And that's because the domain authority was coming from links, like they'd done a good job of building links, but they hadn't done a good job of building their brand. And so when you have a mismatch there, Google's looking at you for penalties, right? So you can say branding is helping you stay out of a Google penalty, because those things have to look like they match. It can't just look like you've been link building but not brand building, or you're at a higher risk of being investigated by Google for a penalty. And then you need to do things that a real company site would do. And if you're in kind of one of the edgier industries, casino or something like that, I've seen so many sites like that forget that you need to look like a real company and have an about us page, have a contact us page, have a team members page, have some real customer testimonials. These are the things that real companies do. And if you don't look like a real brand, users will think you don't look like a real brand. Users will get frustrated, but Google can easily see these things too. And so go and look at big brands and their their knowledge graph results and just see, like, what is Google keying into that they know big brands have. And it's this list under the summary, like big brands have offices, big brands have a date that they're founded. Like, this information is available for real companies. Is it available for your company? And if you're not ranking where you want to be, look at the companies that are and find out, do they have that stuff? And you'll see they probably do. So the next thing, survival tip, is ignore the silence. You have to monitor Google and see what they're doing, because they're changing things right and left. And I would say that their communication with the SEO community has become a bit more obtuse, let's say, indirect. And so look for the direct communication when you can find it. So for instance, this year, Google announced that they're going to be doing many more core updates more often. And they said that in the Google's Search Live or Search Central Live event. So they're saying things like this specifically. So pay attention to that. They say more structured data, robots, text, stuff like that are things that you need, but also pay attention in the paid side of things, because there are interesting things happening over there that might lead us to understand what Google's goals are. So for instance, the Google Ads liaison talks about taking your search performance to the next level and gives a case study. Read the case studies, even if they're for PPC, to know what Google cares about, what they're measuring. Because if they're measuring it for PPC success, there's a good chance they're also measuring it and not sharing it with us, you know, for SEO evaluations, evaluating the success of a site in other ways, right? Even if you're not doing paid at all, knowing what Google's capable of, what they're writing about in Think with Google, that's what they care about. And when they do things in PPC, oftentimes they have a spillover effect in SEO. Things like changes to Google Shopping. That's definitely impacted SEO, because now we have these shopping grids that are a mix of organic and paid results, right? And that's displacing regular blue links almost entirely. And if you were paying attention to Google's announcements about shopping search and merchant center, then you know that. But if you're not, or you're just trusting numeric rankings, you're not getting the full picture, because those grids don't necessarily show up in those numeric rankings. So you need to actually be looking at the search result and looking into these new things that Google is launching. For instance, there are SEO strategies that work great in Merchant Center, and Merchant Center can impact SEO rankings if you do it wrong. So paying attention to all the announcements there can also help, especially if you're selling an actual product. And it does seem like there's a relationship between what Google is getting from Google My Business and Merchant Center into their own product knowledge graph things, where they're showing product comparisons. And if they show that and you're not there, that gives everyone who's there kind of more authority. And if you're just relying on a blue link without being in their price comparison stuff, you're probably going to get missed. So other things there, just know desktop and mobile search results are still different. This is why I created the tools. So Google's testing different things, like on mobile, with people also buy from once you're looking, and they're putting that in cards. So be sure that you're not just assuming you know what a search result looks like and assuming that things are different between mobile and desktop. They're not, and they're usually testing things on mobile first. And the problem with that is most of the tools that we use still lean heavily on desktop information, because mobile data is harder to get. So take all of the stuff that you're getting out of your tools with a grain of salt. Also, we know, like, the tools all broke last week when Google changed how scrapers can access rankings. And so I expect things like that to impact us more too. Like, Google is making it harder for non-Google reporting tools to report on organic rankings. That might be an accident. It might not. So other things to know, shopping buttons are going to appear in Google Shopping queries, 150 curated Wirecutter products. So they're doing deals with companies like Wirecutter to have special display options that it's going to look organic, but it's kind of with a background kind of partnership. So things are getting muddy out there. So you have to watch for all of these things. And then, of course, Google's made all these investments in AI. Willow is supposed to be their biggest, coolest, newest AI that's much faster. And so watch for those changes, too, because they might tip their hand about how they're going to be using that AI in the background to make evaluations for search results. And then watch for random tests, things like sources across the web with expanders and carousels, and watch for these things when they're changing, because when something like that comes in, maybe it's a test and you should just know it's happening. Maybe it's more kind of permanent, like this expander for Reddit, and it might be, if you're ranking right below it, that's going to, because it's new and different, people are going to be clicking on it. They love interactivity in a search result more than they love clicking on a blue link. So watch for things like that. And then all of course, the Gemini announcements, it's evolving almost, especially over Christmas, it was evolving day by day. And so Google is trying to answer questions even faster, even faster, even faster. And if they're doing a good job in a particular industry, that could affect you and your website visibility directly. For instance, they were testing chat bots in the search result for airlines, right? And if you're selling flights and American Airlines, you sell American Airlines flight, but American Airlines has a chat bot that's showing up that you can interact with in the search result directly, that's going to impact you. So watch for those kinds of announcements. And yeah, just the agents that can interact on a website and buy things. Do you think that happened without them testing on a bunch of websites and sending the agents to go look like a real human and interact on a site and then buy something? No, this is what I'm talking about with all the bots that make it look like you might be alive. And in this case, yay, they can buy something, but it's still just a bot. It's not a human. So understand, you might be a zombie, I guess. So yeah, just keep a watch on all of this. And then the last thing is think about how Google is handling AI overviews and SERP features and why. And then think about how that parallels with what you can do on your site and driving site engagement, right? I talk about making things really easy to consume on a site in the same way that Google is making it easy to consume in a SERP feature. The risk is that your content will get lifted directly into the SERP feature, but at least hopefully you'll get credit, maybe. But you'll also make users happy because Google has lots of background information informing what they need to show in an AI overview or a feature to make a user happy. Okay, next, diversify traffic sources. So collect your weapons, right? Realize that Google is not the only search option in the game, and your SEO tools work elsewhere. And what I mean when I say tools, not necessarily like Ahrefs or SEMrush, but your brain tools. You can SEO lots of different places. Like I mentioned before, people are going to different places for different kinds of questions. And in many cases, those locations where people might be searching can be easier to rank than in Google. But the other thing is sometimes ranking your content on someone else's site, especially if you're a small blog, getting your content mentioned or reviewed or something like that is easier when it happens on a site that already has a lot of traction. So diversify your understanding of what it is to be an SEO, and do that. So we talked already about branding, and I know Reddit had kind of a recent bump down, but think about things that are working in Google, like for instance, Reddit, and think about why and could you do something like that? So forum creation and participation, right? Because yeah, Reddit's taking off, but you could be there and then you benefit from that. Doing that, and even places that aren't really indexed, but there are conversations, if they're relevant to you, like Discord communities and stuff like that, being there, even if it doesn't rank, it gets people talking about you, it builds your brand. But let me show you this slide, the forum creation idea. So this wasn't even something in a response to the growth of Reddit and stuff like that. This is actually a client forum that one of my clients has had for many, many years that we are not even allowed to SEO or touch. I just know it exists, but they won't do anything with it other than leave it going for their users. But its rank just grew and grew and grew without us being allowed to touch it. And this is not a stellar forum. Like, it's pretty janky. So think about, do you have an opportunity to build a forum for your customers that might make your customers happy, but also potentially be crawlable and rank? Because these kinds of things are ranking really easily right now. Things like Discord isn't ranking, but when you go there and people are looking for certain rooms, like, you can be there. YouTube has its own algorithm, and YouTube gets put into Google. So being there, knowing the difference between Google's algorithm and YouTube's algorithm. Same with TikTok, with Twitch, all of these places, people are starting their searches there. So know what helps you rank in all of those places and all of the industry specific forums to be there. And then, like, even if you're really struggling, like, think about images and memes and things that people search for regularly that get fast traction, and just do tests with stuff like that to see if you can get that kind of traction. And then remember that people are also interacting in email, WhatsApp, SMS, and there's potential, Google just announced something in the US where they're now interacting with WhatsApp, with a Google business profile. Like, we don't know exactly what Google can see, but they can probably see links whenever, and referral data whenever you open a link from an email, from a text. When it opens in Chrome, they potentially know that that's been shared and that it's a strong sign for your brand. So next tip, set a trap, which is like set out brains, build entity networks. Greatness is not built on a brand alone. Google has to have the zombie bait. They have to get what they want, and what they want is knowledge and information. And LLMs are built on models of understanding. So when you build out entity information and entity graphs, that helps Google. And that means Google is coming back to you again and again, and potentially referencing you, citing you, stuff like that. I'm going to speed up because I know we're a bit over time. But build out based on what Google has already highlighted in the search results as being important. And look at topic layer ontologies to know how Google understands your topic. Know that Google has different locations, and page structure help them understand the entity. So use tools like this one to build out your entity understanding, and then put facts in tables and stats and any place you can. Make your data useful and interactive, and like I said, make it look like what's in an AI overview or a feature, so that Google will find that you've already done the work for them. You've synthesized the data. And use on-page internal links to reinforce your entity understanding. And of course, translate that, because Google's translating everything too. So the easier you make on it, the more it looks like you have a big, important brand. Tip 6 is remove all barriers and fix your technology. Make the brains easy to find. So removing things that are a hindrance to engagement, modals, required logins, required location selection, anything like that. Add meaningful tables of contents. Remember, my big theory is that Google is using our engagement data to inform rankings much more than we think, like Chrome engagement data. And so having people do things, click a heart button, a like button, a jump link, that is going to help Google know that people are engaging with your site. and getting people to scroll with carousels, with expanders, stuff like that. That's a way to show engagement. And you can even do like really engaging tables with expanders and stuff like that. That users love stuff like that. And it helps Google sort out the information as well. Then last tip is if you can't survive the zombie apocalypse, you might have to give in and become a zombie, accept your fate, and target Google Discover, which is not really SEO. Google Discover works on totally different tools, and it's based on AI and engagement, but it's definitely different from SEO. And so it's a whole different skill set. You usually use different pages in Google Discover, but you can drive a lot of traffic with it. So there are tools out there like NewsDash that can give you information about what's showing up in a Google Discover result. You can get information sometimes if you have any traction in Search Console. To rank there, just know you have to use high resolution images, minimum of 1200 pixels. You have to load quickly. At first, people thought Google Discover was only AMP pages, but it turned out it was just like, they just like fast stuff, and AMP happened to be fast. You have to follow a cadence, like they start knowing when you're going to publish and looking at your stuff if you follow a good cadence. And know that when you're updating content, it needs new headlines, new URLs. Actually, you don't want aged URLs. You kind of want a fresh URL. And that one has to get fresh traffic, amplified on social. It's kind of like the Heimlich maneuver. Every one is a new try. So that's what happens if you give up on SEO, become a zombie, and just start to lean on Google Discover. And that's what I've got for you. I'm sorry that went a bit long, but thank you for the attention.
No, you're totally good. You are the last session of the day, so like you could have gone on as long as you wanted.
I didn't want to keep you if you're the only one here, Dana.
Oh no, you are definitely. I'm not the only person here for sure. It's quiet in the chat, but I think because people were really paying attention. So please ask questions in the chat. I know there's still several hundred people watching. Okay, so first off, I never thought I'd see a plate of brains in an SEO presentation.
Yay, I know. I was trying for something new.
I wrote down literally never thought I'd see a plate of brains in an SEO presentation in my notes. So all right. So while people are putting questions in the chat, I have some stuff that I thought of as I was going through this. So that Google keyword classification section, the other part, I was thinking about this because I was thinking about, first off, the study from Mark Williams Cook. If you have not seen it, it is excellent. I can't remember what to Google to find it though. Do you remember what it was? It was like based on a hack or something like that.
Yeah,
if you Google Mark Williams Cook, it should come up.
It was based on an API endpoint, and he posted a lot about it on his LinkedIn.
And I think it was November-ish. Yeah. So definitely watch that. It is very good.
Yeah, it was a YouTube video that he did at Search Norwich. So search for the YouTube video. Start your search in YouTube, like I said.
Yeah. People use that and they search there. Okay, so that other classification, I feel like long instruction or tutorial might be one of the next things taken from there, because one of the things that I've been watching, and tell me if I'm on the right track or not, is the stuff that Google adds to their schema. I feel like for me are hints for where they're going to be going with search features. Yeah?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's where I've been seeing a lot of like how-to class list, class information, because obviously like for my own biases, like I sell classes, so I pay attention to that stuff. But I feel like that is kind of where Google's going to be pushing next, is pulling out that long instruction tutorial type stuff. Because you can see in the AI overview, some of them are getting pretty beefy.
Yes,
for sure.
and I think that that's meant more for some of the more conversational queries. So if you have long instructions, Google's probably going to take your long instructions and try and break them down into a conversation and use their bot to walk people through the long instructions.
Well, and this is what we were just talking about 2 presentations ago with Casie, talking about Notebook LLM. And one of the things that I was saying I was doing is like feeding Notebook LLM long posts and having it come back to me with what it takes away from it, which tells me the key points in that post. So yeah. old forums. So those old forums, they look like crap. They fully prove the point that it does not matter what your UX is sometimes. People use them like crazy, especially car enthusiast forums. So if you're doing any like car adjacent anything, those car enthusiast forums are busy for sure. And have you seen like with your clients like success engaging in those forums? Or is it just a place where you point the client and be like, go for it?
With that particular forum, the client is like, you're not allowed to touch it. No one touches it. We don't touch it. So I'm just allowed to look at the search console. I think that they have moderators there, but they're very intermittently active, I would say.
Yeah. That's I would agree with that. Okay, so, and last question from me personally, we're going to move on to the questions from the audience. Google Discover cadence. You mentioned having a regular cadence is important. Does it just have to be regular, or is there like a specific duration that you see works better, or you don't know?
So my guess is that it's variable by industry and what's expected and what your competition is doing, right? So if you're in an industry where people are putting out, a new article or quiz or whatever it is every day, then you might need to kind of mirror that cadence or at least get predictable, right? If you always publish on Wednesdays, then have something new on Wednesdays. And even if you can't match the cadence of the top competitors, at least you can on Wednesdays. Stuff like that. But it's been so hard to track for years. And NewsDash is really the only place that's not Google Search Console that you can get the good data. My tool used to do it, and then the most recent thing that Google did broke our Google Discover tracking.
Of course it did.
So we're still trying to fix it, so stay tuned on that. But yeah, it's really hard to track, and it's different. The other thing is personalization. Like Google is certainly going towards personalization, and Google Discover is highly personalized anyway, so I'm not even sure the tracking matters so much. Like you'll get a sense for what the baseline is for a non-logged in user, but there's no such thing as a non-logged in user in Google Discover. So even the tools might be influencing, like the tools and what they follow might be influencing what the tools are saying. Like the snake may already be eating its tail.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I'm just going to hold up my Google Discover. So this is Android people. Apple people don't really see this quite so much. But Android, you open up a new Chrome tab, this is what you get. So here's mine. And so you can see there's the Discover. It's a little fuzzy. Let's see. Discover and following. You can also see my window behind my computer. But the following, if you're in Chrome and somebody goes on your website, if they open up the Chrome menu, they can then tap follow. And then that means that they can follow you, and then they will get that in Discover as well. So that's something else too, if you want to push that audience. But yeah, my Google Discover is highly, like, NFL teams can't use Blue Sky. The Costco near us might be expanding. Ooh, like that. 3D printing. It's 100% my interest. This is just, and RuPaul's Drag Race. Like that's all the things that show up in there.
You know what's interesting though? And this feeds kind of some of my conspiracy theories about Google using our Chrome data. Is iOS users have horrible experiences on Google Discover. When they see Google Discover, it's part of the Google app. And like Lily Ray, she's always complaining about how bad her Google Discover is. And like all my Android friends were like, no, it's pretty good. Like,
I actually like Google Discover. Sometimes I find it like if I'm like, I don't want to go on Reddit today, but I want to see what's going on, then yeah, for sure. That's where you go. And so you mentioned one of the tools you use is called NewsDash.
Yeah, NewsDash, John Shahada's tool.
Okay, so if people haven't checked that out, I had not heard of that before, so I'm going to check that out. Jennifer P. asks, you went through the Google Discover targeting quickly. Is it in a blog post anywhere? Have you shared that on your website?
I have not written about it, but some people have written about it. The people who write about Google Discover optimization, actually Lily Ray does, even though she hates it. She writes about and she talks about Google Discover, and I think John Shahada has as well.
Okay, great. So check those people out. Okay, so someone who doesn't have a real name in here, DDub3000, for local search for local service businesses, how do these changes affect it?
So number one, know that Google's been making changes in local SEO. If you're not following all of the local SEOs pretty closely, I know there have been a lot of changes. I think that, so what I'm seeing overall, like the big picture, is people are still searching Google when they want to find a local business. Like, that's solid, and Google knows it. And they've been testing how to monetize it. And that's where the struggle for an SEO comes in, because, you know, like, there's the obvious thing about when, like, for instance, a restaurant shows up, but then the Grubhub ad for that restaurant shows up, or vice versa, or you get a Grubhub thing and Postmates is there, or whoever. Like, the ads in the map, those are a struggle, and taking traffic, and they're confusing for users. But Google's trying to monetize these because they know they've locked it in. Like, they've got that user behavior solid, so they're now trying to figure out how to monetize it. So throwing the ads in, but then also, you know, I don't know if they're still doing it, or to what extent they're doing it, but if they're not, if they stopped, it's coming back. The idea of having a product feed from Merchant Center in...
Oh, they're pushing it hard. Yeah, because they have the integration now between your Google Business Profile and the Merchant Center, but that they're pushing that more and more now.
I haven't been looking at that recently, but yeah, that, because they make the money on the local service ads, and then you can also have the organic Merchant Center stuff in there, but they want to... Users don't care which is which, right? They all look the same to the users. So when they muddy those waters by showing both the LSAs and the Merchant Center listings, then it looks like you have a lot of options. You don't care who's making money where, and users like it. So I expect that's going to keep going, and probably you'll get more interactivity, more filters, more saved brands, more personalization, all of that.
Yeah, and I would say, like, too, if you're working with a smaller brand and you're not using the Merchant Center, like, get your inventory in there, because as someone who lives in a small, I live on Vancouver Island. It is a very small place, and I'm not going to get on a boat to go to the mainland to go shopping. There's not all the stores here that are on the mainland. Google doesn't understand that. Actually, I'm closer to the States than I am to Vancouver. So sometimes they'll be like, you can go to this and, you know, over in Port Angeles. Like, I'm not going to cross an international border to go shopping. Thanks so much. But one thing that it does do is if a local store does have their inventory in Google Discover and I search for a product, it will come up in the shopping feed. But only the big stores do this for the most part. So if you're working with a smaller business, get their inventory on there, because these big brands like Walmart, et cetera, are just going to eat their lunch until they manage to get their inventory up there, for sure.
And also, if you, as a user, if you're trusting the Merchant Center data, so many local merchants have such bad inventory control. Call first.
Yes. Well, and the other thing too is, like, also Merchant Center actually has useful data on, like, how many queries there are that bring up specific products, and, like, this can help you with inventory management and predictions, and so get on that for sure.
Merchant Center dashboard is really interesting. It's
it has good data. Don't tell everybody, because then Google will take it away from us, but right now it's okay. Okay, question from Mike Jones. What is your web tech stack for the latest news source and tools to watch for besides what you provided on the slide?
Ooh, it's a good question, and it's changing because, you know, historically, most of my news just comes from watching headlines in Twitter and listening to podcasts. I'm trying to shift out of that ecosystem, but it's tough because that's where all my friends hang out, or at least where they used to. But yeah, I watch, you know, whatever Barry's tweeting about in all the news, because he doesn't miss a thing. And then I watch the larger conversations about tech industry. I do podcasts. There's a guy who I really think is awesome named Ed Zitron, and I think he's an ex-Googler, but he was the one that wrote about Code Yellow.
Yes.
A big kerfluffle nearly a year ago about behavior at Google. But he talks about a lot of different things. And he's talked a lot about AI and kind of the sustainability concerns there, financial sustainability, really interesting larger pictures topics there.
Yeah, actually, he's a fantastic follow. And anytime I see anything of his come up on my feed, I always go and read about it, but I never, like, think about it as, like, this is the person to follow. But yes, absolutely you should.
Yeah. Well, I like reading his stuff because I think he writes like I speak. Like, it's kind of sporadic and with a
but it's also really honest too, which you don't always get from an ex-Googler. Sometimes they're like, maybe I'll get my old job back. No, he does not care. Yeah. All right. One last question from Charlie Furious. Farias, sorry. Short content versus long content. I'm still confused with the short queries versus long detailed content that you offer on your website. What's considered a good length for a blog post? The universal question.
Oh God. Okay, so on this topic, I have more bad news for you. I think like there is no ideal length for a blog post. What's ideal in a blog post is having something interesting and unique to say that's not already been said. And something that helps your brand. I'm not gonna like who said it spot on yesterday, I think, or maybe even this morning. Jono Alderson was saying, like, what did he say? It was just that like the idea of content creation for the purpose of SEO is dead. Like it's already dead and you don't realize it. The scale at which AI can create content to fill content gaps is so fast that just pumping out more content that is the same as existing content or even slightly better is not a viable strategy. Mm-hmm. And we need to stop talking about it as SEO. So I refuse to give you the ideal length of a blog post.
Long enough to answer the question that has asked in the blog post. That is the correct answer.
Say something that hasn't been said.
Of course it was Jono who mentioned that. Yeah. I mean, for me, I'm working on a blog post right now. It's going to be 2,700 approximately words. It's a small novel. One of our top performing blog posts is about 2,500 words. One of our other top performing blog posts is approximately 300 words. It just depends. Yeah. One answers a question on how to do something in Looker Studio. The other one talks about how to talk to CEOs about bad data. Like it's just, that's how long the topic takes. Therefore, that's how long you need to write.
Don't
cut yourself off.
If you have to write something, write good content. I say don't write content at all anymore. Do videos.
Well, we do both because I have to say, as someone who publishes a lot of videos, I actually hate video. I never watch it. I love so I do written first and then I record the video and we publish the written instructions along with the video as well. I do both. Yeah. So if you have time to do both, do both. But yes, video, I agree, is what most people who are not me prefer. So don't cater to me. I'm weird. I get that. So.
Well, and Google still likes text, but it's harder for Google to hijack a video.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is a really good point. Okay, so that is such a good point. Google can hijack a video. I love that. Definitely going to take that in my brain with me. All right.
Podcast as well.
Yes. Well, for now.
For now.
Done.
I mean, they can do the text transcription, but they haven't monetized it yet.
Yeah, yet. They will. This time next year, we'll talk about that. We'll see what happens. Thank you so much for your fantastic presentation. Always love hearing from you. I learned so much every time we chat. And thank you, everybody, for coming today. That is the end of our mega webinar, 5 hours. And for those of you who might watch NFL, so there's a thing on NFL called Red Zone, and it's 7 hours of commercial-free football. And so anytime I talk about 5 hours of webinars, in my head, I hear the NFL Red Zone, 7 hours of commercial-free football thing, but it's 5 hours of SEO and content. So you want to know what to do now? Pay attention to Duda's upcoming webinars. They are at duda.co/webinars. If you are in Australia or Australia adjacent on the 28th, which is Australia 28th, not North America 28th. SEO predictions with Australia's best on February 6th. Extreme website makeover. That looks really fun. And then one that's particularly interesting for those of you in an agency world on the 18th, breaking through the agency growth plateau. You can register for any of those right now on the Duda website. Thank you again to Duda for organizing this. Thank you to Anton, the guy behind the scenes who makes all this happen and herded all these cats together to come and bring you this amazing 5-hour webinar series. And I have been your second host. Thank you to Purna, Virji, for being the early host. I've been your afternoon host. And have a great rest of your day. And follow any of the fantastic speakers on LinkedIn. And we'll see you around. Thanks again.
Thank you.